We live? We recording? Is this thing on? Check, check. How's my Elgato sound? All right. We're in Gerudo Town. We've done a lot of little side quests. I think we should be ready to go in the temple soon. I just found this little area with a bunch of stuff. I picked it all up already, but there was a bunch of free stuff in here. 3 chests with rupees. And there's a bunch of weapons and arrows. Pretty good considered last time I played. And I did that Coliseum. It ate up all my resources. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. But I think I'm coming up on the Gerudo Temple. I'm in Gerudo Town. This so far has been like the hardest area. Just because when you're outside of the city and you're in the sandstorm, your map doesn't work. It makes it confusing. We got weapons I've never seen before. Gerudo weapons. What's my shields looking like? This shield's about broken. These shields suck. Alright. Did I get all the weapons? Should I fuse some stuff up? Yeah, let's fuse some stuff up before we go messing around with any temples. One. This thing's crazy. Silver Boss Bokoblin Horn. 15 fuse attack power. 25. 16. I wish this thing didn't look so whack. We got a silver Lionel Mace Horn. We could throw that on a on something. Soldier Construct Horn. Just doing some fusing. Fusing. Let's see the Construct Horn. We will put on this big old claymore. Oh, we got this big old claymore. Okay, okay. And then on this little scimitar, we're going to give it lightning. And then on this, Royal Halberd. Let me see. Throw this on here. I don't like the way that looks. It looks goofy with that ball on the end. Alright. We still need to fuse 3 more things. I know what I'm going to fuse to this. The Royal Halberd. The Royal Halberd. Large heavy horn. 22 attack power on this. 17 on this. Let's go 24 on this, but this is goofy. Do this, this. And I think there's one more sword in there. This will be fine. The Royal Halberd. We'll stick that boss Goblin horn. Now it's like a hammer halberd. What the heck? Nice. Okay. And this Gerudo Claymore. Actually, we'll put the Black Bokoblin horn on this thing. And we'll save that Gerudo Claymore. Alright, there we go. Now, let's go to the quest marker. I believe there's a shrine up there. Yeah. Let's go get that. What's the best way to get up there? We'll climb this here wall. I moved my camera to the bottom. That way you can see my hearts. Let's do this shrine and then we will get to the temple. That way we have the save location. Soriotanag Shrine. Watch this little debate clip from the Crucible. Oh, hold on.
Obviously, as Eastern Orthodox, you guys do not believe in macroevolution.
Macroevolution.
And one thing that we can see very clearly from nature is that animals were designed with predatory capabilities, claws, fangs. Though to go from not
And since
having
they don't
claws or
believe that there
fangs
was
to
death
to
before
moving to claws and fangs would
the
not
fall,
be encompassed within the
why do
realm of
animals have
microevolution,
sharp
but
claws and
that would be
sharp
a
teeth?
macroevolutionary step. And so considering the Synod of Trollo requires that its adherents admit that or state or believe, hold true the belief that no death occurred until the fall of Adam and Eve, not any death whatsoever. That they
Why do
would
animals
consider that
Why
any
did animals
position
need
contrary to
sharp
that
teeth?
anathema. How would you reconcile those two? How would you reconcile
That's not
a
macroevolution.
synodal decree
That's
coming down
microevolution. That's
saying
adaptation.
we cannot
Just because if you were eating plants would still be death. So his whole premise to the question is wrong. They couldn't eat plants either. The plants didn't. It was a different world. But who's to say that claws and sharp teeth just have to be for eating meat? They could be for other things. And you still had teeth. The teeth just got sharper. The claws just got sharper. That's microevolution. That's adaptation. That's not macroevolution. What the?
Affirm that death was part of the natural order before.
What's
the
up, Lord
fall.
baby? Let's
And yet we
go!
see animals that were designed for predatory capabilities. How would you two answer that?
You think they only use
First
their
and
claws for
foremost,
killing
we do
stuff?
not
They
believe
freaking
that is sort of
do other
begging
things
the
with their claw. They
question to
dig with
say
their
that
claws. They
these
climb with
things
their
have
claws.
these functions because they can perform them. Secondly, yes, the Sixth Ecumenical Council is very clear that we do not believe in the death before the fall, because death was brought
How's
in
your
by
day going,
sin,
Lord Bibby?
and in fact, death was brought in so that man could
I need a
repent
key.
of his sin.
Oh,
That is the point. It's not a type.
When you're already
Get out of
a
here,
great
ad.
nurse, but you're called to do more, you belong at Chamberlain University.
Of punishment that we got God really cross pun not intended. But we got him really mad, so he has to punish us, and therefore we are supposed to die and suffer and all of that. No, we believe that he tried to give us the best possible chance to repent and avoid the fate of the fallen angels who fell knowing full well, as opposed to man who fell in naivete. Now, if you're going to say that these things...
The wasp friggin' stung me like 30 minutes ago. I named it Freddy. I should have known better because it stung me back. Wait, you named it Freddy and then it stung you? Or it stung you, then you named it Freddy, then it stung you again. Either way, quit playing with wasps. Why are you naming wasps? Smack it.
Things evolve, we don't believe so. We believe that they have their perfectly normal function as much as I have teeth. I can kill animals with them. It's not going to be particularly easy.
Doesn't mean that you just have to use sharp teeth for me. That's one of the reasons for them. That's still an adaptation. That's not macroevolution. That's not transspeciation. That's not a cat becoming a dog.
And we see that reflected in the scriptures as well. So I think it's sort of begging the question to say that claws are there to kill things, and we also, as I said, believe nature is fallen, and it has...
You ever seen a cat climb on the furniture? Scratch the furniture?
Also, I would say there's a minor category error. Macro, as I would normally argue against it, would be like a transspeciation kind of thing, as opposed to an animal enhancing
adapting something they already have
functions,
they already got claws and teeth.
In other words,
they just got sharper.
Beaks could get actually sharper over time. Has nothing to do with like this concept of macro evolution of one animal becoming another. But I think I don't even think what you're proposing needs reconciliation because of what Posh said to start with, which is because we have hands. Let's say we take the human, because we have hands. Obviously, it was designed to strangle someone, right?
No,
You're assuming the function of a given thing, which is begging the question, and that's a fallacy.
And Spirit Man, please feel free to jump in whenever you like.
Spirit Man's don't have nothing to say. He's gonna talk about some Hegelian mess.
The neutrality of my hands that could be used to strangle or could be used to grip, and the very specific utilization of claws, such as feline.
Claws are used for more than just eating in felines and all kinds of animals.
The way that their biology is geared towards, like, so for instance, polar bears eat nothing but meat. They don't eat any vegetation whatsoever.
Deer don't have sharp teeth, and they're supposedly vegetarian. They're not. They eat meat when they need to.
They simply eat meat.
Rats, mice.
So that's one point on the
gerbils will eat their own babies, even though they usually eat grain.
The contradiction that I'm trying to reconcile here is that you guys believe in logic, and yet you're being told through a synodal decree that you can't believe that.
Why did the music get hyper all of a sudden in the game?
Died, and just given the evidence available to us.
It's like Yoshi just came in,
I'm
Donkey Kong.
About
what the? Oh, that means there's an enemy looking at me.
Or 6,000 years since creation, or
get off me.
4.5 billion years, whatever the case may be. I'm simply talking about the logical stretch to go. We utilize logic, and yet you're expecting.
Get out of here. What is this thing? I don't even know what this is. It's a cooking pot, right?
Didn't occur.
Why are they giving me a cooking pot?
Kale, you're I don't mean to cut in, but you're roboting really bad. Maybe try turning the camera off.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be helpful for you.
Okay.
Also, your position is.
I named it Freddy first. I was letting my dog back inside. The wasp was alone.
You believe in logic,
so I named it Freddy. It's living right above my door, but not for long.
How this should all make sense. You haven't really presented why claws.
You cursed that wasp when it gave it a name. You identified it with something that is annoying and known to sting. You know. You identified it as that, and then it became that. And it stung you. That's your fault. It's your fault, baby. You got to look at yourself. You can only blame yourself. You better get popped right in your eyeball, my boy. Boom! Eat it. All right, let's listen to this guy tell us how inconsistent evolution is.
Or any other animal function is inconsistent with the position of no death before the fall. You're just assuming it.
And I would also add that you introduced saying the hand is neutral, while the claw isn't. It is obviously geared towards something that's a presupposition. No, the hand can be exclusively used for strangling, and claws can be exclusively used for climbing up trees.
Exactly.
If you've seen cats, domestic or otherwise, they use
their claws to scratch up furniture. Listen,
just
a dang old domestic cat has claws. Some domestic cats are never gonna hunt a mouse or a bird. Some inside outside cats might bring you a birdie back and leave it on your front porch. That's always fun, with its head eaten off. But some domestic cats that never go outside ain't never gonna hunt nothing. All they're gonna do is scratch up the furniture. You didn't think they evolved claws to scratch up furniture? Why haven't domestic cats de-evolved claws? We declaw them, which is horrible. I don't like that. But why don't domestic cats? Why haven't they developed stumpy teeth and and no claws? Because they don't need them. What the?
Killing.
And I still never seen a cat have a dog. I never seen a dog give birth to a cat. There's no transspeciation. That's your macroevolution. We talking about microevolution. We talking about practice.
I would say
maybe I'll get some really cool wasp power now. Oh man, you might be like a wasp. Pause. That's a girl.
So
the wasp is already taken. Ant-Man and the wasp. You can't be the wasp. So you could be Wasp Man. But that doesn't roll off the tongue well. Wasp Man. Wasp Man. Waspibi. Waspibi.
Apparently, you're asking me to look at the evidence that's in the fossil record that historians, that archaeologists, that biologists would all agree that death occurred millions of years before humans.
No, they'll all give you a different year. They don't know what they can't. They got to add different years to the dang old timeline all the time because it don't make no sense. They're always making up years and adding to time. Oh, it was 350 billion years ago is when the snake turned into a lizard.
Those are logically deduced conclusions.
I reject the fossil record.
Of course you would.
Yeah,
because it's not accurate.
Why would you reject the fossil record?
Because even the people who study it know it's not accurate. They're just guessing.
They date things, the way they assume, the way that
carbon dating is not a reliable
total confirmation
aging
bias
technique.
is actually based on what they want to find and how they want to interpret it. There's a whole set of parameters in which you interpret fossils to begin with.
That's right.
What they might be, what they want them to be, the gaps that they need them to fill. I mean, you appealing to the fossil record is actually one of the, I think it's like one of the least powerful positions to take for so many reasons. I'm surprised you don't you appeal to that like so confidently.
What the heck is this?
I'm appealing to valid, legitimate authorities.
It's like a light beam.
You are
what
not
is the
a
point of
valid,
this?
legitimate authority on what is or is not in the fossil record, how the dating occurs. None of that. I'm appealing to legitimate authorities.
That doesn't even if we granted you fossil, the authority of fossil records, which I don't, that just be. Even if that was granted, your argument is only now how old the Earth is and all sorts of other things. It doesn't actually verify your position about death.
No. Because the most apparent thing, regardless of how you date the stratas in the fossil record, the most apparent thing about the fossil record is that there was death before humans even came on the scene. And that's what the authorities
that's a presupposition
would say.
Well, as an authority on linguistics, I would like to say that strata is already plural, so it's either stratums or strata. It can be stratas. But at the same time, the
authority Mr. Grammar.
is an informal fallacy because you either the authority can be wrong or the authority can be lying, and if the
don't know what I'm
past
supposed
couple
to
of
do with
years
this
have not
light
shown
beam
you
thing.
that,
What's
I
the point of
don't
this?
know what will, to be honest.
Oh, well, I think if you look at the Stanford Encyclopedia
What's the point
of
of this?
Philosophy, what they'll specifically categorize or how they'll specifically deem
Oh, hold up.
the fallacy
Maybe I
to
have
the or
to.
the appeal to authority fallacy, how they will deem that is that it is a not a valid authority. And in this
Maybe
case,
I
when
have
we're talking about
to
archaeology,
shine
when
the
we're
light
talking
that
about
way.
biology, neither one of
We
you,
gotta do the mummy.
neither
What's
one
the
of
movie
you,
where they
none
gotta
of us
line the
on the
mirrors
stage
up to light up
are
the room? Is
credible
that the mummy?
authorities.
So
The
We gotta do
credible
the mummy.
authorities would absolutely disagree with you, and we're not talking about the age of the earth.
you
We're
mentioned
talking about the fact that death is very apparent in the fossil.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams' out-of-market Sunday afternoon games all season long, exclusively on YouTube and YouTube TV.
Record
Salsa.
before humans even
No
came
last
on the
words. I'm making
you're
salsa.
assuming humans came on the scene is
I
this
can't
established
concentrate on coming
point
up
in
with a
time.
witty line.
How did you get to that knowledge?
Scene. Oh, it's a
Seasal got
reductio ad
salsa in her
absurdum. Show me
purse.
one example of
That-
a human in the fossil record that predates any death, and
Hillary
you can
Clinton
have your
got
argument.
hot sauce in her
But
purse.
until you
Seasal got
can,
salsa in
or
her
it's an
purse.
impossibility to the contrary, because you can't point to
Got
one
it.
legitimate example.
We did the
when
mummy
did humans come on the
mirror
scene?
puzzle.
I asked you when did humans come on the scene?
Now is the
It
door gonna
wouldn't
close
matter.
if I?
We're talking about a relative time frame, not an absolute. It could have been 4.5 billion. It could
So
have
you
been
could be wrong.
6,000.
See, you
So you
don't
could
know.
be
It
wrong
could have been
totally
6
about it.
billion.
Wrong
It could have
about
been
what?
4 billion.
The
Oh, it's
time
only 2
humans
billion
came
year
on the scene
difference.
I
as-
never said. I'm not arguing when they came on the.
The current age of the Earth is argued between 44 billion and 63 billion. But like 20 years ago, it was 11 billion.
I'm saying that
Yes, you are.
before they came on
They
the
keep
scene.
finding
No, I
new
didn't.
problems
No, I'm not. The argument is
that
that
make them
before
have
they
to
came
add
on the scene, what
years.
is very apparent is that there was plenty of death by either vegetation or animals.
Is came on the scene a
But when you call their attention to things that would disprove that the world is 63 billion years old and say, well, the sun shrinks every year. So if the world was 63 billion years old and we look at how much the sun shrinks every year and we reverse, what's it called? Reverse engineer or reverse whatever that, what's it called? Principle. Oh my gosh. I don't know all my scientific jargon off the top of my head right now. But basically, you go backwards and you think the sun is getting smaller every year if you're going forward in time. If you go backwards in time, the sun gets bigger. So, 63 billion years ago, it would have been impossible for life to start on Earth because Earth would have been like inside of the sun. So you bring that up to him. He's like, well, that kind of, if one thing disproves your theory, then your theory is not valid. So that disproves it. So it's no longer a good theory.
an archaeological distinction?
But they'll just sweep that under the
No,
rug.
I'm trying to pander to you because you guys want to quibble about when humans were here. I'm avoiding the timeline argument altogether.
Yeah, that's very
All
convenient.
I'm saying is, yeah, it is. 'Cause
Your
it's
whole
not
argument is about a
necessary. It's
timeline.
not necessary. No, it's not.
Yes, it
It's
is.
about a relative scale. It's a relative timeline. It doesn't matter when humans came on the scene.
They always use this
6,000
line,
years
the
ago,
relative timeline.
100,000 years ago, 2 million years ago.
How about
It
14
doesn't
billion?
matter.
How about 14
Sure.
billion?
Oh yeah, I'm sure that that's the argument that I'm going to be saying. That
It's
humans
possible,
came on the
right?
scene
If you don't
14
know. If you don't know.
But see, that's what your epistemology leads to. It leads to absurdity and destroys the possibility of knowledge.
He's
within
saying that your
worldview.
worldview is just
what
as
you're arguing
absurd.
for
So if one is
is
absurd, they're both
incredulous to such a
absurd,
degree
which
that I
makes
can
them both
claim it
logical.
without
Because
falling into this
logically,
Did
you
you
don't
just
know.
say- Did you just say-
appeal to a-
Wait a second. I don't think you know logic very well. Did you just say if it's up in the air when humans came on the scene, that destroys my entire ability for epistemology? Is that what you just said?
No, what I'm saying is you're trying to propose that humans were here 4.5 billion years ago, that you know so little about archaeology and you're so adhering to
I'm
what
asking
your
you.
authorities are telling you.
You're
what your
presenting the
authorities are telling
authority.
you.
You're presenting the authority, and I ask you, what do the authorities say about humans coming on the scene, and you don't even know?
No,
So we
yeah,
could probably
sure.
move on
No,
because
whoa,
you don't
whoa,
even
whoa,
know.
whoa. Whoa. We're not having this argument. You're trying to rabbit trail on a different thing. I'm saying on a relative
Specifics,
scale.
you mean? You mean specifics?
Huh?
You mean specifics?
No. It's a rabbit trail because I'm not arguing.
Specifics are rabbit
time
trail.
frame.
Okay. I have nothing more on this topic because he doesn't.
What
have
you're
any proof.
saying, what you're asking of us, is to show how our epistemology would
Speak with
justify
the soldiers
things
and
as
help
you
us
view them
organize
in
our
the system
defense.
as you view it to be. And you're saying things are incredulous or
No,
not
it's an
credible
internal
based
critique.
on
We
the
gotta have a
fact-
battle.
No,
internal critique. And how is it an internal critique?
It's an internal because you guys hold to.
I wonder if this is gonna be like the temple. Is I have to do this battle and I have to set up my troops. This is weird. Pada is in the courtyard. She's in charge of the materials we have on hand. We could reinforce our defenses with them. If you need anything, you should talk to her. I have to defend the city? Tell me about the enemy. The Ghettos we've encountered in the desert do not fall easily when struck. Attacks only seem to dull the blade. Duh, yeah, I figured that out last time I was streaming. I was trying to kill one of those things with a sword. Doesn't work. Fire attacks work well, and lightning appear to be very effective against them. I figured that out already. Brute force swords and shields, we should try to explore other ways to damage them. In any case, we learned in the last fight that they are not unbeatable. That is enough to give us hope. Yeah, I can shoot lightning from my bow now. We're going to be alright. Okay? Should I start recording now? I don't know if I should start recording now.
Logic and hold to apostolic or ecclesiastical.
Because I don't know if this is going to be like
ecclesiastic authority. So you hold to logic.
how I get the
and you hold to
sage.
ecclesiastic authority, and yet from a very empirical analysis, from the data right in front of you, there was death before humans in the fossil record.
What's
and
that
it
data
doesn't
reference?
Matter how. I'm sorry.
You said the data's right in front of me.
Are you denying?
Are you
that the
denying?
authorities? Are you denying that the
Yes.
authorities
Yes.
claim that?
Yes.
Wait. Okay.
Outright.
So hold on.
They
So
found
you're denying that
Yes.
scientists believe.
they found geographic columns where, and you can find pictures of it on the internet, which means it's real. But they have geographic columns where they've cut away layers of rock and they've dug down, and you can look at the side of the rock, and they say that these stripes are like stripes in a tree that tell you the age of things. And so they say, oh, this is 10,000 years, and this is 100,000 years, and this is 1,000,000 years, and this is 4,000,000 years. And then you look a foot, and you see the picture. You zoom the picture out. There's a tree next to the geographic column that they say shows 4 billion years of dirt. And the tree is growing. It's an old petrified tree. It's dead. You know, there's no top to the tree, but you see the trunk of a tree with the roots at the bottom. They've cut it away. It's a side view, growing through all these layers. It's crazy. If like some rapid flood had happened, which had washed the sands in and the rocks and moved everything around, it would kind of mess up their dating techniques. It's interesting. So you got a tree that somehow, this tree, you know, it's only this big, but you're saying it grew for 1,000,000 years? This is a 1,000,000-year-old tree. Look at all the layers it grew through. It's a 1,000,000-year-old tree. But then we can look at the rings in the tree, and the tree's dang only 1,000 years old. What the? Dang fossil record. Get out of here with that.
Categorically.
No,
Talk to
I
me
don't
about
deny they
dragons.
believe
No, they
that.
believe.
About
Exactly,
fossil record.
exactly. And they're the authorities and not you.
No.
So I'm
Okay,
appealing
do
to a
you
legitimate
deny
authority.
Do you deny what my bishop says?
It's not a credible authority.
Well, yes, he is. He's got a
No,
beard.
it's not. Just because it's your opinion. Again, this is the same bishop or the same ecclesiastical authorities that told you to believe that death didn't come into existence until humans first ate of the apple. So yeah, your authorities have been debunked through an internal critique, analyzing the logic that you adhere to and your belief.
Analyzing the logic?
Right. So do you believe in evolution?
What does that matter? We're not talking
It matters
about
because
evolution,
the
and we're not
the
talking
same
about the age of the
authorities
earth.
you are promoting
No,
believe in
no.
evolution and
No. We're talking about a very specific thing. We're not talking about
Not
evolution,
specific at
and
all,
we're-
actually. I asked for a
No, very
specific, and you're
specific.
running from
No,
it.
No, that's called a rabbit hole. Two things. One, we're not talking about the age of the earth. And two, we're not talking about evolution. What we're talking about is that in the fossil record, it is an indelible fact that you can find and always will find fossils that indicate the death of plants and animals before you ever find a human. In
Don't
every
they cut
single
some trees
stratum
various parts of the
that you
world,
can
and the trees
analyze,
gave the
it is
same
that
ring
pattern.
readings for flooding that matched, despite being nowhere close to one another? Yep. All kinds of stuff like that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. There, baby. You also got like seashell fossils up in mountains that age, you know, age to about the time we would guesstimate the flood happened, and they have no reason to be up there. All kinds of stuff like that. What's this movie? Kraven the Hunter?
My son.
Is this a Marvel movie? Who's Kraven the Hunter? Isn't that a guy from Marvel?
Never show mercy. They are prey.
Boom. Sounds like a Marvel
Are
movie.
predators.
Is that Russell Crowe? Oh, it's a Marvel movie,
Boys.
all right.
Your mother is dead.
Your mother is dead.
Because you sent her away.
My
She was
name
weak,
is John
sick
Nash.
in her mind.
I am a beautiful man.
Not my business.
Or Maximus Gladius Aurelius. Maximus Gladius Aurelius the third. Shout out Russell
I
Crowe.
assume you've known like X for like 5+ years at this point.
We've got like a bit of a personal relationship.
Craven is a Spider-Man villain
I would
/
like
anti-hero.
to. If
Was
you
this
guys don't
over?
mind, start. Just because it's your opinion, again, this is the same bishop or the same indelible fact that you
I think it
can
was over.
find and always will find.
All right. I think I should start recording now because I think this is going to be like a different type of temple where, kind of like the last temple, most of the activities to get the sage were done outside of the temple, and then the temple was just a boss fight. So I might should just he's like a D-list character. They're running out, they gotta make the content. You gotta get that content. Vegans versus non-vegans coming up. Not really interested in that. Multiple factors complicated the search for the missing submersible. Bro, the Leviathan got him. The Leviathan got him. You don't go messing around in the depths. You think James Cameron really went down there and looked at the Titanic? You don't get to go down there unless you're one of the elites. He was going down to visit Agartha. He was going through one of the tunnels to visit Agartha. James Cameron's one of the elites, so maybe he did get to go down and see the fake Titanic. I saw The Flash yesterday. Not great, not bad. Pretty wild. You see Guardians 3 yet? It's pretty good. I liked it. Kind of like goofy. Some of the effects were kind of weird at the beginning, but really great ending. Great ending. Yeah, I think I'm going to focus on, for now, I'm going to focus on this temple and this battle and record it. So let's hide this. Let's get to this. We got to go to battle. We got to go to battle. Let's go. I don't know if this is just the lead up to the Lightning Temple. Maybe I won't end up saving this recording, but we're about to go to battle with the Gerudos. We don't stand in formation. What's up? Hives of monsters have appeared outside the town walls. It won't be long before we'll need to deal with this threat. How should we deploy our forces? Who should we send and where? This is a whole like different aspect of the game. We're about to play Risk. What are we playing? Risk now? What is this? What is this? I saw, not yet. I'm waiting for DVD with Guardians 2.5 hours is a long time. Oh, it's a long movie? Yeah, I guess it was. I don't know. It didn't seem that long when I watched it. It's pretty good. All right. We need to decide who to send where. I'd like to hear your thoughts. The spear troops. Where should we deploy them? I don't know. I need to look at like an overhead view of the city. How am I just... We'll send the spear people to the north gate. North. I need to see the an overhead view with the layout of the city. I need to see where the enemy stations are positioned. I need a Game of Thrones board. I can't just deploy them. The north gate, the south gate. I don't know what's at which gate. The heck? The spear troops. The sword troops will go to the east gate. We're just going to send one group to each gate, I guess. And then the cannoneers. Maybe the cannoneers should just stay here. The cannoneer going to go to the west gate. Like, I have no idea what's at each gate. Oh, yeah, cannoneer got the mushroom cloud. The mushroom thing. He can blow it up. All right. Now what? Make no changes. Now what? Now what do we do? Everybody's dispersed. Do we begin the battle? What do we do here? Maybe we go talk to this person now. We're ready for battle. Do you have questions? Tell me about the enemy. What's the plan? I've already heard this. Talk to Cabinet and work with her to decide how best to deploy our forces. Pata is in the courtyard. She's in charge of the materials. Reinforce our defenses with him. I already took all the materials. Never mind. I already know about the enemy. We got to hit it with fire or lightning. Now, I've already been down here and stolen all the items. I've been gathering materials that might be useful for battle. Feel free to take them. Anything you need from here. I already got everything. Confident that I could build a barricade at any of the gates. Would that help you? Let's talk barricades. There are 3 gates from the palace. The north is ahead, the west gate is left, and the east gate is right. I've got an idea for a barricade. I'll use iron barrels and wood to block the path. Which gate should I set it up at? We got spear people at the north gate, cannoneer. Let's set it up at the west gate where the cannoneer is. Because the cannoneer doesn't have... Okay. Now what? Can we start the battle? How do I commence the battle? Let's go. It's battle time. Can I just run out here and kill all the enemies? How do we start the fight? I attached an electric Lizophilos horn to my spear, like another guard suggested. I don't know. That seems like such a simple solution. Is it really going to be the key to defeating them? Yeah, bro. You need elements. Look, all I got to do is go and shoot these things. And then we're good, right? What are these things? There's a dang old big sand walrus. What the? How do you begin the battle? The monsters get through here. It's a straight shot to the shelter no matter what happens. How do I start the fight? Let's go. It's time to battle. Once the fighting kicks off, this door won't open until it's safe. How do I start the fight? Only 4 left. Huh. I don't know how to begin the battle. Oh. A man. A man. Oh, yeah. That's a man, baby. Just don't get it. I wonder if mommy is here. Should I take a picture of this? Fruit store, jewel store. What was this moon part again? The heck? How do I start the fight? This is the jail. If I put on a goblin mask, they'll throw me in jail. Fruit store. What's she talking about? I'm gonna go take a picture of that map. Just for future references. Alright. I need to find how to start the battle. Let me out of here. Alright. I don't know how to commence the fight. I'm ready to go. Do I need to talk to the queen? Maybe if I talk to the queen, it'll start the fight. Are the preparations complete? They are. They are. Let's go. It's time for battle. Link, I'm curious about that voice we heard earlier, but Yep, it's time to go to battle. Let's go. Just give me my lightning sage and we're good. Left. That's where our barricade and our cannoneer is. Straight. And to the right. Alright, so we just got to run real quick. Blow up the mushrooms so they stop being built. They have the town surrounded. Stay strong. Threat is an opportunity. Fight well and we can wipe them out in one. Hives and all. Oh, it's time. What up, girl? Prepare yourselves for battle. Let's show the power of the Gerudo. Protect our chief. Protect our town. Oh, we're going to war, boys. Let's go.
Monsters have appeared outside town. Shore up the defenses at the gate. Enemies have emerged from the hive at the east gate. Stop them.
Take out the mushroom. Then we take out these fools. They did.
Enemies are pouring out of the hive near the north gate too. Take them out.
We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it.
Inside town. Did they break through the gates?
How did they get inside town? Hold up. How did these things get in our town? Come on, Link.
Enemies from the hive near the west gate. Let's hit it with lightning.
Take out the hive. Take out the hive.
Yes! That hive is out of
Why is the other hive not out of action? Dude, lightning and fire. Let's go.
Blind enemies from the hive at the east gate. They're heading straight for us.
Whoa! We gotta get to this gate. Well, this whole section is dilapidated. I don't even think they can get in here. But we do need to take out that hive.
West Gate hive. Time for a lightning strike or two.
Time for a lightning strike or two. How about that? How about that? Take them all out.
All right, another hive down.
I already got all 3 hives now. Oh, I didn't get that one.
The enemies won't stop coming until we wipe out.
Does that enemy have wings? What the? Yeah, they got wings. We got winged monster men things. Get out of here, my boy. Hey, hold up. Ha! Just got a face shot. I don't even need to use the fire on my arrows because I got dang old lightning strike capabilities. But if I want to take these out in one shot, a bomb works nicely.
Eliminate every enemy you see. We're the last line of
We're the first and last and only line of defense against the worst scum of the universe. What song is that? Ryu is under attack? What the? How? Hold up, chick. Why are you getting attacked, my bro? A Geeto wing. Nice. I don't know what that does, but thank you. How are you getting attacked, chick? We took out all the hives. I didn't get this one yet, though. Oh, there's one about to get in here. Here he is. You got zapped, bruh. You got zapped. You got zapped up. Yeah, they're still getting in from this hive. Why can't I take this hive out? You got zapped, my boy. You got zapped up. My cannoneer sucks at their job. Cannoneer, can you freaking shoot the cannon at the beehive thing? At the mushroom. Shoot the cannon at the dang old mushroom. I'm wasting all my bomb flowers.
That's the last of the hives. All we have to do now is clear out the rest of the gift dome.
What do you mean? I killed them all. Stop. There, they're all dead. All dead. That was easy. That was easy. Bomb. I don't know why I didn't kill it the first time I shot it.
Oh?
Incredibly grateful for your help in the battle on behalf of all the Gerudo. Thank you. I suspect Gibo threat will calm down a bit now that we've wiped out the hives that were surrounding the town. I noticed the hives crumbled into sand when we destroyed them. I wonder if the Gibos have some kind of connection to the sand. Or maybe they're connected to the sand shroud. Did they make it? Did it summon them? And then there's the voice that you and I both heard. The voice in lightning that reminds me of something. There's something you should see. Come down to the mural in the underground shelter. Is the temple going to open up now? So that was not the temple. The underground shelter. I got to go this way. Hold on, let me get all the items that were dropped. I don't know. These Geeto wing things might be valuable. We don't know. Are there like Gibdo parts laying all around the world? Nah. Huh. Okay. Anyway, underground cave. We only took a quarter of a heart of damage from that whole battle. I think I damaged myself with a bomb or something.
Oh.
Oh, I'm glad you're all right. Would have been unacceptable for an important guest of Lady Riju, even a Vo, to get hurt. You may pass through. Get some rest. I don't need rest. I still got a yellow heart. I'm chilling like a villain. I don't understand that map. He's talking to the queen. Hopefully the temple. This is probably where the temple will open up. Look at the mural on this wall. It's the lightning temple. As that have been painted by ancestors of the Gerudo, it appears that when they created it, they were also using the shelter to hide. Perhaps the Gerudo of the distant past were also beset by some great disaster. Anyway, the writing on this mural says, standing back to back with the throne, witness red pillars across the vast sea. Sounds like a song. Unite the pillars of light to reveal the lightning stone and open the way. Unite the pillars of light to reveal the lightning stone and open the way. Who can hear my voice? Come to me, I'll wait you. A mysterious voice that spoke to us. Its words remind me of this mural. This image must represent a location of some kind, and the engraved words are a riddle to discovering its location. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Okay. Pillars of light. Unite the pillars of light to do this thing with the stone. There's 3 pillars. And we need to get all their light to shine on each other. Where are these pillars of light that you speak of? Back to back with the throne. Okay. Hold up. So we need to go to the throne room, which is directly above us. We stand back to back with the throne. This is not the right place. Oh, wait. Yeah, this will work. Okay. This is the throne room. Stand back to back with the throne. We fell in a hole. We have a cave. And that drops us to here. Wait, what the heck? Huh. Huh. I'm a little confused. I've already read all these bottle messages. Caliban? I'm not quite... Why aren't all these messages getting dropped in the well? That's the prisoner. I have to rescue the prisoner? Oh wait, no, it's this person. What do you think? I'm busy right now. I need to make sure the Vo of my dream hears my feelings for him. That's me!
Huh?
This girl's got a crush on me. What's up, girl? Hey. I'm not sure what they want me to do. Huh. I'm a little confused. I'm going to stop the recording until I figure out how to get into the temple. I'm not really sure what they want me to do. Huh. I'm a little confused. That's what I'm going to. That. That. Okay. I think I'm back recording because I think I figured it out. Unfortunately, I can't see anything now. We have to make a long... Okay, we have another tunnel thing. We have to make a long trek through the desert. But anyway, you put your back to the throne like the poem says. Run straight until you find one of these wind things. This desert sucks with this sandstorm because your map shuts down completely. But if you fly on one of these up to the sky, you get a second where you can kind of get your bearings. I want to place A. But when you fly up, you'll find these things. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this pin out so you can see it. So you see a tower with like a mirror thing. And if you remember the shrine we did it when we got to this village, we have to... Oh, there's another shrine over there. There's another shrine. This is another one of the things with the mirrors. The blue one. I think. Okay, you can see these, so I'm going to take out my pins. And I'm going to use my pins to mark these 2 shrines. I can find it again. Where did it go? I saw 2 shrines. Now I can't see either one. Oh, wait, there's one. That way. Okay, there's a shrine there. And there's a shrine right there. Okay, but we're going to that thing. So let's get a good lift off here. We're just going to go straight this way because as soon as you're in the clouds, you're in the dark. Alright. Here we are on this thing. Okay. Oh, found a frog. Hot-footed frog. Okay. Let's blow this up, I guess. I'm running low on bomb flowers here. Okay, that's broken. We got Zonai devices inside of here. I feel like there might be a light at the bottom. What are these? Huh. How do I get the light to shine over here? Maybe climb to the top? I don't even know if I can get to the top. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here. Where's the beam of light? That's not a beam of light, that's sand. I'm a little bit confused still. Do I need to get up on top of this thing? Let me see. Wait, there's the red beam, or a red beam of light. What the heck is that? I don't know what I'm doing. Not quite sure yet what I'm doing. Oh, wait. Something. Okay, so I put the sticks. I have a method here to my madness. As long as my battery doesn't run out. Okay. Now we have sticks. We can put the sticks here. 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 Now this just gives us the ability to rotate the light. We still need to figure out how to get the light to shine over this way. What light is it? I can't really see where I'm going. I'm gonna stop recording. Record again when I figure something out. Okay, here's another light tower thing. Problem is, we gotta find the source. Oh, there's the source. Okay, so we found the source tower of the light. The first one, when you get out of the city, which is not the first one I went to, I went farther. The first one will lead you to the light. The first one gives you the light. Then you go to the second one, and you're going to have to rotate the mirror. We already got the stick set up to do that. The best way to travel in this place is by sky. You just fly until you see one of these things. Keep your eye on your health, because I'm wearing 2 pieces of fire gear right now. And I'm still... There's another temple over there, too. Another shrine. 2 pieces of fire gear, and I'm still taking damage from the heat. So... Okay, we have another one of those light things here. This is not good. I'm a little confused. Somehow we have to angle it down. All the damage I'm taking is from heat. I'm still confused. I got the light there shining that way. That one doesn't have any way to like spin it. We got another one there. Where is the other tower? It's over there. So how do we get this? Wait, there's a... Okay, so this one, which is too low, there's a control stick right here. And I'm thinking it's going to rise it up. So we push it. Yep, it rises it up. Go until we hit the beam. Kind of like that. No, wait. Actually, we need to go higher because it's hanging. It's on the bottom of the tower. Right there. Bomb. Oh, and the third one's already lined up. We got the Triforce. We got the triangle set up. Okay. Now we go find our... I need to eat some food. Electricity resistance? Shock resistance? I need to make new food before I do a temple, actually. Okay. Okay, we got the triangle aligned, it seems. So we go back this way. Just follow our light. Catch another wind tunnel here. Probably could have done those shrines while I was over here. We'll do those after the temple. Okay. Oh, wait. It's not quite lined up. Crap. We need this light to hit this thing, and then we'll have them all lined up. So we got to go back out here. Back out to this one. Oh, here's a wind tunnel. There's one more wind tunnel right here. Jump in this. Oh, you don't have to do the weird climbing if you can get this right. Okay. Now. Boom. That's it. The triangle, the Triforce. That's kind of a cool little puzzle. Yeah, so far, Gerudo Town is definitely the most intricate and interesting build up to the temple. Echo, did you fart, dude? Come on now. But I'm wondering if it's going to be kind of like the last temple we did, the Zonai temple, where basically you just like all of this was the extra stuff that you have to do before the temple, and now I'm going to get into the when I go in the temple, I'm just going to fight the boss. Maybe. I didn't really record the Zonite one. I'm going to go do this shrine. Because I didn't know the Zonite robot sage was a temple. I just thought it was a alternate quest line to get an extra sage. But it was actually a boss fight and everything. And I didn't, I recorded it, but I didn't know it was going to happen, so I don't think I can put that recording up on the gaming channel. Gonna go do this shrine real quick. I'm gonna stop recording and do these 2 shrines, and I will be back when I start the temple on the recording. I think if I do these 2 shrines, I can get another heart before I do the temple. I need to make some food anyway. In the game. And in real life, I need some food. Let's watch this video. Let's watch a video while I do these shrines, and then we'll get into the temple. And then if we have time, I'm going to do something that I haven't really taken a big interest yet in this game, which is cave exploring. So we'll go find a cherry tree. We'll light up the cherry tree and we'll explore all the caves, because you can get some pretty good armor from doing that. Ohio dad lined up and executed 3 kids? What the heck? If God is real, help me. When a teen killer realizes they're going to jail.
Hey everyone, Kimball over here at MalibuParts.com.
There are countless cases of evil and
I should have been a criminal psychologist or criminal investigator, psychologist, or a lawyer, or all of that together. And then I could have like studied these people, made documentaries, and that would interest me.
criminal teen killers. But what happens when
Maybe
they
I'm not
actually
too
get
old
caught?
to take a
These
test
are
and go to
3
Harvard.
shocking examples of when evil teens realize they are going to jail for life. Starting with 16-year-old Gavin Smith. On the 9th of December 2020, Gavin stole his father's gun before using it to shoot both his parents and his 2 younger brothers.
What
before
the?
biking to his girlfriend Rebecca's house to lie low for a few days. When the
Of
bodies were
course,
discovered,
girlfriend
Gavin
Rebecca.
immediately became the #1 suspect. When Rebecca was questioned, she told police that Gavin had been abused to the point where he was fearful for his life, and as an act of self-defense, Gavin snapped, shooting. Police, however, were suspicious of this story and decided to bring in Gavin himself for interrogation to try and uncover the truth, which would turn out to be one of the most horrifying interrogations in history.
Hey, do you already?
No.
You didn't wait on me, did you?
Yeah.
I just know.
I know.
Did you get the junior bacon or the crispy chicken?
Junior bacon.
What'd you get, junior bacon or the crispy chicken there,
The
Gavin?
detectives realized how high stakes.
Yo, I got the junior bacon. What's up? Thank you, officer, for buying me this sandwich. You're not going to ask me if I killed my parents and the rest of my family, are you? Let me just eat my junior bacon. What am I supposed to do here? What do you want from me, game? Is stuff supposed to drop out of these? What do you want from me, game? Hold on, there's a cavity down there. Mighty Construct Bow will drop one of these. These suck. What is that? Is that like an electricity rod? I'm wasting all my stuff. What is that?
This interrogation is, so choose to start the interrogation out by building rapport with Gavin by bringing him fast food. By creating mutual respect with Gavin, the detectives give themselves a great starting point for the interrogation, and he'll likely give up the initial information much easier.
We want to understand what happened because, Gavin, a lot of times we work a lot of these type cases where you have a toxic home life, you know what that means? Like, it's just...
Yeah, I get
it. And we deal with a lot of families that the parents mistreat the children. There's domestic violence in the home, child maltreatment. There's all types of different things that we deal with, okay?
Yes.
We understand that. And talking to your girlfriend, a couple of our detectives talked to our girlfriend.
I need something heavy to put on.
She's told them
what's been going on.
What's been going on, and obviously you told her what happened up there, right?
After the events of that night, Gavin fled to Rebecca's house where he told her about what happened. He said that because of the abuse, he snapped and blacked out before taking his father's gun and using it to kill all four members of his family. The cops phrase this question in a way that gives Gavin justification and makes it seem less confrontational, allowing him to continue opening up to the detectives.
Do you want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, just start from the beginning.
Well, sometime during April, my stepdad used to abuse me all the time if I didn't do something he wanted or something like that. And I would send my girlfriend photos of the bruises and wear marks and all that. And anytime he didn't get his way, he would haunt me. And so
he would haunt me.
Like, she punched me in the mouth a couple times because I didn't do what she wanted.
Does he mean to your brothers too?
No, it was only me.
Well, you should have done what Mama wanted. What the?
I wish I knew. Because I take care of James all the time. Like, he calls me daddy, which is a bad thing, since I'm his oldest brother.
The heck?
Because I've been taking care of him since day one, since he got out of the hospital.
What do you want
Gavin
from me,
has
game?
now doubled down on his claims of abuse. Gavin probably realizes that his story of abuse victim that finally snapped after years of turmoil is much easier to defend than what the cops believe. That he's just a 16-year-old psycho that killed his entire family for fun.
Gavin, here's the thing. Like I said, we have investigators up there at your house, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we talked to you up there and said your family, some of your family members are deceased, okay? You know what that means? They're dead, right? Yeah. So what we're wanting is to get the truth from you about what happened at your house. And
what do you want from me, game? I don't get it.
Me and my mom was cooking. I tried to open her up, and she just faked it all because I'm currently depressed.
Faked all what?
I'm currently depressed.
Myself, which I haven't cut myself yet for a couple months.
Okay.
And you can't fake cutting yourself. And she started faking all this.
I mean, you can kind of just do it for attention. It's
and
not
then,
really.
Then overhauled it, and he.
I don't know what they want from me.
And now that night he helped me with that.
How did he hurt you?
He hit me down there.
No.
He hurt me down there?
Hi.
What?
Hey.
What does the game want from
Tashi
me?
Duncan. Just gonna turn a whole family into millionaires.
To have a fashion line, a foundation. You were incredible today.
Thank you.
I mean, it wasn't even like tennis. It was an entirely different game.
Hey, come hang out with us later.
Want me to come tuck you in?
No, we can just keep talking.
I guess that works.
Does this happen?
I don't know if that was what I was supposed to do, but
We usually have different types.
So you're saying I should be flattered?
Aren't you everybody's type?
Come here.
Which one of us?
I'm a bigger but perfectly better.
Yeah.
The detectives have told Gavin that he needs to tell the truth because they have evidence. But
Truth,
notice
the whole
that they
truth,
don't tell him
nothing
exactly
but
what
the
they
truth.
have. This is an extremely common tactic
We have evidence that you
forces
murdered
the
your
suspect
entire
to come up with
family.
lies based around information they know exists but don't have. Oftentimes, you'll see a suspect try to slow down the series of events and talk about things unrelated to the crime itself, just as Gavin starts to do almost immediately as he scrambles to come up with a story.
And then the next day,
Two of them are lit.
Thursday.
I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to be doing this, but it works.
I asked my mom, can I go to Rebecca's, hang out with her, help her when she's been going through an art? She says, sure. Yeah.
I can't stand people when they talk like this.
And I left that day.
I don't know what kind of speech impediment it is, but it's like,
Well, Gavin,
Speak-
what we're getting at is we
enunciate
talked to Rebecca,
right.
And you told Rebecca.
Say your dang R's.
Okay. So Rebecca
The heck?
told one of our detectives.
I want
that
to
you
go
told her.
to the store.
So we know what happened. And what I want you to do, I just want you to be honest with us.
Talking
okay?
like the type of person who murders their parents.
What you did. What happened to your family. Okay?
They
we
did.
Can't see the picture, but we need to understand from your point of view, from your.
That was a
from
weird
your
puzzle.
words,
I don't know
your
if that's the
mindset,
intended
what was
strat,
going on
but whatever.
That caused you to do those things. Okay? And you need to tell us what you did. Okay?
Dan has been trying to kill me the past few days.
Okay.
So I
He
kill
cut
him.
me right there.
Well, you just said you cut yourself.
Should we believe Gavin's story, he's been abused so horrifically that he felt his only option was to kill his entire family to save himself.
And he
If
just said he
that
cuts
was the
himself,
truth
and then he
what
points
you
to
were
a cut
honestly
and
trying
says
to
that was-
argue,
that was
wouldn't
dad.
you lead with the facts that your dad had been actively trying to kill you for days on end? Instead,
bro.
Gavin slowly ramped
Gavin led with the junior bacon cheeseburger, though.
up the enormity of the crime, choosing to start by saying his
Oh,
dad
you guys
had
can't
been
see the
hurting
video,
him,
my bad.
with little evidence to support this claim too. Quickly, Gavin is starting to realize that these lies aren't working, so he decides to take his story in a new and even more shocking direction.
Well, you told your girlfriend.
We're gonna do these two more
that you killed
shrines,
your
and
family.
then we'll
Okay.
upgrade our heart, and then we will go
And
into
you
the
regret
temple
it?
and record it.
Well, you need to tell us what you did and why you did it. That's what we want to know, okay?
That morning, Dan, he put his gun to my head.
Dang, Dan.
And tried to make me do what it's gay. What he's trying to make me do.
Dan did?
Yeah, because mom wanted to do it, well. And he tried to do that, and I lost it.
Well, tell us what happened when you lost it.
I can't understand anything this freaking kid is saying.
Huh?
I accidentally shot him.
You accidentally shot him? All of them? How did you accidentally
Everybody
shoot
in the family. He shot all of them.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. And then,
You weren't thinking straight?
like I come with that,
Yeah. We know that.
I walked Gemma, my dog.
I don't think that was anything new in your life.
He put the knife to his James's gun, trying to slit it, and I shot Gage in the head.
Why was he doing that?
Because James wouldn't shut up. He was screaming. Fine.
Apparently, the same day that Gavin lashed out against his parents, his younger brother Gage also randomly decided he couldn't stand the noise of Jameson and began stabbing him. And obviously in this situation, Gavin decided his best option was to not only shoot Gage in the head to stop him stabbing Jameson, but to shoot Jameson as well.
Why can't I find a
Every element
freaking
of
wind
Gavin's
tower
story
thing?
has holes in it.
I feel like I'm
He's
leaving the
constantly
area.
changing not only the story itself, but also specific elements of it,
I'm
such
not
as where
trying
his
to leave the
parents
area.
were
I'm
when he
trying to
shot
find
them
a-
and what time of day this all occurred at. Of course, the cops pick up on this instantly, so decide to start ramping up the pressure.
Well, Gavin, I think
where am I going?
Well, I don't think
This is what I don't like about
cut
this
Jameson's throat.
place. There's no map.
Well, as I touched my Gage shot the knife, I picked up the knife and I put it on the hallway shelf.
And the reason I think that
On
is
the
because
hallway
I think
shelf.
that that's what you feel the most bad about.
I feel very bad for
I don't know if I'm going the right direction.
But I think
I have no
that's
way to
probably the thing
get my
that's
bearings.
got you the most tore up over all this.
I don't see any wind
thing.
tunnels, so I can't fly up in the sky.
I understand. And I understand you probably feel bad about all
I don't know if I'm running
But
south.
We just want to make sure we
Or
fill in
north.
the whole complete picture. Does that make sense?
I have no idea what direction I'm going.
I killed Gage. I had a knife in my hands, but
This is dumb. What the heck? You can't go any further? I'm at the edge of the map.
So what were you going to use the knife for that day?
Damn, that's the first time I got to the edge of the map in this game. But that means I was running the wrong way.
I said I was going to use it on my shelf. I don't realize what I did.
You're going to use it on your
After
shelf?
being caught out, Gavin is now trying to play the victim.
He's gonna
says
shoot
that
his
he
shelf?
just got mixed up with the story. The knife wasn't used by Gage to kill Jameson. It was used by him on himself. Gavin is still trying to play the role of a mixed up, abused kid who just
Well, I
couldn't
mean,
handle
I
his
think he
situation.
probably is
In
a little
fact,
mixed up.
Gavin would keep up his lies for another hour, only
Something ain't-
creating
something
new
ain't right in that
excuses
boy.
for old stories. Eventually,
Something
detectives
ain't right about
realized
that
they
boy.
weren't getting anywhere and stopped the interrogation after nearly 2 hours. However, just days after, police received thousands of messages between Gavin and
Why
Rebecca.
is it light here? Where am I?
SkinCeuticals Breakthrough CE Ferulic, powered by a highly effective patented
Where am
vitamin
I?
C formula,
Oh, there's a
backed by
temple over
35
there.
years of research and chosen by medical professionals. CE Ferulic helps protect skin from damaging free radicals that can cause visible skin aging. It's truly transformative for all. SkinCeuticals CE Ferulic reduces the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles for brighter, firmer skin. Proven results you can actually see. Trusted by professionals, trusted by you. SkinCeuticals.
You do not need to spend your own hard-earned money on
Straight.
Valorant skins
Just run
anymore.
straight. Run
By downloading
straight.
the Million Pugs browser extension, you earn cash back in the form of something called Pugs. You can then use the
Okay,
stock for skins,
Gabe,
gun
yo,
buddies, battle
ba, ba,
passes,
ba.
whatever you want, instead of spending money to...
Get out of
Gavin
here.
has plans for the murder. It turns out, his parents weren't the biggest fans of Rebecca, and they believed that if they were taken out of the picture, they'd be able to spend more time
Taken
together.
out.
When
You know,
confronted with this
taken
information,
out. Like on a
Rebecca
date?
folded and told police everything, including the facts that Gavin had actually
can still
carried out
see
the
your,
murders on video call with her.
Your things,
After
which is
testifying
nice.
against him, Rebecca was sentenced to 10 years in prison, while Gavin was given life. But while Gavin's accomplice merely encouraged him to carry out the murders, these two boys conspired together, and each had a hand in one of the most brutal teen murders of all time. And they definitely didn't want to be locked up.
I just killed Cassie. We just left her house. This is not a fucking joke.
These two 16-year-olds are currently suspected of stabbing classmate Cassie
Dang.
Stoddard over 30 times
Pretty girl.
in one of the most horrifying murders in history. But what they don't realize is that in the next couple hours, police are going to
They look
dismantle
murderous.
every part of their story in front of their own eyes, resulting in one of the most satisfying and intense interrogations of all time.
I think I
where
talked
these
about...
teens will soon
I'd never seen this interrogation, but I think I talked about this story on my show.
realize their actions have consequences. At 11:02 p.m., 16-year-old
Is her name
Cassie had
Cassie
been left
Dillon?
home alone to take care of her aunt's house while she was away. That night, she invited over 3 people: her boyfriend Matt and his friends
I'm in,
Brian
like-
and Tori.
Hold up, I'm in,
Halfway
like,
into
quick-
the night,
it's like
Brian and
quicksand
Tori
there.
left, leaving just Matt and Cassie in the
Coolin',
house.
we can't
Soon
get-
after, the lights in the house started to turn on and off, with strange, loud noises coming from the basement. An hour later, Matt headed home, leaving Cassie alone and terrified.
I can't get
as
over
soon
that
as Matt
sand.
had
I need a
left,
rocket
the
shield.
lights turned off again, a door slammed viciously behind her back, and 2 masked figures, dressed in all black, burst into the living room.
Dang.
Before Cassie even knew what was happening, she had been brutally stabbed to death and left on the living room floor. With barely any leads, the police were left wondering who could have committed such a horrifying crime. Eventually, they decided to bring in the two boys who visited Cassie on the night of the murder, and two of the most disturbing interrogations of all time began.
Here we talked to your folks, and these guys they're filled in. They're comfortable with the fact that we'll sit down and kind of, the other night we hashed over some things about, where you were and all the details and stuff. I want to remind you that, of course, you're not under arrest, okay? You're free to leave, and if you don't have to answer any questions that you don't want to, and at any time you can walk out that door and go hook up with your parents, okay?
You should probably walk out right now.
Both boys were questioned a couple days earlier and provided the same alibi. After leaving Cassie's house, they both headed to a nearby movie theater and stayed there for the rest of the night. Though the cops found it curious that neither of the boys were actually able.
Who stays at a movie theater all night? What kind of alibi is that? Nobody, you can't camp out at the movie theater. What the heck?
Able to tell them what the movie was about. But given this is the only reason they have to suspect the boys, they decided.
The only person who stays at a movie theater all night is Lord Bibby 42. Because he works there. You can't just go hang out at the movie theater all night.
Decided to bring them in individually without arresting them, creating a comfortable atmosphere that wouldn't scare them away.
We're going to start about, I know we talked the other night about, first of all, why we're here, and we're investigating a homicide. Yes. That Cassie Stoddard was murdered. Yes. And because of the fact that you were, one of the last.
Well, that was an easy shrine. It's just one of those treasure chest shrines.
Stuff like that. It's common course. We want to go and interview people and find out what you know.
Regardless of the fact that neither of the boys had been arrested, it's important to remember that guilty or innocent, the best course of action here is
to
always
shut up
to
and
call
lawyer
a
up.
Now that the detectives have confirmed they're there regarding the murder, they have to assume they're suspects, which in turn means all the cops are going to.
But to be honest, if you murdered somebody, I guess I would prefer that you be stupid and not lawyer up. That way you're more easily caught.
Try to do is obtain information and try to extract a confession. A lawyer would be able to help spot traps set by the detectives that will be used against them further in the interrogation. Traps such as the very next question asked.
Let's talk about Friday, and I think the date was the 22nd, and that was the night that you guys went up there to visit. Can you tell me a little bit about maybe at school or something, how you learned or how you come to go up to Cassie's place or out to that place she was house sitting?
I saw his shadow and I thought there was a giant boss standing out there in the distance.
Babysitting house.
Okay.
House sitting.
There's a campfire out there. Usually campfires need
it's Friday.
something.
What time do you get ready? What time do you end up?
Oh, it's quicksand.
That you and Brian head out to.
What time did I leave from our house?
It was after I got back from taking Jamie to the game.
It was about 6:30 or 7.
Yeah, 6:30ish.
About there.
Okay, between 6:30 and 7.
Yeah.
You left your house.
Yeah, and I went and picked up Brian.
7. Probably, yeah.
Okay.
The detective is trying to establish a timeline of events here that he will refer back to for the rest of the interrogation. If Tori is guilty, something he says here will be a lie, meaning that if he's pressured for long enough, he's bound to say something that will conflict with his initial statement, giving the detective a way in. But this particular case also carries an interesting dynamic. There are two suspects being interrogated back to back. Given that they're separated, this means that their stories will have to be identical, or else the cops will have an instant tell that at least one of them is lying. This is a technique the detectives use multiple times in this case and will eventually prove to tear the case wide open.
So you arrived there. What happened when you get there?
Cassie and Matt gave us a tour of the entire house.
Just back up just a little bit. So you rolled and drive. Did they greet you at the door? Did you say
Matt was outside on the deck and he waved to us, and then he went inside the house and we just walked up the stairs.
And then you stabbed him up. You shanked him up.
Okay. So you walked up the stairs. You saw a basement door going in, maybe, and a garage door. See, this is the garage door right here.
Yeah.
Was there a door here, a little man door to walk? Did you?
Oh yeah, there was.
Okay, so you went by that door, but you went up.
We went up the stairs.
Second level. Okay. So they greeted you there. You went inside.
There's another shrine
What
out
happened?
there.
So you went inside.
We looked around
That would give me
the entry
6.
hall, and then we got the tour of the entire house.
Did they take you on that tour?
Yeah, they did. They showed us around.
Cassie was house sitting her aunt's place on the night of the murder, so there was little chance that any of her friends from school would even know she was there, let alone have the knowledge of the house to be able to gain access and hide for hours undetected. So now that police know that both Tori and Brian were given a full tour of the house, they are instantly more suspicious to them, as they're some of only a select group of people that could possibly have all the information. The detectives then continue on this theme, asking Brian about some seemingly irrelevant points that actually carry some huge weight in this case.
They were eating popsicles. Were you in the kitchen? What were you using to open them? Were they these ones you have to cut the top open, or did you tear them with your teeth, or how?
You had to cut the top.
Okay, so how were they opening the popsicles?
I remember there was a knife in the drawer that had like a child.
Yeah, he knows all about where the knives were.
And Matt was like, oh, yeah, I showed him how to open it and stuff.
There's a dark shadow in the mist here.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
So did you touch that knife at all?
It's like a big creature.
I think I held it first, yes.
Okay. Did you see them using the knife?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, what is that?
Why did you?
What is that? What is that?
I was trying to find like a pair of.
What is that?
Okay.
What is that?
Okay.
The curveball question obviously threw Brian off, but it does provide a reason for why his fingerprints were found all over a knife in the
Molduga.
kitchen. However, when the detective
What
switches
the?
his attention to the electrical panel in the basement, Brian doesn't get off so easily.
So you're downstairs, now you got the popsicles out of the freezer downstairs? Is that where you got
Whoa.
the freezer? That's where they were? Alright, did you see any other room downstairs? Did you go in the room that was in the corner? See that room in the corner?
Yeah.
Tell me about that room.
That room was kind of cool. It had like a couch and a TV.
Come here, water guy. I need you.
Did you notice anything on the walls? Do you know what
painting or whatever?
Well, maybe like that, but you know what an electrical panel is, like a breaker box?
How do I get him out of the sand?
Yeah, it's like a steel panel door, and then it's got breaker switches in it that turns the power off to everything. You remember seeing one of those on the wall?
I have it in my house, yeah.
Wait, did you remember seeing one on the wall in that room?
I didn't even think of it.
You didn't think of it or you didn't see it? Okay, but you might have.
I don't
the door
know.
would have been
I don't know
hanging
how I
open
get
on
in
it,
the
you
sand.
probably noticed that, yeah. Okay, so you didn't like shut the door on it. It was open, so your fingerprints wouldn't be on that panel for any reason. You don't remember like shutting the door.
I don't think
There it is.
because I didn't know exactly where it was.
Okay.
I mean, you'd probably remember touching
How do
something
I-
like that because they're dangerous.
The entire house had of course been forensically analyzed, so it's likely that the police had already found Brian and Tori's fingerprints all over the electrical panel. And the detective is right. There's almost no conceivable reason for the boys to have touched it. After all, Brian admitted that the only reason he went down there was to raid the freezer and check out the movies. Of course, we know the boys used the panel to scare Matt and Cassie before carrying out the murder. But for the cops, it just raises more questions, especially when Brian states that he never even saw the panel there in the first place. The cops know something is seriously wrong, so they decide to continue piling on to see if they can find any more holes in their story.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna go get tickets to go to the movie.
And so
Okay, that
You
hit
didn't park anywhere though in between, so there'd be no reason for like a neighbor
stopped for like
to see
maybe
your
2
car.
minutes
Where at?
to find cell phone call Matt.
Okay.
Oh, he's
So,
getting
is this in the
his
neighborhood? It's not far down?
No, it was like maybe
his disability is kicking in now that he's about to get caught for murder.
Matt wanted us.
Yeah, now all of a sudden his speech
Probably
impediment
not
came out of
understand.
nowhere.
But so you leave the house and you're just like you're 20 feet down the road.
Yeah, you're about
then
to
you
be
called Matt.
caught.
Because you hadn't been gone from the house for but a minute or two, right? I mean,
We didn't call Matt yet.
okay. So you stopped there to find the cell.
Yeah.
Brian begins to scramble, desperately looking for the words that would get him out of the hole he's dug. It's worth noting that the detectives haven't even cranked up the pressure yet, and Brian's entire interrogation thus far has been exceedingly casual. At one point, they were even discussing their favorite movies. But this makes Ryan's stuttering all the more telling. He's struggling to attempt to stick to his story.
No, he
whilst
killed me!
Only being asked simple
Wait, what the?
questions.
He just killed me in
So,
one shot.
The detectives take advantage of this and begin to start asking increasingly specific.
Okay, don't stand right next to the Molduga. I'll be right back. I gotta take a quick potty break. Right back. Be right back. All right. I'm killing that stupid Molduga. I'm killing the Molduga.
Questions.
And we like to see the whole movie. So, and I think the one playing was Pulse, and that was at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So we went inside there.
I want to hear about how they stayed the night. Whoa, the Molduga's right here.
Movie theater.
So that was about, was it
So you pull him over to the wind tunnel, and it'll expose him. What the?
Maybe 10:26, 10:26, 10:27.
Okay.
Remember, neither of the boys were actually at the movie theater that night.
Before the neighbors heard the racket and came to make their own, someone thought to bring the aloha on a big wave.
I hate how if you,
But this phone
if I
call
eat a different
did in
food
fact
now,
take
it's gonna
place.
mess up my.
They told Nat they had to stay quiet to not annoy the other patrons, but in reality, they were hiding in the room directly beneath him, whispering to not be discovered before the murder.
You watched most of it?
Well, there's a girl there. I thought she was maybe 2 seats away from me.
Okay, run, Link, run.
Right side.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit by that tail whip.
Right.
There's a girl and she had a friend.
These guys parts of the movie. There's so many characters you can hook us up with. Describe somebody in the movie. Describe what happened. Anything. What's the
Oh, I don't know anything about the movie I supposedly saw.
Okay, it's about a guy.
It's about a guy?
I don't want to know what White Noise is about. I want to know what this movie's about.
Yes, I'm saying. Okay. And then I remember, I can't really exactly explain it.
Come on, it's a scary movie.
Well, you know what we did yesterday?
We went and saw the
watched
movie.
the movie.
Let's go. So we know what the heck
What
it's
is the
about.
movie about?
You don't.
I don't exactly know. I remember being really bored.
You just go in the movie, you pay that money, go in the movie, and just, I mean, so your story is, you didn't really watch the movie.
Well, I'm talking girls.
You gotta pick up at least one image off the screen that you saw. Tell us about one person, describe one person you saw.
Get away from the tail swipe. Once he rolls over, run to get away from the tail swipe. He didn't do the tail swipe. We're gonna get airborne. He is
That's all you saw, the whole movie. So how long do you think you were inside that movie theater? Total, grand total.
We were there for maybe 2 hours.
2 hours? You were inside that movie theater?
Maybe.
And you don't remember one detail to help us out. We're trying to help you out.
Yeah, I know that's what I want to tell you.
Now that Brian is being pressured by the detectives, his story is starting to fall apart even more. Brian is obviously a massive movie nerd, but when at a theater to enjoy a new movie, he can't even remember a single frame or character from the entire thing.
Brian, you gotta at least see the movie. That's your alibi.
Every time he's been caught in a lie or is forced to go off his prepared story,
how you gonna have an alibi? You didn't even see the dang movie.
Just as he does here, while trying to describe this imaginary man from
he
the
turns
movie.
autistic
See if
when
you
he's
can
getting
spot
accused
any
of
of
murder.
Brian's lies using this towel as the interrogation continues.
Brian, we got some problems. Okay.
We got a couple problems. We got a couple problems, Brian.
Okay.
Brian,
And I'm here to tell you, you didn't go to the movie.
You didn't go to that
You were
movie,
not
Brian.
at that movie theater. Okay. Now that's
Shoot.
neither here nor there.
You think we don't know you
The
didn't
thing
go to
is,
that movie, Brian?
You have to get by that because you didn't go to the movie. That's fine. But you're gonna have to
Well,
tell
where
us
were
you
you?
went so that we can put you there because I don't want something.
You might have murdered somebody. You might have murdered a guy.
Right.
Okay.
Or a girl.
We're here to help you, bro. I mean, really, we are.
You know that.
The detectives here are trying to take a softer approach, stating that they are there for Brian to try and help him out of the hole that he knows he's in. This technique is considerably more effective when used on juveniles, but Brian doesn't fall for it. Instead, he spends the next 10 minutes spinning another web of lies, stating that he wasn't
what a
at the
tangled
movies,
web we
but he
weave
wasn't
when
at
first we
Cassie's house
practice.
either. Instead, he was out with Tori going through cars,
Stay
saying
away
they
from
were
me.
stealing valuable items out of unlocked cars.
Molduga, stop it!
And make your story fit.
Ah, he's gonna kill me.
A mother that was yelling.
Mother.
Kids or something.
Oh my gosh.
And then she walked outside and
Yeah.
we kind of scurried off the
Skirt. That's
In
the, I'm
Tori's
guilty of
interrogation,
murder.
He also used this
stutter.
excuse, but was equally as convincing.
When you went into these cars, so you can't give us like a color of a car.
I got
like the first one.
white one.
Okay, white one.
Because of their terrible delivery of the lies and all of the evidence that had already been found at the house, the detectives essentially dismiss the story and loop straight back to the murder.
There's nobody that's gonna see you guys sneak back into the house.
Crap.
That didn't happen. And there's nobody that's gonna see you around the house on Saturday.
I need him
We're
to
not
come
gonna
out
find him.
of the sand. Nice. We'll do that. That gets him exposed. Nope, that does not get him exposed. He hits me with one of those again, I'm screwed. I need to get my shield.
Do you love Cassie?
He keeps...
You kind of have a crush on her a little bit. Did you have a crush on her a little bit?
I was about to ask her out, but Matt did.
Out of nowhere, Brian gives a motive for the crime. Up until this point, it seems as though Cassie had been selected completely at random. In fact, the pair had recorded the video prior to the murder, where they even said they felt sad about what they had to do.
We found our victim and she's our friend. But you know what? We all have to make sacrifices. Our first victim is going to be Cassie, his daughter. She's going to be alone in a big, dark house out in the middle of nowhere. How perfect can you get? I'm horny just thinking about it. Hell yeah.
While Brian
God!
had a motive, it was still unclear what
I don't
Tori's
get it.
motive would have been. That was until he said this.
I freaking... I don't understand why once he got to a certain health he wouldn't come out of the sand anymore. He just kills me with that freaking attack. What the heck? What is that? What? I didn't even get it. I didn't even get to do anything. I'm making some nuggies. My tummy's rumbling. My tummy's rumbling. I would love to do this next shrine and move on with this, but we're having an issue here. We're having a serious issue here. This stupid thing doesn't want to die. Look, he... What the heck? And my weapon's broken? Hold on. This doesn't make any sense. What the? What is happening? Every time I die, I lose all my items. What is happening? I don't understand why I can't get him to come out of the sand and just and fall on his back anymore. What the? Are you kidding me? What is this? Why? I got him to flip over on his back really easy a bunch of times. And now he won't do it. Are you freaking kidding me? What is this?
You know that Matt, her boyfriend, was going to be there too?
Hold on, I'm going to go.
So, and you're also familiar with him?
Yes.
Friends with him?
I don't think they're ready.
I hated him last year.
The suspects have a reason why each suspect would want to kill Cassie. Brian is jealous of Matt, and Tori simply hates him. Perhaps Matt was the next person on their list. Either way, the detectives have set all their traps and have gathered everything they need to finally start zeroing in to extract a confession.
Somebody has got you mixed into something, regardless of what level you're mixed in. To something that you do not want to be in. You don't want to be in.
What the?
Okay, Cassie is dead. She's not supposed to die, but she does. And you know what?
This is dumb.
I think you see it. I don't know if you're there. I don't know if you're on
I'm
top
almost
of
out
it.
of all my
I don't
bomb
know if
flowers
you
and
freak
everything.
out and you do it. I don't know if Tori does it.
That
but you
doesn't
know
hurt
something?
him.
You're there. I can see it. I know by the evidence that we have that you're there. Okay?
I was there before.
Either it's you or it's Tori.
Well, I don't know who it was, but I did not go back to the house that night. One other thing I want to touch upon that night when you're out messing around, that's why I asked you earlier, just taking any masks with you. Because we had some indications that
This is dumb. This is retarded.
Type, you know, scary mask or something. You guys playing around with
Wow.
those?
All my food's gone. All my weapons are gone.
Earlier.
Well, I'm talking that night. You guys had some Halloween.
It was in my trunk in my car.
Frustrated.
Was it in the car Friday night?
Yeah, during. Yeah.
I can't even hit him now.
Very important thing to us. We gotta solve about Black Rock Canyon too.
As soon as I
We got a car matching your description.
come to life,
Going up to Black Rock area.
this dude's attacking.
Once we got up to Black Rock, we were like, "Oh, this is definitely not."
And that car stopped. You not just driving, it stopped right there. And did you stop for a period of time up in there?
Brian stopped to smoke. I didn't want him smoking in my car.
So did you guys get out? Did you walk? Did you get away from the car?
After you work out, you can feel worn out.
He was almost dead.
Reach for core power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. High-quality protein to build muscle. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with core power.
Get away!
It took 2 years of pushing the limits to make TSR.
Split.
Faster. Longer. Straighter. The all-new Titleist TSR drivers.
Somebody saw that car unattended?
No, we
Did they
did not.
report that as an unattended car up there?
No.
Did you guys dig anything up there? I mean, because you're probably gonna have dirt in the back of your car from a shovel from dirt that's gonna forensically match
There
up.
was dirt on the shovel already, though.
But I mean, you can match the dirt up. That's the good thing. Is the dirt gonna come from Black Rock?
Brian took the shovel out, I think.
Did he?
Yeah, but he can
Where'd he go?
take it anywhere.
Okay. So is that dirt gonna match up to the Black Rock area?
It might not.
He left.
Unfortunately for
my
Tori,
God.
the cops already know
now he's
exactly
back.
where the dirt
Where
comes
is he?
from,
Where is he?
as
Where is
Brian had already snapped. Before Tori's interrogation even began, they managed to extract a confession from Brian off camera, who then led them all the way to Black Rock Canyon, where they had buried all the evidence from the case. Now all that was left to do was to get Tori to confess. And what's worse, his parents were in the room with him the whole time, desperately praying he was innocent.
I'm here to tell you.
What the?
We've been doing this for several days. We've talked to a lot of people. We've seen a lot of things. We've put pieces of the puzzle together. That's all we can do. Okay? We know how to
Tell us what happened.
how to Cassie's place. You know, we're not here to insult you or anything, but we don't believe your story. And we don't believe your story. And I don't think your dad believes your story about going through the cars. It's a tough one. And I don't believe it, especially because I know it's not true. Because we got you going into that house when you parked on the street. We got you going back into Cassie's house. If it was a prank, if you guys are just messing around, fine. We just need to know about that prank. You know what's going on in there. And if it's you just there to scare him, you guys left and something happened besides that.
One of the final steps in the Reed technique used in interrogations is to pose an alternative explanation that allows the suspect to admit guilt in a less serious manner. This is usually done by asking them if it was an accident. But here the detectives play on Tori's age and personality to try and make him believe that they believe it was a prank, making the bait more enticing to take.
I'm about to
Sean,
die.
do you guys go back in just to pull a prank? Is that what happens?
You're into that kind of stuff. I mean, for all intents and purposes, tell me about the street.
Killed him.
You like,
Dead.
you like horror movies, you like scary movies and stuff like that. That's what I've been told about you. You dig those kind of movies, right? Did you go in there just scare the crap out of them, you know, and be done with it?
He's dead.
You know?
Ah! I used all my
Help us
stuff.
understand a little bit about it.
Oh my God, this better be a worthwhile endeavor.
You know the truth. The truth is easy for you. But we can help you.
Can I talk to the attorney?
You can do that.
Can you talk to me? Probably, yeah.
Despite not getting a complete confession from Tori, the detectives already had everything they needed to put the two away for life. And that's exactly what happened. On the 21st of August, 2007, both Brian Draper and Tori Adamczyk were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in jail without the possibility of parole. While waiting to be arrested, Tori sat motionless, likely rethinking everything he did that led him up to this point. A complete contrast to the blood-curdling reaction of Alyssa Bustamante.
Was her throat cut? Yeah. Oh.
Oh, I remember this girl.
Oh my God.
That's her mom.
This is the moment teenager Alyssa realized her life would never be the same. Elizabeth, a now deceased girl, was asked to play at Emma and Alyssa's house, but somewhere between Emma and her own house, she disappeared. Later on, Emma noticed a spot of blood on Alyssa's pants. Police then discovered a grave that had been dug, to which Emma admitted to digging. Elizabeth's body was discovered in a second, more hidden grave later, strangled, throat slit, and stabbed 8 times. Alyssa begins the interrogation by explaining her whereabouts that evening. We join her as she recounts the interaction with Emma near the thorn bush.
I came back 5:36ish, and I went up in my room, and I heard like yelling. So I went outside, and she was down in the ditch area. She was stuck in thorn bushes. So I went down there, and I helped her out. And she asked me why I was bleeding, because, I found out on my period. I'm like, yeah, don't tell me about that. And so we went out there, and my brother and Anthony were asking about it, because she was supposed to be at home or something. And I didn't really think much of it, so we just went back to the house.
At Nearing's Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric,
Score
service means so much more. Service means everyone is comfortable during family time. So the only thing you have to worry about is your Jenga skills. Whatever your family needs to stay comfortable this summer, service really means that our Nearing's team has you covered. Right now, get an AC tune-up for $49. Go to nearingsplumbing.com for details. Nearing's Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric, specializing in service since 1935.
Yeah, I can get you over there, okay, bud? Just get on the boat. Get on the raft.
Hi. Hey. Tashi Duncan. Just gonna turn a whole family into millionaires. Should have a fashion line, a foundation.
What the heck is this?
It's immediately evident how uncomfortable Alyssa feels in this setting. She's been physically blocked in by the detectives and is being pressed about the murder of a 9-year-old girl. As she talks, Alyssa's head is constantly moving up and down, likely in what's referred to as a pacifying behavior. The constant rocking motion can give safety and comfort to somebody that's feeling stressed, but it is also obviously a sign of distress. The nodding motion could also be a movement to reassure her that what she's saying is correct. She's also leaning left into the corner and occasionally shrugging her right shoulder in a way that's almost blocking her off from the detective. It seems that Alyssa is trying to seek refuge in
where'd my
the very
boat go?
corner of the room, implying that she has her defenses up and has something to hide.
But we ended up going to church, and a lot of stuff happened while we were there, because it's from 7 to 8:15-ish. And when we came back, there was 3 shared cars in our property, and there was people out searching everywhere.
So you got back at 8, and then what did they tell you? What?
Well, they were like, yeah, there's 3 shares here, people are out searching for her, they can't find her.
Did you say
And
she was
they
missing?
yeah, they were like questioning me about it. They didn't actually question me that day though. I went up to take a shower, and then they just left or something.
They just told you it was missing.
My grandpa did. Yes.
How did that make you feel?
I didn't think it would happen.
Alyssa was asked how Elizabeth's disappearance made her feel, but she responded with what she thought. This is a first example of a pattern that will emerge in Alyssa's speech that exposes an interesting trait within her. Alyssa had always been described as an emotional, angry, and depressed person. On her YouTube
And
channel,
she's a liar.
she listed cutting as one of her hobbies, and in
Who
2007
puts that on their
had
YouTube
attempted
channel?
suicide by overdose. Alyssa also admitted to digging the graves to bury dead animals she found, but many have speculated it was her that had killed them in the first place. Her boyfriend also freely admitted to being
he does some
scared
damage.
of Alyssa in his own interview, stating he had reason to believe she would kill him and his family if he so much as talks to the police. Alyssa also had an explicit hatred of
stop
authority,
shooting me!
and of course struggled to understand and convey her feelings. While she'd never been diagnosed, all of these points are hallmarks of a psychopath, something that will only become clearer as the interrogation continues.
You know, there's been, there were some folks out there out in the forest, I guess, digging some
No,
holes
my
or
thing
looking
is
at some
going away.
holes. Vegas, and they said that you like to go out there and dig holes. So I'm going to have to ask you some stuff about yourself.
Okay.
Because, you know, obviously that plays into your, if they were looking holes and you're out there in the forest and that sort of thing. So I guess just tell me a little bit about yourself so I understand where all this is coming from.
I really like nature, animals, being outside. It's just, you know, nature and stuff like that. And I get bored really easily, and I'm entertained really easily. Okay. So, you know, digging holes is just something to do.
Tell me about
digging holes, something to do.
Well,
you dig them a certain way every time, or just dig a hole?
Just dig a hole, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. You just like to go out and dig holes.
So wherever they're at, I mean, do you dig a certain spot or what?
Holes?
Alyssa makes it seem like digging holes in the woods is a completely normal thing for a 15-year-old girl to do. While strange, it does border on the edge of plausibility. After all, she lives on a large plot of land in a town with below 1,000 residents. There probably isn't that much to do. What's curious, though, is her unwillingness to explain anything to do with how or why the holes are dug.
When did you dig it?
I mean, I just dig holes. It's not a complicated thing.
I think my grandpa would have the exact time. We didn't go to church Sunday, right? Because we were at Mom's house, I believe. I was at my mom's house for the weekend. She lives at the lake. And we came back around 5, and I know I dug it before dark, so it was sometime in between. Wait, what time did we come home?
Yep, 6.
Well, it must have been in between like 6:30, 7, I guess.
You picked her up where?
Eugene.
You picked her up at 6 p.m. at Eugene. And it's how long of a drive?
Half hour.
So you got back home 6:30, 6:45 probably?
Even minus 6:30.
6:30?
5 minutes.
Let's get dark by then. So you got home at 6:30.
Yeah.
And how did you dig a hole at what did you do Sunday? I'm not asking what your grandpa, what you got home at 6:30 Sunday. What did you do then?
Okay. Get out of here. Get out of here, Link. I'm about to die.
I think I took a shower and went to sleep, so I don't think I did it. I think it was Saturday, actually. No, I wasn't here Saturday.
You weren't here Saturday.
Nope.
On Sunday.
Right.
Monday.
I think it was Friday then, because I was here Friday.
All of a sudden, Alyssa's story begins to fall apart. She is now unsure even of what day she was home, which is a direct contrast to how accurately she was describing things earlier. The detective is obviously aware of this, but is choosing not to mention it right now, and instead saves it for later in the interrogation when things really start to heat up. It's also worth noting that just seconds later, when pressured on the events of Friday, she begins to touch her face and move her hair around, a behavior we haven't yet seen from her. This implies that she's growing more and more uncomfortable with the questions and her position within the interview.
Why did you dig that hole?
Go.
Because
Okay.
bored.
So I was bored.
Like doing something.
Tell me about that hole, though. It's a very specific hole. It's a very unique hole, I should say.
Are all of your holes like that?
Are all, whoa.
Why-
Are all your holes like that? Pause.
You dug the hole, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. I was digging. I mean,
I was just digging
whatever
some holes.
shape comes to mind. I was just entertaining myself.
Don't you ever just dig holes?
The reason I'm asking, it just seems like and you can understand why, as if people were out in the woods looking for a person, if they were lost, or God forbid, looking for, if they thought it was God forbid, a body, why they would be alarmed by that hole. Most people, if they were just going to bury a bunny or something out there, they dig. I'm digging a hole, by God, just dig a hole. But for a 15-year-old girl to dig a perfectly rectangle 3 by 4 or 5 square
The wasp
rectangle
got a
hole,
wasp. That's funny.
it just caught a lot of people as very odd.
That makes sense.
The hole in question, of course, looks suspiciously like a grave, one intended for a small human. For this to have been dug around the same time that a girl around that size disappeared by someone who has never dug a hole of that nature is extremely unusual. But that alone is little reason for the detective to be so captivated by details such as the time and the exact reason for the hole. That owes to the fact that if it's determined that the hole was dug by Alyssa as a grave for Elizabeth before the murder, then it becomes obvious that the murder was planned. This changes it from second to first-degree murder.
What do you think happened?
I really don't think she would run away because she's 9. And the way they've been searching for 2 days, never got any sign of her. So I think that maybe someone kidnapped her or something. It's a terrible thing. I don't know what else to assume.
The detective continues to ask self-reflective questions for a while, such as, what type of person do you think would commit a crime like this? Forcing her to picture herself from another perspective should she be guilty. This can often cause slip-ups in either verbal or body language. But when Alyssa answers them all without issue, the detective decides to take a break and comes back with a shocking new piece of evidence.
Now, it's my understanding that did the FBI do a search or something of the house where you guys live?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that. What was that all about?
They searched our house, I guess, for any signs of...
Damn, I just ate a lot of apples.
But not like evidence like that. They have marijuana seeds. And,
And you understand, I don't care about marijuana seeds or any of that.
and they found
less.
my medication.
Did they take anything else?
I don't think so. I haven't really surveyed anything.
Okay.
I think these are clothes.
I've seen this already.
So they took a pair of hands.
And a
Very personal thoughts.
What's inside the diary proved to blow the entire case wide open.
Yeah, she wrote about the murder in her
course,
diary.
Alyssa was an incredibly troubled girl. Inside the
very
diary,
bright
there
either.
were many horrifying entries, including her desire to burn an entire house down with a family inside. Her walls were also covered in disturbing drawings
Meat
and messages.
sucks.
But the most
She's a
telling
murderer,
piece of
but
evidence
she's a
was
vegan.
this passage that she attempted to scribble out. However, the FBI managed to recover the
Murdered a
original
little
writing,
girl.
which read as follows. I just killed someone. I strangled them and slit their throat and stabbed them. Now they're dead.
But I
don't
won't
know how
eat
to feel
meat.
at the moment. It was amazing. As soon as you get over the, oh my god, I can't do this feeling, it's pretty enjoyable. Okay, I gotta go to church now. LOL. You can't really get any more incriminating evidence than that. Now all that's left to do is extract a confession.
We have your diary. We've read your diary.
You're an
Including
idiot.
the last entry. We both know what we're talking about here. Where's she at?
We both know you're kind of a moron.
You need to tell us the truth. You need to tell us what happened. If this was an accident, that's fine, but we need the truth. We have to give this family some closure.
Hey, there's a treasure chest right
Just like if this was your little sister, you would want closure. This family needs closure. Okay?
Alyssa's silence here strongly indicates guilt. Upon
Yeah.
being confronted with this accusation, an innocent person would likely be fighting tooth and nail to make them believe they're not guilty. But as Alyssa simply stares and takes the facts on the chin, she's obviously past the point of trying to defend herself, and is now just trying to think of how she can get out of this situation with as little punishment as possible.
Let's start at the beginning. Is this something that was planned out, or was this just an accident?
It was an accident.
Okay.
Allowing Alyssa to label the murder an accident is the 7th stage in the Reed technique, a system of 9 steps used within interrogations that is exceedingly good at extracting confessions. The detective has been using the technique throughout the entire interview, applying pressure with it. Now that Alyssa has been backed into a corner, she's been offered
No matter
The
what
read
type of severe
technique.
asthma
Alyssa
you
about to
have,
confess.
Aspire can help you have fewer asthma attacks and breathe better.
Asthma's not
An
real,
easier,
Terspire.
more
Shut up.
acceptable explanation, which, when admitted to, allows the detective an opening to press her further and close out the confession.
Well, this is a starting point. It's kind of what I thought.
Well, this is a shrine.
Why don't we start with what happened?
We're just touching.
How did you know?
She died.
How did she die? 9-year-old girls don't just die.
We were messing around. Then she fell back and hit her head.
Was her throat cut?
Yeah. Oh.
She fell back and hit her head after I slit her throat. Mama can't handle that.
Karen has just learned that the girl she rescued and adopted from her previous abusive household and raised for 7 years
Turned
had
out
just
to be
killed a
over.
9-year-old girl in cold blood. Her entire world has just
That
been
proves
ripped
my
apart right in front of her. Her reaction brought out
Spiritual trauma imposed on the child by the biological father and the mother. That trauma can happen even when the kid's an infant. May get adopted by the greatest, best, most Christian, most nice mama in the world. But guess what? Still might end up a serial killer. Facts. I think I'm just gonna do this, and I'm gonna reverse. And it should lift me up, and then I can jump off and fly over here. Okay, that was pretty easy. Okay, there's a ladder there.
a legitimate emotional reaction in Alyssa stronger than any we'd seen up to this point. Psychopaths and sociopaths are often known to exhibit regular emotions when it's their family involved,
treasure chest
even though
there.
they may lack them in other areas.
I think
Chest.
you dug the hole ahead of time
Something over there.
because you knew you were going to kill it. I think you tried to dig the hole, like I said, and realized it was too hard to dig down that far.
Mom is freaking out.
And I think you got out there. You knew you were going to kill it. And then you cut her throat. Is that what happened? Yes.
And with that, Alyssa has confessed to the murder of Elizabeth Olton and was also determined that the hole had been dug a full 5 days before the murder and was sentenced to life behind bars.
Alyssa! Out here
That
murder.
night.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Arrows? I don't want arrows, bruh. I do want this thing, though. Let's go. Little jet boat. I got my jet boat. I got my jet boat. Ow! Butthole? Stop! Stop! Get out of my way, bro. Ah, watch out. Watch out, don't push me off. Hasty elixir. Okay. I feel like I might need one of these boards. What if I put it on the back of my... wonder if that'll work. It's not working. We're free. Alright. If I get over here, I gotta do this faster and lose my boat. Oh, there's another boat in there. Cool. Alright, there goes my raft. We need the ball. We put the ball on the front of the thing. We pick up the raft. We set it on the button. Door opens. We grab this raft. Nope. We grab this raft. We put it in the sand. We climb up on the raft. We take the control. And we go. And we go. And then we're off of the raft. And then we're making the breach. We're making the breach. We're gonna make the breach. And we place the breach. We place the breach. Just like the days. Oh, we got the breach. And then we're taking the ball and we're climbing the breach. And we're placing the ball into the hole. I think, you know what? I think I could have just launched it and then reversed time and grabbed it out of the air. And then I wouldn't have had to do all that mess. And the ball in the hole. Complete. Shout out, Angela. Shout out, Angela. Time is running out for Billionaire Explorer. Could you imagine being in that submarine in the belly of the Leviathan? In the depths, in the darkness of Agartha? What should we watch? What should we watch?
Every business is like a complex mechanism with a lot of moving parts that have to work.
Today we're at Columbus State, a local community college here in Ohio, and we're going to be praying over people in this video, and we're going to be asking people interview questions. Hey, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions real quick for an interview? Do you know who Jesus is?
I do.
Do you know who Jesus is? Do you believe in Jesus?
Of course I do.
You do?
Of course.
So the Bible says in John 14:15, it says that if you love God, you will keep his commandments.
Yeah.
Do you keep God's commandments? Do you abide in him as he abides in you?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sinner.
You're a sinner?
I'm a sinner, but I'm trying to work on it, you know?
Yeah, what are like some sins that you, per se, you say struggle with by chance if you want to be open?
Like pride.
Nah. What should we watch? Can we watch Black Mirror? Not on here, we can't. Can't just watch Black Mirror on YouTube. We can watch Real Mr. Mad. I do want to go grab TikTok's most disturbing mysteries. Only Up speedrun. I was watching Grand Pooh Bear play Only Up. It's like getting over it. It's like a new 3D getting over it. Titanic tour submarine. Deadly bear attack. Arizona man mauled to death in unprovoked attack. Dying. Dying. I need to get more ranch.
And now, all of a sudden, this is all happening.
What's his name?
I just Christian Tobecha Kurobam Sully.
Christian?
Please, I'm scared of him.
On the 3rd of April 2022, Miami police received a terrifying phone call.
I can't feel my arm. I can't feel my arm. Oh, my boyfriend is dying of a stab. Ma'am, what is the address? 8134 Northeast 7 times. Baby, I'm so sorry.
27-year-old Christian Toby Abumseli was bleeding out in his girlfriend's lap with a brutal stab wound to the chest. When police arrived, pools of blood were found all over the apartment, and Toby was barely clinging to life. OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny had met Toby back in 2020. The two seemed to be deeply in love, but behind closed doors, things were completely different. The couple were known to have violent fights.
Yeah, duh. I can just see that one picture of the Britney Spears looking at a white girl trailer trash with a big black guy. Of course that couple's crazy.
And the police were even called multiple times to their apartment. But their biggest argument would take place in April of 2022 and result in Toby bleeding out and begging for his life. Courtney told police she had nothing to do with it, but police thought differently. So she was brought in for questioning and a 5-hour-long interrogation began.
My apologies for being absolutely covered in blood.
Listen, he'd probably be mildly attractive if she wasn't a crackhead.
I completely understand.
Mm-hmm.
Alright? Things happen, and you can't control it. Okay?
And she murdered a guy.
About 2 years. A year and a half to 2 years, yeah. Is he okay?
He's still at the hospital. They're still, you know, monitoring him.
It's time for me to get set up for therapy, and I use this room.
No, BetterHelp.
But the desk is over here.
I'm going to war with BetterHelp.
And talking to him. So we're waiting.
Oh my God! So he didn't even have to have surgery.
Well, I don't know. They're still.
He's dead. You killed him. Quit opening up your whole dang old blouse for the police and stuff.
Like that.
Look, she keeps opening up her damn robe.
I'm waiting.
Put some clothes on? What the?
Okay.
The detectives tell Courtney that Toby is in the hospital, but alive. Detectives are usually unaware of how a suspect will react to certain information, so it's often safest to open by easing any worries they may have and talking in a non-accusatory manner. This makes the suspect feel more relaxed and more likely to open up.
Jump on the wall!
Just got back together. I had broken up with him, and then he came back the last 2 nights, and then started to an argument, and I ended up getting
she's a dang old.
That I overreacted. Or not overreacted necessarily, but
if you would have got with a white guy, you probably wouldn't have ended up committing murder.
Do you guys work here?
Probably wouldn't have murdered a guy. You'd probably still be married happily with children.
Social media, so I'm an influencer, I guess is what.
Oh yeah.
Well, yes, I'm an influencer.
What do you focus on, like Instagram or?
Always bet on black.
Instagram.
That's true. Cannoneer won.
What is it that he does?
I think they were crazy betting against Cannoneer.
He just has talks about the crypto. We were gonna move into a house. So, have an apartment, and then we were like, maybe just move here right here. And then once we got here, we were like,
no,
this is dope.
No, this is dope.
We have to
dope,
pick out this golden retriever. We're gonna name Mello.
They're gonna make her white in jail.
We're gonna get out. We can have a backstory.
You don't want that 20? I'll take it, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna tell him to give it to me.
So we're planning on staying here for a while. Sorry.
Once again, you don't have to apologize.
The detectives can tell Courtney is in a vulnerable state, but at the end of the day, they're there to solve a crime. Courtney's being investigated for stabbing Toby, and the only defense she's given so far is that there was an argument and things got out of hand. If Courtney did in fact do what she's being accused of, being forced to think about her past and future with Toby would really be messing with her emotions, causing her to become more vulnerable and hopefully lead to an easy confession.
Let's start from the start. You guys were supposed to take out your dogs to the park, right? And then what happens after that?
Like I said, a little bit before, I was doing laundry and tried to call my mom. She didn't answer the first time. And then he left. I guess he went to go bike over there. That's just what he said. I don't know if he walked or biked, but
I don't think there's a shrine over there at that purple light.
Yeah.
Because I've already been over there.
And then he came back with a Subway sandwich, and I said something about like, "Oh, are you gonna like reshare your location with me? Like, did you want to share it?" And he said, "Yeah, I shared it." And I was like, "Oh, when did you do that?" And he goes, "The other day, like when you were done with me." And I was like, "Okay, well, fair enough. Like, reshare it." And then he told me. I mean, it kind of like turned into like a little like argument or something. And then he told me to reshare mine, and I was like, okay, yeah, I will. And then I didn't do it immediately. He asked me about it again.
All right, one more shrine, and then we'll do the temple.
And I don't know what I was thinking, but he said something about, well, what if I'm somewhere you don't want to be? Which I wouldn't have been. I love him, but maybe you don't want to know where I am. I guess maybe it'll just like hurt him because he was pressing me. And he ended up pinning me against the wall. I mean, I said like choking me on the floor. It's just like they were looking at my neck, and I was like, I mean, I'm not saying like choking me, like, you know, whatever. But I mean,
She keeps letting the boobies flop out talking to these cops.
Where I couldn't breathe, and I was on the floor. I could not breathe, and I don't think that he is trying to kill me, but I was scared, and all 3 times I have been scared. I'm on the floor. And have you been? Get my mom on the phone.
You murdered a guy, whatever.
I happened like over by the door and somehow moved like over in the living room. We were standing
She
by,
murdered a guy.
by the couch, kissing for the kitchen. I was in the kitchen. And then he just like, I could see like all the
Don't blame Jamal. You're the one who murdered him.
Coming at me. And so I grabbed.
Got that white girl anger.
Knives. My mom got me for Christmas. I grabbed one of them. And I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just like, I mean, why
are you swearing to God?
Grab it and be like, don't come anywhere closer to me.
God got to do with it.
Because I mean, earlier, I was having 2 other
Well,
times.
God got to do with it.
I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. And it's very scary. And I just think, like, just like this kind of thing where I was saying, like, do you know if he's okay? If he, like, if he's choking me and he's angry enough, he might, like, or, I mean, this is different, I think. But if he's, like, choking me or, like, pinning me or something and I can't breathe, he might go too long. So I grab a knife and I said, don't come anywhere closer to me. I had absolutely no intention of using it. I'm on the phone with my mom and he's coming at me like he's gonna grab either the phone or like the knife or something. And so I was just like, I was like, don't come any closer. Coming at me and I meant for it to go.
How far away was he?
It's time for a new shower.
She murdered a guy.
You just want
Guys, she murdered a guy.
He was by my fridge and he was like
Cleavage is not an alibi.
one of the chairs of the sofa.
Look, she keeps
like
comparing to us.
Do you not think that's intentional that she's wearing her robe, right? And then she like starts look at this. She wants to let the dang titties hang to hope to get away with murdering a guy.
I'm trying to think in my head.
Put some
to
clothes
recap,
on.
Courtney says that an argument started when the pair had both stopped sharing their phone locations that
Dang
resulted in
hody-ho.
him pinning her against the floor
Hody,
and
hody,
her
oh,
retaliating
delicious.
by throwing a kitchen knife across the room, piercing him in the chest. Courtney also
Damn.
clearly states that her attack was in self-defense.
She darted my boy up. She darted him up. You got to practice with throwing knives to kill somebody by throwing a knife at them. Like, you got to be, she might be a secret assassin. You don't just take a kitchen knife and throw it across the room and kill a guy. That doesn't happen. In real life, that doesn't happen. The knife's got to be weighted properly. You got to know how to throw it properly. You've got to be the right proper distance away for the right number of rotations. You don't just throw a dang kitchen knife and kill a guy. What the?
And specifically involved her throwing a knife 10 feet across the apartment that landed perfectly in his chest, causing him to bleed out and fear for his life.
So then, you were by the fridge and he was by the couch?
Yes, I was in front of the fridge. He was by the couch.
Yes. And then
behind my island.
Then what kind of movements did he make that he at the moment? He was gonna walk
running
up,
at me.
running. Okay.
Well, charging, aggressively walking. Sometimes.
What was he doing? Like, was he doing something with his hands or?
He had his hands up. I couldn't tell you.
Was he yelling at you at the time?
Yes.
Was that at the moment that he was charging you, or
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
Arguments?
It was before he choked me. Yes, it was before he choked me. Or whatever. But I swear to God, I was scared. I mean, after like what I was scared. And I was on the phone with my mom and it was still happening. Yeah. I was scared.
So you told me that he had you against the wall at one point, right? With his hands over your neck? Mm-hmm. And how did you end up from the wall to the ground?
Let me go, and then I started swinging him because I had been against the wall. Okay. I started trying to hit him, and then
he dropped the shoulder.
When I'm trying to remember like a whole situation of where I was very upset about something, which I've learned this in therapy and whatever, It's like
you murdered a
write
guy.
down, like all the details so you don't forget. Just like write it all out clearly so it makes sense to you.
No, he kicked me.
But I haven't had a chance to have a pen and paper.
My boy kicked my ass.
And I haven't really even like fully thought about it. So honestly, my answer is I don't remember.
Okay. You guys have a history of
Yeah,
You say you've been together how long?
almost 2 years.
Almost 2
Year
years.
and a half, 2 years.
So how many incidents do you think you've had?
I don't know. But we shouldn't be together.
Have you made a
Well,
report
he's dead,
before?
so you're not.
No.
You've never made a report?
Oh, I did in Dallas actually about a year ago. And he was.
What happened there?
He pushed me
No, I fell off.
lobby. Like it wasn't like a big deal, and they made it a huge deal.
The couple had also been involved in another incident in Las Vegas less than a year earlier. Police were called to their apartment after a loud argument was heard, as well as glasses smashing on the floor and walls. The apartment was trashed when police arrived, and Courtney's story was all over the place.
Why did you call for help? Because we were getting really loud. I was like, oh my god, we're gonna like do damage to the room or something. Not damage to each other, like I really want to like.
Why would you
kinda
think?
like that.
Why would you think that you were gonna do damage to the room?
I like throwing something or like.
Did you throw something?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Did anybody throw anything?
No.
So why would you think that there is damage to the room?
threw a knife.
Because I've done that before in our house.
She's a
And I-
dang
What
thrower.
happened?
She's a chronic thrower.
Did you throw a glass or a plate for a team today?
She always throws stuff.
Or
No,
pipe?
this was before.
She's a dang throwing knife
When I go to
expert.
the room and I see a broken glass on the floor, where did the glass come from?
I don't know. I really couldn't remember how.
He was trying to throw a.
Okay, well,
Was it?
yeah.
Well, I'm guessing her.
Courtney was brought to jail and held for 12 hours overnight, but Toby refused to press charges and advocated heavily for release. This may seem like nothing, but police did conclude that Courtney had attacked him that night by throwing a glass at his head. If nothing else, it proves that Courtney was capable of attacking Toby unprovoked and opens up an entirely new avenue for this investigation. However, it also turns out that police had been in contact with the couple more recently. In fact, they'd actually been called by security to their apartment the day before the attack.
But the cops have been up there one other time yesterday for absolutely everything. Absolutely none. They harassed, not the police, but security guards from the office, like young security guards. Came up for no reason. Bothered him, bothered me.
The cops were called, however, and captured an entire exchange on body cams, providing a stark contrast to the story that Courtney gave here.
Who do you call?
I didn't. Nobody.
I call. You call.
What?
Okay. What's going on? Hold on, man. Let him talk. Okay. Let him talk.
Okay. The front desk personnel, she informed us that Miss Courtney, her boyfriend, was trying to get into the elevator. And
Elevator? An alligator or an elevator?
Lives, starting with yours, you belong at Chamberlain University, where you're
out like this, and she was like, "Oh no, don't come inside the elevator." Okay. So we asked her. I said, "Do you want him to leave the property?" She said, "No."
So they
she
chased
don't
her
want
husband
him.
out, even though she's the knife assassin.
What's going on? What do you need? What?
Yeah.
All right. So what do you?
Yo, this chick is a chronic liar, and she's on crack.
We don't issue those.
Because,
Those
no, I'm
are
serious.
court.
Can I do that?
You
Where
have to
can
go
I
to court. You have to go to
Okay, but
downtown.
how can I make myself
Put some clothes on.
Courtney is obviously extremely panicked in this footage and seems less concerned about any possible that she may have been sustaining and more worried about getting a restraining order before Toby can. It's also important to note that the building's security noticed her pushing Toby out of the elevator and screaming screaming at him and mentioned absolutely no aggression coming from him. As the evidence mounts up, it's starting to get increasingly more likely that Courtney's whole self-defense story might be straying slightly away from the truth.
Might be
But
BS.
as is almost always the case in situations like these, everything is still hearsay, and officially debunking her claims is going to be a challenge for the detectives. But after leaving her alone for almost an hour and letting her change clothes, they return to the interrogation room with some more news for her.
So you're living in a nightmare right now.
Yeah.
You know?
How many
So-
times
so
did she
much
get
better
interrogated for
than
trying to kill this guy?
It's stable.
Yeah.
And I've been asking so much.
And that's what we're waiting for. Okay.
I mean, I feel like at the end, I mean, if he's not, that's a lot.
What is she wearing?
So they've asked for an update, and I asked them for an update as well. So
She's
they're
got a damn
checking,
NASA spacesuit.
because they're.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I will do with myself if
Well,
if
listen.
he's not okay.
No matter
I mean,
what.
I clearly we can't be together.
No matter what happens.
But
No
You
matter
killed him
where
with a
this
knife.
falls, right? It's out of our control.
So.
Alright, this is the last shrine we're gonna do,
Tell
and then
me
we're going to
that
the temple.
Kristen did not make it.
This will give me 2 more hearts. Then the temple will give me another heart. So we're gonna get 3 new hearts today.
Christian is dead.
You killed him! You threw a knife at him!
Oh my God. This
Overactor.
is not real, right? Okay.
Overactor.
No, this is
Overactor.
Christian died.
Yeah, that's what he's dead means.
Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
Are you kidding me? You want to hug a detective?
No.
What the? What is this? It's a crime of passion. Crime of drugs. That woman's on drugs.
I need to hug my mom. I cannot be left alone.
No,
in,
you're
like,
in
a
the
room by
detective's
myself.
room. You don't get to go
Like
anywhere.
this.
Oh, you won't be left alone by yourself ever
No,
again.
that's not true.
You'll
That's
be
not.
in
That
prison.
is not. That's not real, right?
It is real.
Christian is dead.
Yes. You're not gonna lie.
The last thing he was.
She's a horrible actor.
What I was saying to that other
Actress.
room, I said, God forbid. God forbid.
Yo, I just walked through the laser and nothing
From
happened.
far away. If what if?
Oh!
What if
Maybe I was wrong.
a little bit lower?
Something happened.
We can't change what's occurred and get him before.
Dang, old Indiana Jones balls flew at my face. Pause.
You'll get through this, all right?
It's easy to tell by the detectives' reactions that they're fairly convinced what happened was indeed self-defense. In fact,
It
one
was
of them was
murder!
even talking earlier about how he's sure she'd be allowed home that night and that
This is
everything
part-
was
this is gonna
going
be
to
hard
be
because I
fine.
think these guys
So
are
it
gonna
obviously
bring
wasn't
one
hard
shot
for her
guilty.
lawyer to convince them officially that she wasn't guilty and she was let off without any charges. But remember,
Whoa!
the detectives
Ah!
weren't aware of any of the evidence mentioned so far. All they know is what Courtney told them. So as time went on, evidence started to mount up, and the Abumsali's case was starting to become stronger and stronger. The body cam videos started to become publicly available, and the true nature of her previous arrests came to light. There were also unflattering videos such as this one showing her drunk in public just days after her release.
What?
Yeah, you did.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Sure, people make mistakes and drink too much. But when you're seen acting like this in public just days after bawling your eyes out in an interrogation room, you don't exactly get painted in the best light.
And when you murder a guy.
Just days later, footage secretly recorded by Toby was found on his phone displaying Courtney violently screaming at him, using aggressive language, hitting him across the face, and using racial slurs.
Racial slurs?
Courtney, I was on a bike ride and she passed me and I said hi. You and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you to act and call me a...
Ooh, you're calling him the M-bomb.
Yes, thank you. Coming from... Thank you.
I want you to get away from me.
So due to this and many other accounts
Damn, he
stating
looked
that
like he had
Courtney
some money,
was
too. He
well
was wearing
and truly
Burberry.
the one, she
They
was
live in a nice
officially taken to
apartment.
court by Toby's family. This is where the final nail in the coffin was delivered by a medical examiner who'd observed Toby's body and come to a conclusion.
Now, based on the information you received that the defendant was alleged to have thrown this knife, do your observations support that?
If the person who supposedly did this is an expert knife thrower, and the knife is the type of knife that you can throw, I guess that could have happened.
Did you receive any information
probably
that
not.
the defendant was a knife thrower?
It was a
No.
kitchen knife, and she was
So
not
based
a
on that
known
fact
knife
that
thrower.
you did not receive that information, would it support that?
She did not have formal
And would you
assassin
expect-
training.
What would you expect to see a knife do if someone just flung it at somebody?
It would just hit the body and bounce off.
Now, as a result of this case, did you come to a cause, or did you make a determination as to the
she
cause
is
and
not
manner
a
of
Shanghai
death?
ninja.
Could you please explain those to the court?
The cause of death was stab wound of right subclavian artery. The manner of death was homicide.
As of April 2023, Courtney is currently awaiting what's become one of the most anticipated trials in modern history. She faces life in prison on account of second-degree murder with all of the evidence stacked against her. It's not looking good for her as we prepare to
putting on
see if
some
she'll
weight.
be spending the rest
Putting
of her
on some
life
weight in jail
behind
up in
bars.
county eating
There's
them
one simple
taters and
exotic herb
dang
that anyone can use to
peanut
flush out
butter
male
and
finders
eggs.
almost overnight.
She got that jip. Jip. She got that jip. She got that. She's eating too many
I
dang
clearly don't
eggs and
respect
bread.
you, and there's no reason to respect you. We're going to go through all of the
Oh, I
points
wanted
as
to
to why
watch
you
this.
deserve them.
This is Saint and the Sinner versus Destiny. I don't like this Saint or Sinner guy, Marquette, but we'll see Destiny roast him.
No respect. Okay?
Okay, so the first time I watched it was because my friend was on your stream. The second time was because
Oh,
you
she
were
your
making
friend?
a
Like, you guys know
response.
each
Oh,
other.
excuse me, sir. Can I finish my response? The second time was because you were watching me, so I decided to watch and respond.
She want to be ninja. She want to chop you down to Chinatown. She's going to be ninja.
And the third thing is that when you are so
Dang, what is this
ass
weapon?
mad that after me responding to like 5 minutes of your content, you got to go live with a title like "Expose Destiny, the racist gamer and the lie of homophobia," it's pretty clear that you're clout sharking. But I enjoy it, so here we are. Go
Because
for
you
it.
feel stupid right now because you didn't realize you're talking to a technologist. Long story
technologist?
short, I hosted a conference. I showed people how to create NFTs from scratch, from the command line.
This guy scammed people. He's got like a YouTube channel. He did a crypto coin and then he did a short pool, which I don't understand all about that stuff, but apparently basically a short pool, they like pumped up the stock, everybody bought it, and then he just like sold it out from under him and kept all the money. I don't know how all that stuff works, but he's a scam artist. And he's one of those guys who bought his YouTube channel. You get with a marketing group and they have a studio for you. And they market you, and they make you blow up, basically. Same with that MLD guy. Him and MLD and Saint and the Sinner had a big argument, and I think they're both whack.
Buddy.
From the command line? Please, can you tell me how?
Is homophobia a real thing?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Let's help you out real quick.
Yeah, help me, please.
So,
my technologist friend.
Wait, I only have 7?
Hey, Mark. All right, so I got the command prompt open. What command do I have to put in to make an NFT? Because
Wait, I only have 7
Exposed
shrines.
Destiny,
I have
the
to find one
racist
more.
gamer and the lie of homophobia.
I have to find one more to get 8.
Destiny exposed himself as a racist and a hater of African American culture. We'll be dissecting the hateful psychology of this fellow. Important. He is invited to join my stream and debate live. Oh, I'm invited. Live in 5 hours. Oh, well, I'm not doing anything tonight. He reacted to your content before.
Genome writes, debate Destiny?
That'd be my pleasure. In fact, if Destiny, Sharp, Abba, or Annalisa would like to show up, I'll absolutely provide them the link to join the call if any of them show up. This session was listed with enough time in advance for any one of them to show up if they so chose. And
I need to find one more shrine.
Destiny or anyone. Truth be told, there's not a single person you'd see on YouTube that would survive at any level. Not
that
a single
would
person.
survive at any
like,
level. What are you going to murder them in a debate?
Like Michael Jordan playing the worst kid in high school.
You're going to be like that girl throwing ninja knife. She wants to be ninja.
Destiny?
You're going to throw a ninja knife in a debate.
Sorry. We're getting an August
do?
clip coming through.
I'm tripping right now because we're 2 hours in, right? And there's still another hour 40 minutes.
I gotta find one more.
Lord,
I gotta find one more shrine.
Unnecessarily long. And here's the funny thing: no one's made a penny from the whole thing.
I have a
except
pin
the,
here, so
the
maybe
bisexual
there's a
white
shrine
dude
there.
who's been playing video games the whole time. How ironic! Everyone else been pouring out their passion, their arguments, their solutions.
Just because you can't multitask.
And, the gay white dude playing the video games is making the bag. Hey, he might not know how to live his life in terms of morals, but he knows how to get to the bag. Shout out to.
I don't think Destiny's actually bi. I think that's just something he says because he said before in streams that he says things just so that people can't like use that against him. So like he'll call himself a racist and a homophobe. That way people can't say it about him. I don't know if he's actually bi. I think he just kind of said that so he could mess with the algorithm and because he started on Twitch, and Twitch is very pro LGBTQ, IIAAP, low IQ, STD, HDTV. So you say you're bi, then you get away with a lot more. Maybe that's not true, but it seems smart. Where am I going right now? I need to go east. East is this way. There's gold. Where's green? Where's the green pin? I'm freezing right now. I want to chop you down to Chinatown. Where is my green pin? It should be straight ahead. Maybe I already got green. Where's yellow? Gold's way out here. What the heck? What is this? It should be right in front of my face. Why don't I see it? I don't see the green pin. It should be right in front of my face. It should be right. I'm like directly over it. What the heck? Oh, it's right there. Wait, first off, what is this? This is one of them assassin bells. Oh, it's a... Is this a ninja shrine thing? Secret hideout? I've already done this? Secret hideouts give you... Yeah, it's a Yiga clan hideout. How do I... How do I get inside with the Yiga clan hideout? Usually there's a cave nearby. There is a depths entrance here. The Yiga clan! How do I get inside? Do I have to go from underneath?
Him, because he didn't use these dogs like the dogs that they are. Good Lord.
And I'm losing my hope and faith in
No,
you.
listen, I didn't vouch for him.
It's getting bad.
I'm just trying to get. There's got to be better black men in the community.
But why are...
Wow, we have a guy who's not even a stand-up white guy talking about there has to be better black men. Hold on, my boy. First off, why don't you figure out what you're supposed to be as a man? Figure that out before you start assessing any other man. Because last I heard, men don't take it up the backside, bruh. Women aren't even supposed to be taking up the backside the way you doing it, bruh. So nah, I'm gonna need you to stop judging. And it's ironic because he doesn't want to be judged, yet he's over here judging. That's curious. That's fascinating.
Oh God, the projection. Oof, this is gonna be brutal.
And just side note, if you didn't think the LGBTQ mafia hates black people and black culture, they absolutely do. Yes, indeed.
Wait,
yes,
I
indeed.
thought I
Remember,
tried.
hip-hop
Did I try
culture
this shrine already and
is
fail it?
one very much so an expression of the African American culture. African Americans have had the highest levels of religiosity in America.
Religiosity,
and along with that has come the rebuke of that
no
lifestyle.
religiosity,
so
my
very
boy.
much so the LGBTQ has tried to, break the African American male. The African American male culture, which is largely embedded in hip hop.
Always
music.
trying to sound smart.
And so they've been trying to feminize. I'm tripping right now.
Jesus.
It'll be good because you're in graduate school right now?
Yes.
Okay, so she's in graduate school, so she is, by all accounts, an academic and theoretically should be a rational person, able to analyze information and think in a linear way.
Talk shit about you, Har. Oh, we got another clip coming through.
Looking at appearance as a metric, I'm gonna go ahead and say she's way out of your league, little buddy. Your arm looks like a plastic bag filled with water.
Doesn't it make sense that she's out of my league though? Isn't that what all these like red pill dudes talk about? Like all you technically need is money and clout, and that's how you're supposed to be doing it, right? Like, doesn't it make sense from your world?
You look like you've never lifted a weight in your life. Your style is terrible.
What's this guy lifting? Where are his gym vids? I want to see his lifts. Post them.
Your hair is disheveled. You have
I don't go for the bald joke.
Jawline, and your beard is only making that reality worse. You have no sense of charm, no personality. I don't know how you've amassed a following on YouTube, but hey, there's a lot of people who just spend their day at home on Pornhub and playing video games, and I guess these are your people. This is your tribe. And the curious thing too is, if I understand rightly, he's the famous YouTuber and she's just some broad. So from a strategic standpoint, I wouldn't want to be sitting off to the side. I'd want that center seat because I'm like the main guest, the guest of honor. That's kind of weird to me. You kind of got sidelined for a broad who's like pretty much nobody, but hey, it gets like that. I feel like a real woman, especially if she's your woman, would have said, hey boss, yeah, you sit in the middle. You the guest of honor. You the big homie. But I have a sense she doesn't look at him as the big homie, and we gonna get to the bottom of that. Carrying on to the next clip, and shout out again to those who support the work. We got a clip from someone I find personally to be very entertaining, even though they were exposed for being what is called a homo predator. Hey, I'm just saying what the guys I interviewed said. They called the man a homo predator. We talking about yours truly, Jesse Lee Peterson, the guy who finds everything amazing and loves the blacks. Now he's interviewing this sloppy fellow again. Goodness. And is this guy wearing tie-dye? Liberals love tie-dye. I can't even lie. I even got some tie-dye myself.
What am I doing?
Jesse's more base than Saint in the center will ever be.
What's that for?
Not sure, but I sure hate you don't have.
Okay, holy shit. This is gonna be a combo. Saint, time in the comments for assumption. Thanks for that sub. We all know he'll not show up, but we know that a gamer has plenty of free time, and we know his fans have notified him. He's so like hungry for that clout. I'll give it to him, dude. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere today.
Hey there, Destiny. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. Were you talking about my school? Is that what was going on in here?
We're just warming up. We wanted to get some background on you because there was a funny thing going on the internet. Your fanatics, they deluded themselves into thinking that you're brighter than you are. You see, because you have a history of debating internet personalities who probably, similar to yourself, lack experience and sophistication. And so now you're about to get exposed. And I said, before we go in, let's take a little bit of background on who the guy is. And we saw in your own bio, you're making excuses for why you didn't complete a basic degree, a very easy degree at a third-tier university.
Yeah, now he makes more money than you. I think that's kind of like not a good roast.
Slow. He's befuddled already. He's befuddled.
Yeah, okay, here. So wait, just real quick, Chief. Okay, what kind of convo do you want to have here?
Throw him a lifeline. Let's do two things. Number one, let's go through and start with a little bit of interview so we can get familiar with you.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
We'll share a couple questions, get familiar with you.
Uh-huh.
And then we'll do the thing that you did on your stream, which is you played my content at length. So we'll play a couple clips of yours, and then we'll discuss it and react to it. And then if you want to get into any other political items, we can do that. But you'll notice that the title of this stream is twofold. Number one, it states that you're racist. And the funny thing is I almost never use this term. I think it's overused and mostly people are lying and they're using that as an excuse to explain why they personally are losers. But in your case, you expose yourself.
It's
so
just
we'll
your way
do
of
that piece. And then there's a second thing you did, which is an abuse of language. And I find it to be very disgusting and dangerous. And you use this term homophobia, which actually doesn't really exist in real life. It's something that the left often does. You guys like to create
But racism
words,
does?
and then you like to instrumentalize words.
He said homophobia doesn't exist, but racism exists.
And also pseudoscience to achieve your ends. And so we're going to discuss this concept of homophobia. And then, you know, if you want to add on anything on the back end, oh, fantastic. How's that sound?
Pause. Add anything on the back.
I'm used to really emotional people lashing out, calling me racist, and I'm used to really emotional people being homophobic when they have nothing else to say. So yeah, wherever you want to go, we can go. We can go wherever you want. I'm curious on the school thing. Wait, so why do you think I quit school?
I thought
you wrote that you quit school, and your website. Let's confirm. Your website is destiny.
Modern Day Debate is having a debate on
That's
Christianity in half an hour. All right, we'll check that out.
And your website, it reads, quote, I went to the University of Nebraska at Omaha. And before we carry on, we're both clear that this is a third-tier university. This is a very low-ranking university, right?
It's a state school in my state. I didn't have money to go to a private school.
Can we just keep it real and say that this is like Shitville University? Can we just like not lie about that, or are we gonna pretend?
Well, no. So I would say to people that I highly recommend going to state schools if they serve the purpose that you have. I think it's really stupid to take on a whole bunch of. Well, excuse me, sir. Let me finish my answer. Right. I recommend people do state schools because why would I go to a university?
Can we agree that it's a low-tier university?
Yeah, it's a low-tier university, but I'm going for a music degree. There's no point unless I'm going to Berkeley or Juilliard. It's not going to matter as long as the studio is good. Really doesn't matter what school you go to, right? You understand that like a music performance degree from another state school doesn't matter. For music performance, the only thing that matters.
Where you go to school. That's why, like for example, Barack Obama went to Harvard. That helped
Who
him.
cares? Harvard is a crap school.
Do you think that the school that you graduate from
indicate your pedigree?
Well, I'm just curious. Do you think the school you graduate from with a music performance degree? Do you think that's going to mean anything when you go to apply?
Don't change the subject.
Well, no. I'm asking you. I just want to hear. Are we here to have a conversation? Or are you just trying to do a hit piece, dude?
1 second, my dear boy. I just want to see if you're living on the planet Earth.
Well, no. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you're just trying to do a hit piece. I'm not emotional at all, but I'm not going to sit here and let you like drag me around in the conversation if you don't have a real talk.
It's okay to acknowledge that.
It's going to be a boring talk. Oh. It could actually be entertaining and engaging too. Like we have the ability right now to have an interesting talk.
Calm down.
I'm super calm right now, dude. I don't know if you know what it sounds like when somebody's excited, but this ain't it.
Calm down. Just relax real quick. I'm just asking you to find out if you're on planet Earth.
I'm definitely on planet Earth, yeah, for sure.
Say you asked me, you said, Marquette, you went to, if I were you, said, Marquette, you went to University of Nebraska at Omaha. Is that a low-tier university? I would say it absolutely is a low-tier university. It's very clear by the rankings on U.S. News and World Report. It's clearly low-tier, and I went there to save money, or I went there because of this. But I wouldn't start giving long, verbose explanations because that's just an indicator of insecurity. And what's more, you shouldn't try to defend it because you didn't even get a degree. You dropped out. You're a college dropout. So just say that I dropped out. I couldn't hack it. That's all I'm saying. So you don't have to get angry and defensive.
Okay, sure. So the actual answer is that like different universities are good for different purposes. For a music performance degree, as long as the studio is good, you go to the studio. In terms of overall rankings of university, yeah, it's probably a really low ranked university. It's the UNO. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, but I'm not going to pay out the ass to go to a state school, or actually go to like a private school somewhere else. Yeah. But what's your
longest possible explanation to be simply
do you have any idea how insecure you have to be to look up the ranking of the school that I went to?
Possible explanation you could ever give to someone saying, can you agree that it's
all right, go for it. What's your hit me up with your next question, dude.
To do a test to see if we're on planet Earth together, but you're defensive and you're insecure.
Gotcha.
You see, Achilles says finally took him 5 minutes to answer that. Right. I asked you a simple yes or no question, and then you got to give me a long story.
Well, I'm not going to let you jerk me around in the conversation, right? Like, what would be
please. No, not the sexual stuff. Come on, man. Like, it's early.
Yikes, bro. Yikes. Dude, you think about other dudes' dicks more than I do. That's really weird. But if that's how you swing, bro, that's cool. I've seen a lot of homophobic people that secretly want to suck a dick, and if that's what you're
after, you gotta do. You just gotta talk trash about Destiny to get on his show.
Okay. As long as you stop making the sexual jokes, I'm cool for it too. All right.
I actually did, and you're the first person to say anything that was homoerotic, but that's fine. That's fine.
If that eroticized you, my dude, that says way more about you than it does about me. But keep going. Okay.
Anyways, on your bio, on your bio on your website, it reads, "I went to the University of Nebraska at Omaha and majored in music performance, but eventually dropped out due to conflict with work at the time." I feel like that's one of those things where I'm like, bro, like, first off, if you didn't get a degree, there's no need to even list that. That's like me saying, like, I went to the mall, walked in the Gucci store, and left. It's like you didn't buy anything while you were there. That doesn't need to be a part of the narrative. It's almost like irrelevant.
Do you think I didn't take any classes while I was at? Wait, do you think I didn't take any classes at school?
What's that?
Do you think I didn't take any classes while I was there?
You don't go on LinkedIn and list a school with an incomplete degree.
I'm not on. That's not. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Is my website LinkedIn?
Number one.
Wait, no. I'm just a question. Just a question. Is my website LinkedIn?
The reason
is my website LinkedIn? Is my website LinkedIn? Can you answer a single question I'm going to ask you, or do you really just do this steamroll bullshit on every guest you bring on so you can like look good? I know you're hungry for my clout, so I know you want me to stay here. Okay, so let me ask you. I'm just asking you a question. Is my website LinkedIn?
Destiny.
That's a super easy yes or no question. Is my website LinkedIn? Is my website LinkedIn?
I just want to establish who you really are before we get going. Let's establish who you really are. You don't have to hide from, like, for example, let's look at it on the other side.
Well, no. How about this?
You said to me, Marquette, did you go to Berkeley and get a degree? I would say, sir, I did that in 3 years. Yes, I did. If you said, then did you go to Johns Hopkins University and take a master's degree while working full time? I'd say, yes, that's correct. So it's like the same thing. I wouldn't have like a long story. I just say, yes, that's correct, or no, that's incorrect. So the question is, why when we're verifying yours, like, you getting all defensive?
Okay, is my website LinkedIn?
Why are you getting so defensive?
I'm not defensive. You asked me. You're reading my biography. You're reading my website.
Everyone knows the answer.
Listen, Chief. If you go to my Wikipedia page, it says UNO on it. Ask them why they include it. I don't know. Some people like to know
what you did. Stop with the red hair.
What I did was people asked me, what is my education? What is my educational background? I did some college, and I wrote where I went to college at. I didn't say I have a degree.
Very good. Very good. Now, truth be told, did you fail to complete your degree because of school or because you're a screw up? Did you fail to complete your degree because of work or because you're a screw up?
I mean, I probably could have tried harder to do both, I guess.
You guess. So I'm asking you straight, like, was it work or are you a screw up?
Well, I don't think it was possible to finish that degree in 4 or 5 years while working overnight and providing for myself. I don't think it was possible for me to do it.
Okay, so your story, I just want to make sure I understand. So your narrative is that you as a young white kid enrolled, did you have any kids or like, do you have any children you're providing for?
I have one, but not at the time, no.
I said at that time. Are you paying attention, my dear boy?
I'm paying attention. Dog, this is super cringe. If you want me to stay, I just need you to turn the cringe down like at least like 5 points.
Did you have any children? So
aggressive. I didn't have any children at the time, no.
Okay. So I'm just trying to establish who you are, right?
You're not. You're trying to railroad a narrative of me to like poison the well in front of your audience.
Like I'm not. No. We're gonna get into it. We're just establishing who you are because the internet is filled with charlatans. You're one of them.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely one of them, and I want it to be clear, and that's what we're agreeing on the facts.
There's a reason why I've been here for 12 years, and you're gonna be gone in 2. But okay, Mr. Charlatan Exposure, go ahead, tell me.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So. Your story is that you didn't have any kids, you were a young white kid in university, and you couldn't complete university because you were working a job? That's your story?
That's my story. Good job. Nice. You can read. I guess you learned that at Johns Hopkins, huh? Getting that master's degree?
Got you. I see.
You're not doing anything with LinkedIn.
So I just want to, okay, so now we have that. You went to university and basically dropped out, and you have this long story about, I had to have a job.
It's not really a long story. It's like one sentence long. Maybe that's long for you. I don't know. Maybe you're not a great reader, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you need to go for the PhD instead, but it's not that long.
Yeah,
it seemed like you read it pretty good.
Another 4 years.
Yeah, I'm just going through your website real quick because I want to have some background.
Cool. You can go through my Wikipedia as well. I have one of those, you know, if that makes you more impressed, you know. I looked for yours and I couldn't find one, so you know. But
who you are. I can see that you're very proud of Internet Cloud. We're going to clarify all of that.
Well, I'm not just proud of Internet Cloud. I mean, I have a big bank account too. I mean, what do you want to compare? I mean, you can do whatever you want.
We can compare bank accounts. You see, you haven't done your research clearly. You see, you're one of those goofballs that you think the internet is everything. I'll give you a quick example, real quick, of how I look at you.
Gotcha.
This is how I look at you.
Okay.
So I have a buddy of mine.
I don't think
Michael
he has
Bloomberg,
anywhere
right?
near the.
I have more YouTube.
I'm sure you do, man.
Right?
I just got off the phone with my friend Soros, and he told me all about you. So don't worry, I know what's up here. Okay.
Hold on one second. So I have more YouTube subscribers than Michael Bloomberg, right? But Michael Bloomberg is way more important than me in real life. And in real life, it turns out that that's the real measure.
Yeah, but Michael Bloomberg's not begging for my clout on his failed YouTube channel. So I think that's the difference between you and Bloomberg there. But
hold on one second, my dear.
Also, Michael Bloomberg also has a Wikipedia article. So technically, I've got more in common with him than you do. So, but you know.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry at all, dude. Why do you think I'm angry? Do you think if you just keep saying you're angry, you think you can empath that into my brain?
About people like you, it's the dishonesty that gets
me. I'm so dishonest. That's why my whole life story is on my website, my dude.
Hold on one second.
Tell me how dishonest I am. I got all the seconds in the world, my dude.
You take all the time to go through my clips. Before you played my clip on your channel, I'd never heard of you.
Bruv, I still haven't heard of you. I still have no idea who the fuck you are. The only reason I played anything of your channel is because a woman messaged me, I had a conversation with her, and then I watched her.
All right, I'm gonna go make food in the game.
Go for it. If I have a chance to respond, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely you will. Absolutely. It's just that you just lied and you claimed that someone's using you for clout when last I checked, you made a live stream and you brought my clip on there. And then you did a second live stream and you watched my clip at length. So you brought me into the situation. I didn't bring you into the situation, so don't lie about that. Now the floor is yours to respond directly to you claiming I'm using you for clout when you brought me onto your stream twice via video and at length the second time. Feel free to respond to that.
Gotcha. So I still don't know who you are. By the time this conversation is over, I'm not going to know who you are because you are nobody. The only reason why your clip was on my stream is because a lovely young lady came and talked to me about some racial related issues. And then somebody pointed out that she was also on your show. So I watched that show for her appearance on there. I don't know who you are. I know who she is. I watched a couple segments from that. And that's the extent to how I'm familiar with your content.
Did you actually address the question? I see you're having trouble focusing.
So the thing that you said was,
a lot of Destiny's economic ideas probably would match with Freddy's because Destiny's kind of like a socialist economically, and he's center-left politically. But at least Destiny can explain why he wants those policies and why he believes in that. Freddy can't. Freddy will just jump around to 40 different topics and confuse everybody. And then think that when people are confused, that means he's too smart for them. But really, it's just too dumb. It's confusing. Facts.
Actually wrote them down because I know people like you have trouble focusing. So you said you brought my clip and then I watched the live stream at length and I didn't bring you into the situation. I responded to all three of those points directly by saying that the only clips that I watched had the lady on my stream that was on your show, and that's the only reason I watched those clips. Is there some part of that that you didn't understand?
So the point was this. I'll help you out. The point was this.
I don't need any help. I just need you to enunciate, like actually like verbalize your thoughts. Yeah, go for it.
You completed your response.
Okay.
The point was this, that you made an accusation that I was pursuing you for clout. When the opposite is true. You brought me onto your stream 2 times, and the second time you played my clip at length, which is to say, when you bring up me in conversation, then you've now engaged interaction. So you're being dishonest to suggest that for some reason I came out of nowhere to try to utilize you for clout, because truth be told, I clearly don't respect you, and there's no reason to respect you. We're going to go through all of the points as to why you deserve no respect. Okay?
Okay, so the first time I watched it was because my friend was on your stream. The second time was because you were making a response. Oh, excuse me, sir. Can I finish my response? The second time was because you were watching me, so I decided to watch and respond. And the third thing is that when you are so ass mad that after me responding to like 5 minutes of your content, you got to go live with a title like "Expose Destiny, the racist gamer and the lie of homophobia," it's pretty clear that you're clout sharking. But I enjoy it, so here we are.
I don't see
I see. So why would I be chasing clout? Tell me more about that one.
You're looking for those YouTube subs.
YouTube subs? How does that make me money?
How does it make you money? I don't know. Everybody, it's not usually about the money. Usually people want influence, and more subs is more viewers is more influence. There's a reason why you're probably not happy with the 10K viewers per video you get. That's my guess.
I see. So right now you're making a lot of assumptions, and they happen to all be wrong and have no foundation and evidence. You're guessing. It's a supposition. So we'll just skip that because it's irrelevant because it doesn't go anywhere.
Because it's true and everybody can see it, but that's fine. We can skip that.
Marie said, "What a scrub! Dude didn't even go to Creighton." Artist said, "Roast this. Peace to the Saints."
Yeah.
Solon said, "Peace to the Saints. The big homie's gonna give him the business. Hope people will learn from this. Now he has to give the clown the sledgehammer." Carry on. Yeah.
And another thing I noticed about your personal life, and I think it's important to know who the speaker is. And I'm sharing this with you right now so that you can correct it if it's incorrect, because of course you know yourself.
People listening to this Saint and Sinner guy thinks that he's like being clever or roasting him or burning him. He's not. He's not saying anything. He sounds like a little bitch.
So in your personal life, my understanding is that you got married. And
we're on the
second.
We're finally on the second row of
cards. You had a child
Holy
with
crap.
the first woman you got divorced from, and then you got with another woman. Like, would you break that all down for us real quick?
No, I don't really think I need to break down my personal life. I don't know how it's relevant to this conversation. I'm good on that.
I'll tell you why it is relevant.
Okay, tell me. Go ahead.
Because when you're talking about,
she said there's a cooking pot at the end of the
you should have merit and you should have traits that are admirable.
All the paths
That's
have
number
palm
one. Especially when you're getting into politics, you're getting on the side of lobbying. Yes, for sure. It's important to know who you are. And that's why every time someone steps out front, they're stepping under a microscope.
He's been
now, in your case, you're an individual who's divorced. You're an individual who has a child that's being raised essentially not by you. And you're now in an open, what you call a marriage, but it's certainly not a marriage. That's an abuse of the term. And this is why we should give out civil unions to more people, especially those who have alternative practices. But you are in a situation where you've had a series of very unfortunate relationships.
I don't see a cooking pot
and
anywhere.
This is important to know about you.
So if I am a leader, I will showcase the traits that I think are admirable. I think I've accomplished quite a bit in my life, given the background that I come from. I do not need to throw up every part of my personal life for random clout sharks like you on a show. If you want to know more about my personal life, you're welcome to visit my YouTube channel, my Wikipedia, or you can come to my stream and ask questions in my chat like every other subscriber does. And in terms of a series of unfortunate relationships, I'm pretty happy with how my life has turned out. I'm pretty happy where I'm at right now, and I'm pretty happy with my current relationships right now. So, but also, again, to be clear, I don't feel the need to allow a stranger like you to go through my life with a fine-tooth comb. That's really f***ing weird.
Well, there's no need to curse. I don't know if you're getting angry about this, but your child, for example, would be in a better situation if they're being raised by their two biological parents. All the data indicates such, and these are the things that we're pointing out. It's indication of mistakes in your life. It's not that people don't make mistakes. It's just that if you're going to step out and be hypercritical of other people, then you probably want to kind of be a little bit more together. And
do you think that you have to have a perfect life to be critical of other people?
I did not say that. I actually just said the opposite. I said that people make mistakes, but I said you should be a little more together if you were paying attention.
Okay, so I'm just curious. Are you ever going to answer a question I ask, or is it always the games with you?
What is your question?
So my question was, do you have to be a perfect person to be critical of other people?
I just stated, and I'll repeat it, and then I'll re-answer it
Put
again.
your hands
so
down,
I'll answer it
dude.
3 times total.
Your hands okay.
You said, do you have to be a
Oh, uh-oh. Did his connection just die? Oh, fuck. This is gonna be like an Alex Stein tier conversation with this dude. I was hoping he would at least be able to do like a back and forth, but it's just like he's like a younger version of Jesse Lee Peterson, except he probably doesn't have like a stroke or two in his medical history to justify how absolutely blind that he is. Or incapable of engaging.
He's no.
Oh, how
no
disappointed.
Jesse.
But I guess there's a reason why, right? There's like a prerequisite like threshold for IQ that you can have in order to even be engaged in these communities, right? Like typically at like 105, most of them are going to bleed out by the time they're 22. Like there's no way that you stay in like a mind rock community this long. Although this guy's story is exceptional because if you watch the past videos, at one point in his life he was like a pretty smart dude. That's like the thing that blows my mind the most, that when you watch where he comes from, because I was expecting to dig into this.
Then he got educated and he got dumber.
But he's not. He's actually like pretty smart. Like I watched him talk to other people where he seems smart. He was in business, he seems smart. I don't know if it's like a grift that he does on on his show just to like earn money from like random suckers on YouTube or what, but
where is the dang cooking pot? She said there was a cooking pot at the end of this thing. I don't see it. Oh, it's right here. Is that it?
I hope that at least his audience can recognize it. Like, if somebody wants to have a talk with me, you can go on my YouTube channel. Like, I'll engage back and forth with anybody, and it's not going to be like a, 15-minute conversation on like, well, didn't you go to school and drop out? Well, didn't you get divorced? Blah blah blah. Like, oh shit. Oh hey, you're back. What's up, brother? How you doing?
we certainly are not brothers, but. Please forgive me, my internet went out. You had asked me a question before we went
Yeah, I was just curious. Do you think you need to be perfect to criticize other people?
How do I?
Well, firstly, I don't think criticizing other people.
How do I light the fire?
I think you're probably more rightly thinking individuals. In the case of your racism, you were criticizing a people, and we'll get to that later. But to be critical of individuals, I think that's really useless. But to be critical of people's ideas and their life ways, I think it's certainly appropriate that you be someone who is an example. And this is why we don't like to see hypocrisy in religious leaders, because we expect them at some level to walk a straight path. So the answer is that you are not ever going to be perfect, but you should be a better example. And in your case, having an ex-wife, being a divorcee, having a child that you're not raising in your home with that biological mother, and being in an open relationship, I think it's an abomination, not to mention your sexual practices.
Okay, so can you give me an example of one piece of advice I've given that you think is inappropriate for me to speak on? Just one piece of thing, something where I've said it and you're like,
I appreciate your question.
I just don't like his
real quick, I'm going to read this one by
personality
and
other things he said.
And other included, feel free to send in any questions, because I do want them to be able to ask us questions and engage.
Well, they can always super chat it to me. They don't have to ship you money, but I'm glad that you're really excited to get
started. Breezy, he writes, I got way more views than Destiny, and I can tell you don't need to be a stand-up guy to get viewers, clearly. But play to the popular narrative or make content that confirms people's biases. Oh, indeed. And the funny thing about you is like you're irrelevant in the real world, and for some reason being a video game player and having internet clout makes you think that you're cool. And the even more curious thing about you that I really find entertaining and quite petty is that
you're not going to answer my question. He's actually not going to answer my question. He just skipped it completely.
You looking at me and seeing that you're inferior, you go to the one thing that you think you have.
I'll ask it again, I guess.
I think he was Googling directed by DeBreezy when that super chat was read. So on that one account, DeBreezy has 2.45 million subscribers, and he has other YouTube accounts as well.
Right. I did want to play.
Just so you know, I'm going to ask you the same question again.
Never heard
when you're done. I'm not going to engage with anything until you actually answer my question.
Well, we're here interviewing you. At the beginning, you said, what would you like to do? And I said, we're going to start with an interview with you.
Okay, wait, so let me understand. I'll just ask that. So am I not allowed to ask any question or respond? Just tell me and I can leave now.
You're already being dishonest because you already asked me a question and I answered it 3 times.
Okay, so then can I ask, so then when you're making assertions about my character, can I ask you a question?
Relax one second.
Well, no, I'm not going to be your dog, my dude.
You're having trouble on the hot seat right now. You're trying your best to change the narrative, and you're also lying.
Well, I hope that your fans can see that you are unwilling or unable to engage with a single question that I ask. And I guess the strategy is just the false bravado of an insecure little man that just screams at an opponent and tries to character assassinate until they, I guess, get them to leave the interview.
One thing about you that was a lie. We're talking.
Do you think that character assassination is only a lie? Is that the truth? Do you think that's true right there?
Why does the truth bother you?
I never said the truth bothered me.
You really are bothered.
I never said the truth bothered me at all.
Well, then why are you so amped up? If someone was asking me, Marquette,
My only
Confirm your
question to you
education. I
was:
was
is there a
confirming
is there a
education.
is there a
Confirm your
singular
romantic
piece of
situation.
advice that I've given that my life experience precludes me from speaking on? I just want to know. I'm just curious.
Why are you so bothered for people to know what you're about?
How can you say that I'm bothered for people to know about when you're reading this information off of my website that I chose to put on there? You say your world is kind of falling apart? If you want to know anything about me, it's on my Wikipedia, it's on my website, and it's on my YouTube videos, my dude. The only reason you know anything about me is because I've chosen to put it out there. So I'll repeat again for the 6th time. I don't know how many times you got to do it for the Johns Hopkins kid, but why is it? What is a piece of advice that I've given that you think I can't give because of my life experience? Can you tell me this?
Okay, here I got an answer.
Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you. It only took 6 times. Okay, go for it.
Here we go. You said, what's a piece of advice that you shouldn't be giving, right? Based on your experience. And experience is like kind of like what you do, right? So here's one.
Stamina.
I want to make sure.
Oh, you're just gonna play a YouTube clip. Damn, you really can't engage at all.
No,
Holy
it's
shit.
for you. It's of you. So it's of you. So just check this out.
How disappointing. Yeah.
And this one points out a couple interesting things. I just like to use primary sources here.
His values, consistency of values, has outright been caught out as a hypocrite by himself. He just did it on his own, all because of NFTs. Now, this was what every one of them.
Wait, so this is some advice you're about to give right here. So
5 days
advice.
Every single person on the internet. Every single person on the internet, okay, that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. That's it. That's all it is. Every one of them. Basically, I consider that all of them crypto is too, man. There's people who never stop tweeting about crypto. I know, I wish there was like a big macro. There needs to be a macro accounting of human behavior because we all grow up making fun of certain people. And we all grow up and we do that behavior.
Okay, so now let me finish this point off. So number one, you were just on camera stating that people should not get NFTs because it's a big scam. So Destiny just said NFTs are a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. We're trying to find a bigger sucker. It's a scam. NFTs are a scam. So that's what he said. Now look at the same guy, Destiny. Here we go. Let's hear what he says now when he can make a buck off of it.
Right? When I grew up, people made fun of motherfuckers that sold Avon, Mary Kay, Amway, but like, bro, onto his audience, because why not? I think that the idea behind this is you can basically buy and sell, or you can buy and sell like Twitch clips, and then you get an NFT that you can autograph by the streamer who the clip is of. Oh my god.
Yeah, and then this guy scammed all his people out of money by revenue. By pulling short pulling
10% of the revenue goes to the streamer.
NFT.
They buy their NFT.
Legendary Twitch clips out there. Okay? Legendary Twitch clips out there.
And he just self-proclaimed that he has legendary Twitch clips. So now let me summarize my answer to your question.
Go for
Your question was, based on your experience, what should you not be able to give advice about? Based on your experience, we just observed you state out of your mouth that NFTs are a scam. Then we looked at a separate video clip where you realized that you could make money off of NFTs. So what did you do? You started scamming. And who'd you start scamming? Your own fan base. So clip 1, you're saying NFTs are a scam. Clip 2, you're selling NFTs. Based on your experience, being a person who says don't do it, but then you do it because you can make money, you're someone who has no integrity. Hence, you should not be a leader and not be giving advice because you're clearly a money-hungry scammer. Is that an answer to your question?
No, it really doesn't have anything to do with my life experience. But so let's talk about NFTs. Well, it doesn't. You said you were gonna use my life experience. Excuse me, I believe I'm allowed to answer. You said you were gonna use my life experience to invalidate advice that I was giving. That's not a life experience thing, but that's fine. Let's tangle with this. Let's deal with this. So let me ask you a question. Do you know what an NFT is? No. Hold on. You just went on a whole spiel. You're not gonna engage. He's actually not gonna critically engage at all. He's just gonna play. He's just gonna play a chimped clip, and then he's going to say that's yeah. So in order to have a conversation with you, I need to make sure that you're intellectually equipped for it. So the first question is, I need to know. Do you know what an NFT is? Do you know what an NFT is?
you peddling NFTs.
Non-fungible
Okay, so
tokens.
what's the difference
I'm not
between
peddling.
What's the difference between you encouraging your fans to send you money through the purchase of NFTs versus just how everybody else goes about NFTs? You're doing the ethical NFT.
If you want to sell an NFT to somebody and you advertise it as such, this is an NFT. If you want, in my case, it was a clippable f***ing stream moment with some varying levels of rarity, then you have the right to do that. Go for it. But if you're trying to sell somebody an NFT, say like, bro, buy this NFT in like 2 months, you're gonna get rich. Okay, I'm selling this now for 10K. You can
So it's just it's just the lack of prosperity gospel attached to it.
You understand this is, so I'll go back to the Beanie Baby example. Do you think there's a difference between selling somebody a Beanie Baby saying, hey, here you go, have fun with it, collect it, whatever, versus selling somebody a Beanie Baby saying, hey, keep this, in like 5 years it'll be worth 3x its value?
Princess Diana Beanie Baby, dude, it's gonna blow up. In fact, I think it did, but like,
I'm gonna ask you the same question when you finish rambling. So go ahead.
I just think it's interesting. I don't know, man.
I'm gonna repeat the same question, so think about it. I know you're rambling right now to think, so go for it.
When you said before that it was a big scam and that you were just looking for suckers to buy NFTs, like, you think that now you're justified in doing that because you're not telling them that they can make money off of it?
First of all, I'm not directly selling them the NFTs. Secondly, I'm not flipping it onto them.
Third party that you're sponsored by?
It's not like I hold the NFTs and I'm trying to unload it onto a bigger sucker. I'm pretty sure the first party origination is the eternal site. The problem is, I don't even think you know what NFTs are. So I'm going to ask you the question again. What is the difference between an NFT and a Beanie Baby? Or do you think there's a difference between selling somebody a Beanie Baby and saying, hey, here you go, collect it, maybe sell in the future, versus selling somebody a Beanie Baby saying, hey, in like 5 years, this will be 3x its value? Do you think there's a difference between that?
Well, I think one is when you tell someone that there's an ability for them to invest in something and then they do or do not make money on it, that could be a bad thing.
True, I agree, 1,000,000%. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of people that sell NFTs do exactly that. They say, bro, buy this shit, it's going to be worth.
Okay, but so do you find the sale of NFTs at all ethical?
Yeah, sure. An NFT is a thing. You can buy and sell it. Well, why do you think buying or selling an NFT? Wait, hold on. I need to hear you. I need to hear you explain this to me. Why do you think buying or selling an NFT is unethical?
Why do I think buying or selling an NFT is unethical?
Yeah.
Because it's not a real thing. It's like a scam product that.
How is it not a real thing? Can you expand on that? What do you mean it's not a real thing? You know that a CS:GO skin is not a real thing. What do you mean by that?
Right, a CS:GO thing, I think you agree is like a gamble loot box, though, that you disagree with and you wouldn't take on sponsorship for, right?
Do you think there's a difference between CS:GO? Do you think there's a difference between CS:GO skin gambling versus like a CS:GO skin?
I mean, it's the result of the other. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
no, well, hold on. I just also, by the way, for reference for my chat, I told you guys if anybody tried to bring this up, then nobody even knows the fucking NFT is. This is why this is not the slam dunk that people think it is. Fuck all of you, okay? All of you dipshits on my fucking Reddit, okay? I know you're watching, and you're always like, Destiny, people are gonna bring up the NFT thing in the future, and it's gonna be the easiest dunk of the world. No, it's not, you morons. Nobody knows what the fucking NFT is. You really think somebody's gonna be able to dunk on me on some shit where they don't even know what the fuck it is? Like, that is like the easiest landmine, like pitfalls in the entire world. You're gonna try to argue with me about a technology you don't even know what it is? Are you serious? You're gonna try to quote mine me and you don't have any understanding of any of the topics? It's like, that's like the easiest debate shit in the world. Like, holy.
Let me answer that.
Making food, it's boring.
Okay, let me hear it.
First off, you clearly have no sense of my background. I could tell when you started mentioning bank account, number one.
Yep.
Then number two, what's my background?
He's not answering. Did you hear an answer to that? Did anybody say anything?
No, don't talk. I'm talking right now. You asked me a question.
Okay, you do the ramble thing before you get to the answer. Okay, go for it.
Now, I also hosted a conference. During my conferences, I teach people about entrepreneurship.
Ooh, big mistake, but okay. Yeah. How to grow 100,000 sub YouTube channels?
Hold on one second.
Yeah. Or how to start failed startups like Pledge. How did that go?
Yeah. Keep interrupting. He's mad.
I'm not mad
at all.
You
asked me a question, but you interrupt me. You're so angry. Calm down.
It's all right, man. I'm sorry.
Calm down. Just let me answer the question. You gotta get angry.
Yeah, it takes
you see people
10
like
minutes
you,
to
you
answer.
try to cut me off so the truth doesn't get out. You just asked me, do I know about NFTs? Now close your lips so I can answer your question. Because you feel stupid right now because you didn't realize you're talking to a technologist.
Okay, then let's see if you can answer the question. I'm excited. Go ahead.
Be silent so I can answer your question.
Okay.
And when it's your turn to talk, I will be silent out of respect.
Go for it.
Now, you clearly had no background. I'm helping you out with an answer. You asked, do I know what NFTs are?
I love when he
do I
starts
know what
playing
NFTs are. Oh, is he playing music right now?
I'm just waiting for you. I was waiting for you to answer. You're gonna say the answer?
Triggered. He's truly triggered.
Okay, no, that's cool. I'll chill. I'll chill away. Go ahead.
Who you are? He can't even have a proper conversation. He's basically like storming off. This is what happens on Maury when they say, you're not the father, and the chick just storm off. Wow. Wow, he's mad angry. He asked me a question I didn't want to hear the answer.
He's playing
Are you gonna tell me what an NFT is?
nice classical
This guy's
music.
angry.
He's like,
Now
he's
listen,
angry.
Go ahead.
I had a conference here,
Oh, he's
and
not.
during the conference, we showed people exactly how to create NFTs from scratch.
That's so funny.
So I had my buddy. You don't have to be disrespectful just because you're angry about the fact that you were busted in a lie. Would you mind stop playing music?
Were you gonna tell me what an NFT is?
Would you stop playing music and just listen
A
to the answer?
non-fungible
'Cause right now
token.
you're angry, and now you're trying
It's
to
just like a
distract.
collector's
This is very
card. It's
petty.
like one of these,
Oh,
but on
he's
the
mad.
computer.
He's mad. Does any of his followers want to get on and tell me how this is the rational great debater?
Do you have somebody
That's
Googling the answer?
great
Is that what you're
debater.
waiting for? So this is
the
okay.
great
So
debater.
for the
He
people that
starts
don't
playing
know,
music
right now what's
mad.
happening is a
This is
stall
the great
tactic.
debater.
He probably
This is the
has
guy
a
that was
friend
supposed
who's
to
trying to
beat me.
Google
He
what
starts
is an
playing
NFT
music to
so that he
distract.
can give
This
some
is
kind of answer that
insane.
sounds somewhat correct. But he
This
doesn't
is
know. He has no
insane.
idea what an NFT
You're
is.
pathetic. This is what you are. You're pathetic. Long story short, I hosted a conference. I showed people how to create NFTs from
This should
scratch
make a
from the
fruitcake.
command line, little buddy.
From the
And then
command
we-
line? Please, can you tell me how? I want to know how to create an NFT from the
And not
command
only do
line.
we
Which
show
command
people how to
line?
create NFTs from scratch. We also explain the business model behind NFTs, and then we also explain the scams going on with NFTs, which are what is perpetrated by you, the kind of people who say don't do it and then turn around and start selling them. You're the Kim Kardashian of that situation. You don't have the foggiest idea of what an NFT is or the underlying technology, yet you try to make a buck off of your following. And you are pathetic.
How do I make the fruit
That was a
cake?
whole bunch of words. Okay, I'm curious. Does your audience realize that you don't know what an NFT is?
Do you realize that you literally said NFTs are a scam and then turned around and started selling NFTs? Can you explain how that makes sense?
I can't talk to you unless I know that you know what you're talking about. I don't know if you know what an NFT is.
Please stop it. You sound foolish. I'm
the one that sounds foolish?
You're talking to a technologist saying that I don't know what
I'm
NFT
talking
is.
to a scammer that pretends that he's an entrepreneur educator when the only money that you've made in your life is scamming other people that want to be startup business people.
Why we
Okay?
saw a clip of you saying NFTs are a scam, and then we saw a clip of you selling NFTs.
So I'm just letting you know, this conversation right now, it's not moving forward until either one, you hang up, or two, you tell me what an NFT is. I want you to tell me what an NFT is. I want you to tell me what an NFT is.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Wow.
I'm waiting for you, Chief.
Wow. Let's play back that clip of him saying NFTs are a scam, and then he starts selling NFTs.
Oh yeah.
Let's play it back.
We're just gonna play clips of me all night. This is like a greatest hits of the Destiny stream shit. Okay.
I can play that. I can play Moonlight Sonata Destiny.
NFTs about
That ain't a flex.
Every single person on the internet. Every single person on the internet, okay?
Echo.
Pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker.
Every single person on the
every
internet
one of them.
pushing NFTs is trying to find a bigger sucker. Every single person. Then let's see who's pushing NFTs with a big smile on their face too, talking about that they can make money. Pay attention.
Basically buy and sell. You buy and sell like Twitch clips, and you get an NFT that you can get autographed by the streamer who the clip is of. Oh my god. Did you know that? And 10% of the revenue goes to the streamer. Okay. Now.
Oh, he's selling NFTs. Now let's go to the racism clip real quick. Let's go to.
Wait
the
a second.
racism
You're
clip.
really not gonna tell me what?
Check this one.
You're not gonna
This is
tell
what
me. You're not gonna tell me what an
Let's go to the
NFT
racism
is.
clip. This is the most important.
You're gonna go through all of that. You're gonna tell me you're making NFTs on the command line. You're not gonna answer a single question. You're really not.
All right, here's the racism clip right here.
Unbelievable.
Now, I want you guys to understand this, and it's funny when you see a racist.
Wait, did he mute me?
Liberals pretend as though
Oh
they're
shit!
not.
I think he muted me. Okay, I'm gonna mute him until he unmutes me. When he unmutes me, he can like wave his hands or whatever, I guess. Because I'm not gonna play his shit for free on my stream, right? I charge people a lot of money to be on my stream if they want to, if they want free advertising. Just leave. His goal isn't to have a convo. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. Well, I didn't know it was gonna be this bad, but holy shit. Go back to the car chase.
What do I got that I can cook?
Well, they already got the dude.
In bulk. Let's just make roasted apples.
It's always this bad with losers like this. Not all of them. Like even most of like the red pill people aren't this bad. To be fair, Destiny admitted it was that he made. Well, no. Well, in order to have the conversation with a guy, like he has to know what an NFT is. If he doesn't even know what an NFT is, there's no way that. Like I can't even begin to have the conversation, and I don't think he knows. I don't think he's an idea. This dude's master's degree is in teaching, by the way, not education. When he says he's a master's, it means he was a classroom assistant for a year. He wasn't writing a thesis or anything of that manner. Oh shit.
Things you should observe here. Number one.
Oh wait, does he sound muted?
I said a number of things that he didn't respond to at all. Number one.
Test.
I said a number of things that he didn't respond. Okay. I said he's playing video games and.
Don't disrespect him. He's a technologist. He's meaning he still can't answer a question. Yeah, he's never going to. Why does merely possessing the faculty for conscience give moral worth? Why not wait until the actualization of those faculties? What, like for people like this?
Attack power. I want defense.
Get a whiteboard so you can hold up meme signs. The shadow is spamming. What is an NFT? I want to know what an NFT. I want to know. Can you guys ask him? I want to know. What is an NFT?
He might not know how to live his life in terms of morals, but he knows how to get to the bag. Shout out to him.
Who is this degenerate loser?
So first off, let's see. The first thing he says is, "Who's this degenerate?"
Are you on
he
his
uses
stream?
the term
Well, he's got me like in a StreamYard, but he has me muted, so we're just. What would your defense have been to the argument that he was making? I never said that there's no use case for NFTs. When I was saying that all NFTs are a scam, the conversation we were talking about were people that were buying and selling NFTs to get rich, especially in the context of Andy Milonakis and all of the people that are like making these NFTs, trying to trade them on Twitter and shit. There are like, because the thing is, if you've listened to my stream, me and Dan have talked about legitimate uses for
Trump's
NFTs.
NFT
They do exist.
great.
They're out there. But like people,
they were like they were like $100 each, and they sold out in like an hour. And the next day they were $1,000. So.
People like Clipchimp like one thing. Like I've never in my life told somebody you're gonna get rich buying and selling NFTs, which was my original criticism of it. But it's extra annoying when there are people like this that want to like go hard on the NFT thing, and they don't even know what an NFT is.
I think I'm good on food now. Let's get out of here. Let's go do this temple.
Years, you would be the actual definition of degenerate. So that's just a bit of ironic comedy from this guy. But let's get back to what else he says, because he was clearly very angry. It was an emotional outburst because he's name calling. I actually gave him a compliment. I said, hey, you're a real good hustler. You know how to earn money on the backs of other people. That's a compliment. Then he got angry, called me a degenerate, and even called me a loser. And then he goes straight into
me a loser.
I think this. I feel like I usually don't like to hit people here too, but I think the guy's probably poor as well. The only people that I've ever seen that like do this shit, like an entrepreneur, teacher, blah 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 blah, are usually people that are trying to make a quick buck scamming people, and it's not usually people that are pretty wealthy. But that's just my guess. I could be wrong, but start spamming, typing his YouTube chat too, just so his own audience knows you are still there. Oh. Well, I don't spam audiences because that would be unethical.
He let me know. One guy.
In your own words, can you explain what an NFT is? I never cared to learn. It's kind of complicated, but I think essentially what an NFT is.
It's a non-fungible token. It's a playing card on the
data that you see on your screen is ultimately reducible to zeros and ones, or there's some sort of way that you can take all of the data and compress it using an algorithm to like move digits and pixels in different areas, and it's called a hash, essentially. That's like the quick and dirty version of it.
That's
and
a
an
super
NFT
technical way
is essentially like a demarcation, I think,
said.
on some kind of blockchain. I think it was usually on what was the one? Ethereum, I think, is where a lot of NFTs were. So an NFT is like a part of a blockchain where there is a hash there, and the owner of that hash is a person that is like has to be like a unique thing because everybody in that blockchain agrees essentially on what it is. That's essentially what an NFT is. It's basically like a digital unique item, and the uniqueness is verified by whatever blockchain it's based off of. It doesn't have to be Ethereum. I think you can have NFTs from other blockchains, but they're generally from Ethereum.
That was a really complicated way to say what I said.
But this guy has no idea. As soon as this guy said you can build an NFT from the command line, I don't think this guy has any idea what. I don't think he knows what. Oh shit! Wait, am I muted? Hello?
Is homophobia a real thing?
Oh, I don't know. Are you scared of me? It seems like you are because you keep muting me.
Is homophobia a real thing?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Let's help you out real quick.
Yeah, help me, please.
So
my technologist friend.
Yeah, right. So words have ideology, right? And this is clearly one such word, homophobia. Let's begin with the term homophobia.
Wait, what the heck?
Phobia, the suffix phobia, is a type of anxiety or disorder, usually defined as a persistent fear of an object or situation. Do you think that most people are scared or in fear of homosexuals? Do you believe that?
Okay. When we talk about fear of homosexuals, can I ask you like a quick thing about that for the fear of homosexuals?
So you're answering a question with a question.
Well, yeah, but it's related to it. But it's related to that. Let me answer. I'm just curious. Can you tell me what an NFT is? Like, can you explain it, please?
This is very good. This is very good. I like this.
I just need to hear you. I just need to hear it.
I want everyone to observe that.
They're observing right now. You're a technologist. Tell me, please.
He's trying his best.
He put me in the back. He put me backstage again.
If this was a conversation about,
he doesn't want to. He doesn't know what an NFT is.
What's going on here? You know, well, I'm talking to technologist, entrepreneur, a star, the saint and the sinner, Johns Hopkins graduation, master student. Okay, talking to me, the lowly college dropout loser. What is he talking about when he references the command line? I don't know. PowerShell? It's just a spooky tech word that he thinks he can use to scare me off because he thinks that I know as little about technology as he does. I have no idea. This is a guy that, unironically, if you were to stick him in a Vim terminal, he'd never find his way out. He actually cannot close Vim. He couldn't do it. He'd be lost in there forever, guys.
Why are you trying to distract? You asked me at the beginning, what's it about? I said, we're going to go through your background, then we're going to go through your racism, and then we're going to go through the lie of homophobia. Why can't you talk about that? Why are you trying to distract?
I wanted to talk about the NFT thing.
You're scared. You're scared?
I'm not scared. That's why I'm ready to go head on with any of these.
And I just want to say the funny thing about a guy like you is that they all were saying that you were going to be great at debating. They said that you're going to be great at debating, but really all you do is red herrings. You know what that is, right?
Red herring? I don't know what that means. Is that like a Native American insult or what?
When you run away from the actual topic at hand.
That is not what a red herring is.
And now you're running away to the next. You want to talk about dicks and shit again.
It's very sad.
That's not what a red herring is. A red herring is like a distraction. It's an argument that is meant to distract you from the main argument. I guess but the NFT thing is not a red herring because that's the main thing that they started talking about, and he won't answer the question.
Than I am. Oh shit! He fucking muted me.
Oh, poor thing. Poor fella. Let's go back to him. Here we go.
He's playing more of my clips.
So this is what the guy.
I'm getting free advertising on this dude's stream. All right, we'll go ahead and just we'll chill. We need a key. I always play like, I feel like I'm always in like E flat, A flat. We can do E minor. You think he's pretending to his audience you're leaving on your own each time? Well, no, I think they can see when he puts me in the back room. I understand like the, oh shit.
Ready to actually discuss like the topic at hand, or are you like still trying to go back so that you could try to like win like a small battle that's irrelevant?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm here to engage.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Okay, go ahead.
Like one time you're playing the piano and it's like sad, all the tactics are quite childish. Can you tell us why there's a disproportionate amount of pedophilia is homosexual in nature?
I think that the issue is that the reason why a lot of homosexual people tend towards these behaviors has a lot to do with NFTs, and I have to know if you can describe an NFT to me in order for us to advance. Because if you don't know how to describe an NFT, you're a technologist, right? So you should be.
So sad.
You put me in the back room.
This is so sad.
Oh yeah. Oh, wow, that's right. Holy lady boner, Batman. It's the boy Wonder getting ready. I think Jim missed.
His people come on though. Drop the link in if one of his people want to come on.
With camera on.
Yeah, with camera on. Absolutely. Absolutely.
We'll get to the super chats.
Yeah.
He can't possibly think this makes him look good, right? Well, so his interview strategy is like, basically the question is like, you railroad a certain number of questions, and then that always leads to like your answer. But that's all. It's just a giant railroad. He's unironically, he's Jesse Lee Peterson. That's what he's doing. It's the same thing. But like, we're trying to figure out like what's the most fun way they're gonna like play back, since obviously we're not here to have any real conversation, which is unfortunate because there is an interesting conversation that could be had here. But
his whole thing is, you know what? I know what it's like to be a black man, because you know, after I finish having sex with a man, like, and I pull my penis out, it's brown just like yours. You know, I know what it's like to be a person of color. So, you know, Mr. Stinky Cock is over here acting like he is not a racist, when in actual fact he hates African American culture. And what's more, the left is so dishonest.
In what way is this guy like Jesse?
To confuse you and I. And they do many more things. Like, for example, they're overly represented. They're only about 3% of the human population that self-identify around the world as homosexual
like an
or LGBTQ.
A wannabe
Yet,
intellectual
we have the gay
guy.
mafia pushing their agenda to everyone. And what he was failing to address, he tries to get comical when you ask him a real question. I said, well, why is it that mostly when child molestation occurs, it's a gay guy doing it? And most of the heroes in the LGBTQ movement, for example, Harvey Milk, who's like the Martin Luther King of the LGBTQ, he's on record having had a pederasty relationship with a 16-year-old boy. So we see that these types are very much so always into this situation. And you can see government studies where it states that 73% of adult male homosexuals say that they've had intercourse with a minor as an adult, which is to say a boy. And so when you ask someone, I saw someone in the chat, they said, well, what's the danger of homosexuality? Well, the danger is that many of them are pedophiles, especially on the male side. And secondly, it's not even healthy. For example, studies also point out that males have incontinence in older age, which is to say they're crapping themselves because it's not healthy. I shouldn't be going in. I'm sorry.
This is so funny.
So we have Damo said, wow, shout out to the Saint, we going in. Joe sent a few super chats. It says classic gun. Idris said the Saint is the real deal. Charlie said, okay, we're gonna read this. You're sounding really insecure of winning this debate. You're making us on the right look really bad.
Is he telling me or him?
Oh no, the psyops.
Yeah, I'm not on the right.
Pete Crawley said, peace to the Saints. Destiny will realize what real clout is at the end of this, hopefully.
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, he wants to distract, and I won't let him distract. Like, he asks, like, silly questions. Like, what's an NFT? Like, that's
just
silly.
answer the
Like,
question. It's a
completely
simple question.
irrelevant to the conversation. And this is a debate tactic, right? Like, if you put someone's feet to the fire, they're going to try to go away from that and go to something irrelevant. And I'm not going to let it happen. Absolutely not.
Okay, on Cashapp, we have Adam said peace to the Saints. Gage said peace to the Saints tuition.
Peace to the Saints.
Jamal said for doing the Lord's work.
In a real
Justin
way.
said Warrior King activated. Peace to the Saints.
In a real
Millard
way.
said tuition. You're changing people's lives for the better.
True.
Jay Gustavo said unleash all heck.
Right, and the weird thing too is you have to ask yourself, what kind of guy who gets into a debate starts playing instruments while the debate is going just to distract and create chaos? It's a clear indication that they're trying to use strategies to gaslight or to inflame rather than engaging intellectually. When someone lacks the ability to engage intellectually, they have strategies. Like, this is not an NFT debate, so it's like, well, why keep asking? That's just silliness. It's theater. It's clear theater. It has nothing to do with the current topic.
Okay, we have Justin Time said
You're not gonna unmute me?
He said his name, he can't super chat, we'll look into that. Xavier said killing him, peace to the Saints. Colton said these racist Skittle guzzling nerds are getting out of hand.
Indeed.
Michael said, could I post some of your clips?
Yeah, absolutely.
And to the followers, please send some on Cash App and PayPal so I can actually see them. We have Anthony said, peace to the Saints. I recently bagged this white girl. I piped first night and again after that. She comes from a wealthy family. I built up some rapport. I'm not sure how to go about getting funds from her. Any tips?
Who freaking messages
Number
people
one,
and
you want
asks
to make
these
sure
sort of
that,
things?
you know, obviously there's a saintly thing.
These
you
are like
do, and there's the silly
$100
thing. You
super
ask me
chats. People
how to
asking
do the
questions
wrong
like
thing. I'm
this.
gonna
I
tell you the
just
right
got
way.
with a girl.
Do the wrong thing. So number
What do
one
I
is you want to build
do?
rapport, obviously. Once you know
step,
that she's
whole
into
step,
you,
half step, whole
then you
step.
set your standard and let her know nothing else will
Half
do.
step,
So the
whole
fact
step.
is, she's gonna give it to you if you demonstrate that there's need and you demonstrate that that's the standard expectation for her, and she has it to give. Good luck with that.
Okay, Jordan said, peace
Seems
to
weird,
the
my
Saints. Thank you for showing how to be a real leader.
Yeah, this guy's funny. I mean, just imagine like a grown man starts playing instruments while you're having a conversation.
This dude is so fucking triggered right now.
Being a leader, sir.
Absolutely.
Put him to rest.
Absolutely.
Joshua from the conference.
I'm gonna get a T-shirt that says, "What is an NFT?" As soon as I when the police pull me over, you've been speeding. What is an NFT?
That's what the whole chat says. Like, they think it's funny.
It is funny.
Joshua said $50.
I think it's funny that he can't answer.
Shout out, baller alert.
Jelani said, peace to the Saints tuition.
Oh yeah, and by the way, Josh was actually at the conference where we created NFTs.
Jordan said
they created NFTs at the conference. Oh, dude, somebody's got to link me a fucking video of this dude's conference, please.
Milken said, find it turbo weird him playing piano and not debating.
Yeah, I mean, he can't win. That's the problem, is that
you haven't
he's
answered
not
one
able
question.
To win, so he's talking about irrelevant things. Now, here's the thing. I clearly showed 2 videos where he's a fraud. He says, don't buy it. It's a fraud. Then he starts selling it. So he is a fraud. Then what does he do? He starts distracting rather than explaining. How do you flip-flop from saying this is bad and then trying to make money off of it? And then he just starts with the nonsense. James.
Okay, Jalen said, peace to the Saints. This is a headache.
Are you really going to engage in an international bad nonsense? James.
Hey,
are you one of Destiny's acolytes? Are you really going to engage in an international bad? Do you have can you pop in some headphones? I'll pop you back. I'll bring you back on when you get some.
Wait in here.
Okay, this guy's name is Destiny Fan 1, so that's good. So we know where he stands. Hey there, do you have something you'd like to bring up?
1 second, hold on. I need to connect my AirPods so we don't have the same issue.
Telling me to hold on, man.
Audio.
Hey there, you have something you want to bring up on Destiny's behalf since he's not able to represent himself?
Oh, yeah. Well, we were talking about like homophobia and things like that, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the language of homophobia. Yes, it's a misnomer.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's not.
Wait, I'm not recording. Okay, we got the triangle thing in order. And then you go to the middle of the triangle, and there's Zelda. I think we're about to go in the Wind Temple. We're recording. I need to turn my air conditioner on. It's hot. Then a mug in here. Hold on. Let's close this. Let's do this temple real quick, and then we'll go over and watch that debate on modern day. It's damn hot. Hotter than a mug in this room. What the? Close my window. Maybe it'll get cooler. All right. Wind temple time? Maybe by doing the mirrors, we've already done the puzzle. It may just be a boss fight. See that link? It's Zelda. She's gone. Riju. Cannot be a coincidence. I saw someone who looked like Zelda twice. Did you solve the mural's riddle and cause this to appear? I'm impressed. If I remember correctly, the mural said unite the pillars of light to reveal a lightning stone to open the way. Maybe a lightning strike is the key. Bop! We got arrows that shoot lightning now. Let's go. Oh crap. Is the temple gonna rise up or is it a boss fight? The temple. Time to start the lightning temple. And then we got all the sages, and then it's time to fight Ganondorf. But before we do that, we're gonna go explore some caves. Next stream, we might be fighting Ganondorf. But not today. Today, we got the lightning temple. Let's go. Ryu's power of lightning. When Ryu's aura is charged, you can call on her for a lightning attack. Now, do I have to waste an arrow? Or can I just, like... Let me test this out. Where you at, girl? God, there's so many... I got so many warriors now. Okay, so... It charges up. Is there a way? No, I have to shoot an arrow. Okay, we get it. Lightning temple. Lightning temple. The mural's myth risen from the sands. I gotta upload my fire temple video. Probably won't upload the Zonai temple or the Depths temple. Probably won't be uploading that because there's some mess in that. Come here. That's not gonna be enough distance, my girl. Let's get closer. Is there an entrance? Maybe we just shoot the middle one? Got it. Okay. It is just a boss fight. So the mirrors is the puzzle. So you got the 3 mirrors. At the one thing, you got the 4 fans. Then you got the 5 fire things. And you got the 6. So the 3 mirrors was the puzzle for this temple. And this temple is nothing but a boss fight. Kind of like the Depths temple.
Look, it's stirring up the sand trap. It must be responsible for all this. Come on, let's take it down together.
Dang, it's a big Mothman. It's the Mothman. Watch out. Wait, I don't want that. I want a key eyeball because I want to shoot him right in the face. Key eyeball, key eyeball. Here we go.
This has to be their leader.
Bop him in the head. That didn't do anything. Let's study his moves for a bit. Okay, he shoots the spitty stuff. Spitty stuff. Kind of like a Gleeok fight so far. I think it's like a Gleeok fight, but we have to electrocute this move like that. We hit him, he catches on fire, and he's down. No, he's not down, but his armor's off. Key eyeball. Oh, we got wind tunnels. I don't know if I...
Wherever we look. Where did it go?
He's right there. I don't know if I can... Okay, he does... Wow. Wow. This is one of the first times I died in a boss fight. Actually, a couple bosses I died once. We shouldn't die again. He one-shot kills me. That's always good. We're gonna eat a hearty... We're going to eat a hearty truffle meal to boost up our hearts a bit. Come here. Come here. I need you to get closer. So he does this, which is similar to a Gleeok. Clean Gipto. Get in the cage. Get in the circle. Get in the circle, my boy.
Maybe the strategy we used with the other Giptos will work here, too.
He's in the circle.
No effect at all. Are our attacks working?
Well, no, because you didn't do the freaking thing at the right place. Do it again. Wow. He one-shot kills me if he touches me. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Rid-a-tick. Rid-a-tick. Hold on. Something's wrong here. For some reason, I can't... Wow, that almost one-shot killed me. Problem is, I don't want to eat all my truffle foods and then die. Come on, get in the circle. You get in the circle, you're dead, my boy. All right.
Does that mean it's like...
So that hurts him. That hurts him now. Should I... Okay, we need a better weapon. This does 60. This does 49. It's a claymore. It's two-handed. I think we might need our shield. What's my best one-handed weapon? This.
The other gifters. That's our...
I'm kind of wishing I had a way to get airborne. Let me hit him with a bomb. I don't know. Electricity works on him pretty good. Ah, the freaking windstorms.
Nothing but sand wherever we look. Where did it go?
That hurts him. That does damage, but it's not killing him. Come here. Come here. Get back in the aura. Oh, he disappeared. Where the heck did he go? He's way over there. Why'd you run so far away, bro? Gotcha. Put him on fire. Doesn't really hurt him that much, though. That hurts him. So you get him down to a skeleton, and then you hit him again with the lightning. Still got half health, though, I think. Oh, second phase. Second phase. This thing is pissed. Wait, what? Is it flying away? Maybe there's some way up there inside the structure. Come on, let's go look for a way in. Wait, so we still have to do the temple? What the? Where are you, homegirl? Do we still have to do a temple? There's a fan that you can use to blow the sand away, but I think we could just use Tulin. Yep, Tulin works. Come here, Tulin. Where you at? Where's Tulin? I see you. Oh, there you are. Let's see if we can... No, I need Tulin, not you guys. Stop! It freaking keeps resetting Tulin because all my sages are in the same spot. Tulin, recharge your stupid crap. And blow your air right there. Alright, button revealed. We step on the button. Door opens. If this is like a temple and we have to do puzzles. Why am I doing this? Why don't I just get home, girl? Just get home, girl, and we light them all up. Get the bone. Get the bone. Alright. Into the depths of the temple. Oh, is this actually like a temple? There's some stuff down there. Yeah, I'm gonna go get it. Rusty broadsword? I don't need that. I'll take a key swing. Proceed. What do we got? We got some blocks that need to be moved. Dropped it on his head. Drop it on his head. Drop it on that boy's head. Treasure chest. Lots of treasures. Soldier spear. We don't need that. Topaz. A little bit of money. Arrow. More arrows. Okay, we got some rocks that could be used to build a structure. A Gerudo Claymore. I'll take that. We'll drop this rock hammer. And then what are we doing? We ascending? Yeah, it looks like we're ascending. Let's see. See what happens when we ascend through the roof. We should pop out right next to it. Okay. Yeah, this does look like a regular temple. Let's see what's down here. No more locked doors. Oh, man. We have to do puzzles and stuff? Or do we just get to fight this dude? Oh, yeah. This is a temple. The Room of Ascension. Link, I'm certain the mural we saw in town was trying to guide us here. And I believe we'll also find whoever the voice we've been hearing belongs to. You hearing voices? This is going to explain to me what I have to do to get through the temple. Dang, if this is like a real temple with a real puzzle in this temple, then this is definitely the hardest. No, it can't rise. Start to rise and slam back down. We got to get power to it. Yep, it's a real temple. This is a long one.
Daughter of the Garuda. This platform connects to the very top of this temple.
And that's where the moth thing is.
Use your power to charge the 4 batteries, and it will function once more.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's a temple, all right.
Heed my words.
Said I should use my power to charge the 4 batteries. The monster we fought earlier fled to the top of this temple, and the voice has been speaking. Said the platform should be able to take us all the way up. It's true, we could corner the monster at the top. We might also figure out who's talking to us and why. Let's get to the top. Start, we should do what the mysterious voice said and try to find the 4 battery devices. All right. Apparently there's one right there. Let's see. Well, there's one. First one was easy. Move some rocks out of the way, and it's right there. So then we get homegirl. Where's she at? Come on, follow me. Come on, let's go. And zap it. All right, first one's easy. Power.
So this is one of the batteries. All right.
That was easy enough. Now we might be able to just ascend up through here. Let's just do what they want us to do. There's a wind tunnel there. That would take us up. Or we could walk around this way. One back, one to the left, one to the right. We're on the 2nd floor now. Mirror shield. Okay, we might need this mirror shield. Oh, that thing's powerful. Yeah, these construct 4 horns are good. Okay, we got another one right here. Looks like we need to come down through the roof to it. What if we just ascend? We can't ascend. We have a mirror thing here. I don't know if that is going to come in handy. Can I attach that to a shield? I guess not. Alright, let's go check this other half on the 2nd floor before we proceed to the 3rd floor. This looks like one of those mirrors. Alright, we're gonna have to do one of these little light puzzles eventually, somewhere. Is this wind or light? wind, that
I'll
could
leave
take
that
us.
area to you, Link.
That could take us up all the way to the top. There's a locked door there. Platform here. Platform leads behind the door. We have a tunnel device here. Let's follow this back. Okay, this seems to lead out the back side of the temple. Pause. Oh, no, this opens up the light. Okay. Now that the light's opened, we need to adjust the timing on these so they line up. So like that. Now when they move together, it opens this. This thing moves. The light shines. The light will shine across to that one. Right about now. Okay, light hits that one. Lights up. Easy enough. Opens up a button. Now the button is no longer pressed. Remember, we still have a light mirror down there. The button. Oh, there's stuff up there. Push the button, it opens the thing. We go in the thing.
This thing is going to be a problem.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not good at all. What if I... No. Can't do that. We're just trying to run across it? What are we trying to do here? Use the rocks to block it? That works. Yep, so there's loose rocks in the wall. Use those to hold it open. We have a button in the next room and another smusher and another light mirror. This looks like it actually goes to the battery that we're trying to charge. Grab another rock out of this hole in the wall. Nothing behind the rocks, it seems. Nope, nothing behind the rocks. Let's attach two of these on top of each other. And then simply put that in there. Fight the guy in the next room. Quick, easy kill. Oh, another one's got a mirror shield. Ow, he hits pretty hard. Probably will need to eat some food now. Mirror shield's here. Light is here. We got another mirror shield. Let's get Tulin to help me blow this sand pile out of the way. We got spikes that can be used to... Okay, I see. Tulin, I need you to come with me. Tulin, I need you to come with me. Tulin, I'm gonna need you to come with me. There's Tulin. Tulin will gust the sand, and nothing happens. Looks like the light's trying to come through here. Maybe that's the button. Wait, hold on. There's also a hole in the ground here. Okay. Hole leads to the light. We've got a lot of stakes. These stakes are probably going to be needed to... use the mirror to light the button up. It's a timed thing. Oh, I got it. Okay. I think you might be able to use the stakes to stick them in the wall to stop that thing from rotating, but you can do that without doing that. Okay, so that opened that. We have the mirror. I think I can ascend through here. Alright, now we have light here. We need to hit that mirror. So we'll grab this. Oh no! I didn't mean to fall in that hole. Just ascend back up again. Grab the mirror. I think my stones might kind of be in the wrong place for this. But I might be able to hit it. We're hitting it, and we got it. Nice, that opens that big wall. We drop the mirror, run over here. Find Riku or Rilu or whatever the heck their name is. Where you at? There's Tulin. There's Sidon. Where's Homegirl? They're stuck over there. Where is she? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's my fifth? Where the heck is she at? Put the rock like that to make sure they have enough room to get through the doorway. But I can't find... I can't find my fifth sage lady. Where's she at? Maybe if we run away, she'll appear with me. Where is...
Hey, the trap is disabled. We can get past now.
I was already past a while ago. I just needed you. Shut up. That's 2 down. 1 to go.
2 more left, Link.
We got the front and the back. We need the left and the right. I said 2 down, 2 to go. That's what I meant. Okay, this is the wrong way. Need to go this way. Alright, go back out the way you came. Alright, then we got 1 to our left and 1 to our right. So there's a mirror Oh, wait. And now we got light shining all the way through. Wait. So there's a mirror there. I'm assuming we need to hit that mirror. We've already went this way. Okay. We need to figure out how to open this one. We have to come down through the top. Through the fire. So let's make our way up. We've went through there. And we went that way. My silver Bokobo Reaper is severely damaged. Let's see. Not seeing any pathways that I haven't been down yet. We've been through there. There's another... Oh, okay. I know where to go. Fly up to the top of this. And there's another landing up here with a mirror on it. Up at the top. I'll drop this. Pick up this. Okay. So there's a mirror right there. There's a mirror there. Do these rotate? Oh, they do. They slide on tracks. Okay. Before I can figure that out, I need to find the source. Here's a source of light. We have a light source here. Okay, we need to get this light out there. We've got mirrors in the hole in the wall. So, we just need to position a mirror so the light can get out. Once we get the light out there, then we can go out there and figure out how to get it. Where we need it. So I'm going to use this rock. Stand it up on its tall side. Right there. And then we're going to set the mirror right there. Attach. Now we have the light going out the hole. Then we move this. Now can I rotate it? No. So actually this one needs to be not in the way. We'll go to this one over here. All the way across to the side. We're going to use Ultra Hand and we're going to push it up. First we got to get the sand out of the way. Tulin, come here. Tulin can blow the sand away for you. Assuming you have Tulin by now. If you don't, there were fans that you could get in the beginning of the temple. If you don't have Tulin yet and you're doing this temple, you're going to need to get those fans. You can also use, if you have them in your inventory, these Korok fronds, and you attach them to any weapon, and it makes a fan. You can use the fans to blow away the sand, if you don't have Tulin yet. Sometimes Tulin's annoying because he's not where you need him to be. It might just be easier to grab you one of them fronds when you do this temple. Alright, so the light goes across. You have to make sure that first one's not in the way. Go to the one opposite the first one. Catch it. Send the light over here. This light's going to send it upwards. We want to hit that mirror up there. That mirror up there will somehow split the light beam and activate this. I don't know where that door was that just opened, though. Crap. Where was that? I wasn't paying attention. I was, but I... Is it up there? I'm not sure what I just activated. This? No. What did I just opened something. Was it this? One of the statues moved. Wait, crap, now I'm confused. Okay, I hit there, I hit there. Went up there. Okay, that's what moved up there, so... That's what I thought. Looks like we're gonna have to do some wall scaling. You could probably ascend. But I should be able to climb up here to the 6th floor. 6th floor! Step on the button. Statue moves. Once the statue moves, we go behind it. We got another button. Oh, wait. Damn. Ah. Okay. Wow, I just died. Okay, don't just jump through the fire. There's probably a smarter way to do what I just did. I just kind of didn't realize there was going to be a hole there, and I fell into it and got roasty toasted. What the? Let's try that in instant replay. All right, yeah, the glow kind of hides the edge from you. I thought I had a little bit more to run, but I didn't. Okay, so you could try to just glide through this, but a good thing that you could do is probably use Sidon if Sidon's with you. For some reason, they don't want to come up here. If Sidon was with me, I could put on a... Just make sure you eat before you do it. I mean, that's what I would recommend. Maybe some heat resistance might help. And then just try to not get hit by the fire. So I think if I jump out this way, we can go down this way nicely. Or you could just climb down. And then we can just drop. Not hard. I just missed the... Open this. Your little friend should run through. I don't know why she doesn't know how to follow. Oh, there she is. That's 3 down, 1 to go.
Okay, only
1 more battery to go. I got you. Uno más. Uno más. Okay. Now the last one, I haven't even seen it yet, but it's on this side, and there is a mirror. There's a mirror right here, so I'm assuming we need to activate that mirror. The only beam of lights that we have is way up there. There might be a way to direct that light downward. So, like, is there another way we could do this? What if I... Yeah. So this first one, I think if you catch it right, you can actually send the light to that one, which will send it down to the other one. Seems pretty simple. Yep. Set that one right there. Pretty easy. Come over here. And then this one's directed downwards. We're going to hit that mirror down there. Pretty much just slide it to the farthest back point right here. And it's lit up. And it'll move. It'll give us a button. We'll step on the button. Step on the button, move the statue, get behind the statue, and what do we got next? Looks like we've got some constructs to fight. 4 constructs. Okay. You can gust them, you can knock them over, you can blast them with your boy here, but what I'm trying to do is do that. Oh crap, I'm about to die. Do that and lightning ass up. There's a pillar. Okay, take that out. Take that out because that's where they're coming from. They're gonna keep falling on me. Yeah, they're gonna keep dropping unless you take that out. So I need homegirl here. Where is homegirl? Let's use her. If I get hit, I'm gonna die. Let's pop that. Okay, let's eat. Okay. Now that those guys will stop coming, we can focus on this guy. Hit a puff shroom to get them all confused. Ah! They're tearing me up. Let's eat some attack food. God, this guy's resilient. So one of the constructs in here is a level 4. You need to get him out as quick as possible. These guys are not that tough. If you can get them grouped all together and just lightning them. Don't electrocute yourself. Which I just did. I lost my weapon for it. Where did my weapon go? My weapon disappeared somewhere. Dang, there's still another one? Fire kills them quick. Electricity kills them quick. Okay. We still have the constructs up on top here. You just shoot this and they'll fall. They're archers, so they, look at these torches. Where did my freaking good weapon go? I lost one of my weapons. Huh. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, we got one more. One more construct. It'd be nice if I could find my weapon. Did it break? Okay, we got sand piles over here. Tulin, I need your help with the sand piles. can get both of the sand piles in one gust. No treasure or anything under them. Let me see. When you don't use Tulin's ability, why? Alright, now we need to get this light to go out that door, I guess. So what I would do, a couple ways we could do this. Grab this. We attach a mirror to the bottom of it. We shoot it. Then we lift it. And we attach a mirror to the bottom of it. There was a mirror in this pile of sand over here. Attach the mirror to the bottom. Might need to rotate it a little bit. You want it to go straight like that. That is a stabilized platform, so it's just going to stay there wherever I put it. But we need it to go up. So we're going to attach a balloon to it, maybe. Attach our balloon to. No, that's not gonna work. Let me see. How can I make this thing float farther? I guess one way we could do it is by putting another one. So we shoot this to activate it. Gotta go fast. If you don't have a lot of batteries for this part, the way I'm doing it, you're gonna have to go fast. Because these things, they chew up your battery slowly, but as you can see, my battery is dropping because now I have 2 platforms activated. If I can get out here, then I can raise this up. But I need to go higher. Put this under here. We ascend through this. Then we ascend through this. This isn't gonna work. I need to grab that one. Whoa. Problem is, there's no movable fire. I'm doing this very complicatedly. I think I could probably just get a stick and light it on fire. Kind of complicated. Then we put this right here. Hold it for a second. Wait. Put this right here. Hold it for a second. Let it go. Reverse. As soon as it's above us, get under it. Ascend. Then quickly quickly grab this. That whole plan just failed. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna have to figure something else out, because that's a mess. What's a better way to do that? I'm trying to do it without building anything from my inventory, because I could just pull out a dragon. I could just pull out a dragon thing from my inventory and fly up on a balloon. Let's try one more time. To do this. I don't know. I just want to bust out a dragon thing from my... There were torches in here, right? So we do have torches to use. Okay. I'll just use a torch, which is given to us. And if that's the case, we can just put this right here. We don't even need the second one. Put this right here. What's up, chat? Getting ready to buy some hot sauce at the end of the season. FDA can't stop me from buying it. Well, I gotta make it for you to buy it. Hopefully I'll be able to make it, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Okay. That should work. Then we just break out our torch. Light our torch on fire. If I ascend, does my fire go out? Okay. If I ascend, my fire goes out. What the heck? Oh my god, I'm confused. I'm confused. Let me think. Let me think. Alright, we're gonna try something different. Forget this crap. me a balloon. Give me 2 balloons. Give me 1 balloon. Give me the mirror. Mirror right here. Balloon right here. Do that. Get some fire. We'll just do this. This is so simple if this works. I think this is gonna work. Wow, that was so easy. Oh my god, I made it way more complicated than it was. So just hook up, get one of the see-through platforms, hook the thing to the front of it, put your balloon in the middle, get your torch, and do the dang dang. Then jump down, get this chick, make her do her lightning thing, and then you shoot the arrow at the target right now. And that's 4 out of 4, that's it.
We've charged all of the batteries. That should wake up the mechanism in the set.
What happened? Nothing happened. I just might not make it. Depends on what the pepper yield looks like. I might just make a little bit. Because the garden is not... The neighbors planted plants. I didn't plant plants because I didn't have money to buy plants. And besides, it doesn't matter because the soil is depleted of all the nutrients. So I was going to put some crap soil in there, mix it with some good soil and some fertilizer, and mix it all together and have layers where you go from the crap soil to the okay soil to the good soil to the top soil, and add about 8 inches of dirt to that flower bed. But the neighbors just planted stuff in it, and they don't know how to water. They water with the hose, and they don't put the attachment on it, so it's just full power coming out of the hose into one spot, and they just go psh, and it's destroying the roots systems of the plant. So I just don't know if there's going to be a good pepper output this year. It's not my fault. Okay, we got all 4. We got power to the thing. If my boss gives me some peppers, I can use some of his peppers and some of these peppers here. My freaking little ghost pepper plant, they water it with the hose on full blast and just... And now it's not growing. So I'm probably not going to get any ghost peppers. I got a Tabasco plant. I was going to try to do Tabasco sauce this year. That might grow. But it just depends on what peppers I can get a hold of, what I can do. My boss grows a lot of peppers. All right, here we go. Something is shining over there. Here we go. We got the Mothman fight. That's the sage emblem in that hole there. The Gerudo is definitely the hardest area. Like, that puzzle temple was not that hard, but there's the battle leading up to it you got to do. Then you got to do the 3 mirrors in the desert. That's annoying because there's no map. Once you get into the water, once you get into the lightning temple, the puzzle isn't that bad. But the boss fight to get into the temple is hard. Harder than all the other boss fights for the most part so far. Not harder than the Colosseum, but harder than all the other boss fights. The Zonite Depths boss fight was pretty tough too, just because it was awkward. But this boss fight, first half of it was tough. This is the second half. I kind of know how to beat him now. I mean, it's not hard if you just need to make sure you use your sage. But the problem is, and she's not a sage yet, but the Riku girl, her.
We'll finish it off here and now.
The problem is she's never where I need her to be, and she runs away from me. And you gotta wait for her aura to set up. So see, like right now, she's running away from me like an idiot. I need you to be around me so I can set up the... Oh, wow. And then he one-shot freaking kills me. Ah! I should have ate a dang hearty truffle before the fight. Okay. As far as bows go, we're going to grab... We're going to get a better bow. We're going to get one of our good bows. Then we're going to get a good weapon. This weapon's pretty good. Yeah, that's a two-hander. This is a nice weapon. Then armor. We're going to armor up for battle. Maybe now I won't be getting one-shot KO'd once I put on my good gear. 12. And as far as body pieces go, 5 is the highest I got. So, might as well just swear this because it looks cool. Okay, then we're gonna eat a truffle. All right, now we're not gonna die, I promise. Ah, I wasted it. Missed.
Maybe the strategy we used with the other Gibdos will work here.
Shut up. I already know the strategy. The problem is you're never where I need you to be, lady. And he's in. Bop. Bop him up. Shoot him in the head. Okay, now when his skeleton is going, is when we can damage him. Run around these tornadoes, activate her aura as quick as possible, and as soon as he's in that aura, you blast his ass. And then tear him up. Probably elemental. Whoa! Okay. He does 6 cards if he catches you in that 6 hearts if he catches you in that trample. Remember your shield. Remember your side-on shield if you have side-on. He's not going to want to stay in that aura. So once you get him in the aura, he's going to try to move on you. All right, here comes the tornadoes. All you got to do is stand center on, and then when he blows them, run to the right or the left. Get around the side of him. Activate her aura. And while he's crawling away, as soon as he's in the aura, bop him up. And then we charge. Shots to the dome. Right. Oh, he electrocuted. Oh, he electrocuted me and took my weapon. That was my own teammates doing. Watch out for the charge. My own teammate electrocuted me. I'm going to hit him with a choo-choo jelly while he's doing this charge run thing. It doesn't really hurt him. Let me try a key eyeball, see if a headshot hurts him. A little bit. A little bit. Doesn't stun him or anything, though. Remember your side-on shield for this part. This thing's kind of annoying. If you run out of stamina, you'll probably get hit by it. Quite a bit of damage. Alright, time for the charge blast. Now see, the problem is if she does that in the wrong spot, He might not ever get into it. Okay, he's in it. Blasting. We're gonna light him on fire with our boy here. Doesn't really hurt him too much. Uh-oh. She got caught in the wind tunnel. You gotta make sure she dodges the wind tunnel too, or else. Ah, that didn't work. Oh, I'm about to get hit. Whoa, what just happened? I lit him on fire. When he's in his skeleton form, you can use your Gerudo guy. Oh, crap. We got ads. All right, we got ads. We got to take out the mushroom towers. We got Gibdos. We got flying Gibdos. Oh! Hold up, hold up. You can hide behind things for this part. But we need to take out the mushrooms. He's hitting us hard. Hitting us hard. Let's do another truffle. Truffle shuffle. Gibdos everywhere. Oh my god, this one's crawling on the ground after me. What'd she say? That light? Maybe we can use it? How? What do I do? What do I do with the light? What do you mean maybe we can use it? Oh, does it kill them? Oh, they can't come inside the light. Huh. That's 2 down. The light kills them. Come on, lady. Although I need to kill the ads, I kind of just want to shoot the boss. This may not be necessary, killing all the ads. You might be better off just staying in the light and shooting the boss. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I need you where I need you. Okay, ads are dead. And we're about to find out if that was kind of a waste of time. Because if just 4 more pop up, then that was a waste of time, and we didn't even need to do that. We should have focused on the boss. Is he in the thing? Ooh, he almost got me. All right, he's down. Get close. She needs to recharge. She needs to recharge. Ah! Got him, but damn.
That was a big one.
I hit him,
Okay?
but he didn't go down. Damn it. Need to eat. Let's increase my attack so that next time he gets on the ground, tear his ass up. Pause. Watch out for the wind tunnel. Key eyeballs don't do much. What about bomb flowers? Ooh, the shards of the spikes do quite a bit of damage because that's fire. Ah, come on, I lost her. I can't get the timing right. Oh, we all got hit by that. Get up, get up, get up, get up. I need you. Let's go. We're about to get him. Bomb. All right. And with attack up, charge, this is going to kill. Let's go. Let's go. Mothman is dead. And we got the last sage. All 5 sages. The lightning sage, the water sage, the fire sage, the Zonai depth sage, and the wind sage. And another heart. You know what that means, boys and girls? Do you know what that means? That means the only thing left to do is fight Ganondorf. That means the next mission is Ganondorf. But I'm still going to stream for a little while today. We just won't do Ganondorf today. Let's get our heart container. Let's get this sage. Watch this cutscene, and I can end this recording of the Thunder Temple. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, girl, you got sage power now, girl.
Riju, beloved daughter of the Gerudo.
Rija.
I know that voice. You are the one who's been talking all this time.
That's right.
Yes, your ancestor from a time long past. I was a Gerudo warrior who served the first king of Hyrule and
Awfully bony. She looks awfully bony.
Just as you can. I've seen you brandish the power you have in defense of our people. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You are the pride of the Gerudo. The Demon King is responsible for sending the monster that caused the sandstorm.
Is the sandstorm gonna be gone now so I can explore this desert without any dang sand in my face and lightning?
That stone. My secret stone.
Demon King. Secret stone.
Yeah, Ganondorf.
Don't worry. You will understand soon enough. Let me tell you of events in our distant past. The events that shaped our people's destiny during the imprisoning war. Long, long ago, when the
I feel like the
kingdom
puzzles
of
were harder
Hyrule
in Breath
was
of the Wild.
still young, a great evil,
I haven't really
the
had
Demon
to look
King,
up in how to
emerged.
do any puzzles.
He attacked the innocent.
Some of them
and
I have
sought
looked
the
up just to make it a little
destruction of
faster, or watched a
He was
video.
our chief
For the
before
most
he
part, I haven't
changed.
got like stuck
His
on the
obsession
puzzles.
with power transformed him into a monster. Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, and 6 warriors rose to oppose him. I'm proud to have been one of them. We faced the Demon King, but only after Rauru gave us the secret stones. Artifacts that amplified the abilities of those who carried them. I, the Sage of Lightning, fought by my fellow sages in battle with my own secret stone. But we were no match for his overwhelming power. He endured our strongest attacks, even the lightning strikes I called down. King Rauru knew we had lost the battle against the Demon King. He made the ultimate sacrifice to imprison the Demon King, to seal him away.
I could also do more Sage Will of the Sages
The
to upgrade
imprisoning
my
war.
sages before I fight the enemy.
Some time later, another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time, came to visit me, and she set the Gerudo on our destined path.
That's the last sage. I've already done all 5 sages except for Zelda. Sage of
The
Time.
magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that time comes, you must help Link. He is a noble swordsman who will fight that monster.
This is the same thing from all the different...
So please, he will need your assistance. Lend him your power, the Gerudo's control of lightning.
The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
We wish nothing more than to eliminate the Demon King.
Oh, we gonna eliminate
We
the
are
Demon King.
responsible for his very existence in this world, and for that we must make amends. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more. The Gerudo Sage and her people will fight alongside your swordsmen.
Let's go.
And now I have told you all I can of the imprisoning war and of our people's destiny. You have saved Gerudo Town, but the Demon King still remains a threat.
That's alright.
Riju, daughter
I got
of the
something
Gerudo,
for him.
you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time long ago. Fight alongside the swordsman, Link.
So it's my destiny to fight by your side.
What's up, girl?
My destiny as a sage, my duties as chief, and fighting side by side with you? Sounds like fun. I will gladly strike down this so-called Demon King. I guess it's time to claim my destiny.
Boom, boom, boom. She got a sage earring.
I am the Sage of Lightning. Witness this new power I possess.
Oh snap. Oh snap. We got lightning power. And she got swords. She got swords and lightning.
Give me your hand.
Yeah, give me some of that arm power. Give me some of that arm power.
I, Riju, the Sage of Lightning, swear that I will stand with you. And here, as proof of my vow,
Oh, we got all the colors of the rainbow in our arm now. We got Pride Month arm. Is that the last ring? Hey, we got rings on all them fingers.
use that ring to call upon my power whenever you need it. It seems I can finally repay you. Okay, should we head back to town?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Is that the end? Is that the end? I promise I'll play a video once we get control back of Link. I gotta end the recording. Is that it? There's gonna be a little dialogue once we're back in the town. Now what happens to the temple? Oh, the skies have cleared. Great. Now I can freaking explore the map without... Explore the desert without the map not working. Bam, 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 Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. That's right. Come on, cut scenes. Link, I'm grateful to you helping me save the Gerudo. I've received reports that ever since the Sand Shroud dissipated, Gibdo attacks have almost entirely stopped. It will no doubt take some time to rebuild, but thanks to your help, we can live on the surface again. On behalf of all the Gerudo people, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Sorry to say, though, that despite the safety of Gerudo Town no longer being a pressing concern, we still haven't been able to uncover any information on the whereabouts of Zelda. Actually, Bulgaria, I do have a small piece of information. I experienced a vision when I took the stone in my hand. The person that my ancestor referred to as the Sage of Time looked identical to Zelda. Someone who just happens to look like Zelda. That doesn't explain everything that's been going on. But it's impossible to deny that someone resembling Zelda has been spotted across Hyrule and that terrible events followed her. Zelda we know and the Zelda we saw in the vision of distance past are incredibly similar. The Zelda in the past is our Zelda, and who is the other person? We must uncover her true identity. I'm sorry, Link, although the threat of the Sand Shroud and the Gibdos has passed, I cannot leave Gerudo Town at the moment. Things need time to settle. However, we will take on the task of searching the area for any sign of Zelda. And with my newfound power as a sage, I will still be able to support you. I swear that I will do anything I can to help. Let's go. You said you had already visited Rito Village, Goron City, and Zora's Domain. I'm sure Lookout Landing would value any information you could share. Why not go there and see if you can help? I hope your travels bring you back here again, Link. I look forward to such a reunion. And that's it. That's it. We've beaten all the sages. We've beaten the Thunder Temple. Next stream, next video, next recording is going to be fighting Ganondorf. That's it for this recording. All right, stream. All right, stream. What's good? Let's go check out Modern Day Debate. See what they got going on. Hey, Mr. Mad's live. See what Mr. Mad. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
I don't know, man. I'm doing pinch harmonics, apparently, because that's the only thing I know how to do on the guitar. I can do a pinch harmonic on pretty much any string and any fret. If you give me enough, of a chance there. So like.
That's some guitar playing.
Do I have to over and do a live guitar stream with you? I don't know what that means, but no. Start your own channel. No, nigga, this is my channel. We don't need you to flex on me. I already know you know how to play guitar. Start your own shit. Don't try to pilfer my audience, my 9 little viewers here. Yeah, my 9 little viewers here. Yeah, y'all. What's up, y'all? Pinch the harmonic above the nuts.
Alright, let's watch Modern Day Debate. Where is it at? Oh, Matt Dillahunty.
It's just laundry would just fold itself. Oh!
Wrong key. In other words, the Bible gives us a way to verify or falsify Jesus Christ. Does the evidence point to him rising from the dead, or does it not? And if he did rise from the dead, he's the truth. If he didn't rise from the dead, he's false.
This one coming
in. Clear demonstration that Cliff does not understand what falsification is, because a book telling you, hey, if it's not true, then we're foolish, might mean you're foolish.
This one from Carl A. Oh, Carl A, if you have a question, let me know what it was. Also, Charles Lehner. Sorry, earlier in the... I was a little... It probably sounded cynical. Okay. I said that you referenced Cliff without wanting to hear from him. Technically, you didn't say you didn't want to hear from him. So I'm sorry about that, Charles. I didn't mean to make you... I didn't mean to paint you in a negative way. I think you would have been open to hearing from Cliff as well as Matt. This one from Fool Rocker says, I meant that if I, as a disciple, wanted to steal the body, I would say women found the tomb first. No one would say women alone could move the stone.
Well, you're speaking as a 20th century person. Obviously, in the first century, it was not a way to gain credibility for the resurrection to say that women saw him first. That was not the way to gain credibility, because women were not even allowed to give testimony in court. Their testimony was invalid. The sexism of the Roman world was off the charts. Jesus brought a dignity to women that was incredible. Now, guys, if you don't believe me, just ask yourself the question. What is the largest demographic in the world today
I don't know about
that
all
has
that.
the highest percentage of Christians? You know what the answer to that question is?
Women.
Women of color.
Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear what this guy has to say. Jesus brought his dignity to women. No. The women were the first ones that saw him because women were the most emotional and they were crying there all night. They were just sitting outside the tomb crying for 3 days. So when Jesus came back, they were still there crying. It's not about
women of color
a dignity for women. Jesus didn't give women much dignity. He didn't even call his mother
anything.
He called his mother woman.
And I noticed that instead of going to the Bible and citing references that dignify women, he goes to argumentum ad popularity again.
Yeah, I agree.
This one
I don't like Matt Dillahunty. He's
Notion
kind
Slave
of a
says, for the past 1,000
cocky,
years,
stubborn atheist.
when missionaries washed on different shores saying Jesus died for everyone, how in the world would God expect those natives to come to believe them without any access to the historical data?
James sounds very low energy.
I'm not going to convince Matt to believe in Jesus. That's the work of the Holy Spirit in Matt's heart. I've never converted anybody. I am simply called by Christ along with every other follower of Christ
tree, and it shows
to
where all the
point
caves
people
are,
to
and then we
Christ
can
to
go explore
communicate
the
the
caves.
gospel. So missionaries have done that for 2,000 years. In fact, I was just at the University of South Carolina, and a white woman stepped out of the crowd and said, well, Africans obviously believe in Jesus because of the colonization of Africa by white people. Suddenly, a very black gentleman stepped out of the crowd and said, excuse me, ma'am, I am from Nigeria. I am a follower of Christ, and my church is far older than any white European or American church. I trace my faith back to Philip, leading the Ethiopian eunuch to Christ. The Coptic Church is one of the oldest churches in the world. So please don't tell me that I'm a follower of Jesus Christ because of colonization, because of white supremacy, or any of that garbage. I celebrate that kind of deep thinking and open-mindedness.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well. Emery King says, Matt, can you give me a few resources to learn more about fallacies? And also the historical accuracy or inaccuracy of the Bible. I don't know where to start.
Sure. So I used to point people to ironchariots.org, but it's been down for a while. Just start with the Wikipedia entries on syllogisms, logical syllogisms, and validity and soundness. That'll take you through the basics of this structure of a logical syllogism and show what the fallacies are, because Aristotle and his band of merry logicians went through all 256 possible syllogistic forms for propositional logic and showed which ones are fallacious in forms. Now, getting beyond the formal fallacies due to form, then you start addressing soundness. And I would recommend a nice, easy website like yourlogicalfallacyis.com as a starter place. Now, when you go to Wikipedia or anything else, make sure that you go down and check the references, because there are some incredibly good resources like, I believe it's the Princeton philosophy website that goes through it. And when you dig in on biblical stuff after that,
Money Bunny, tore out that Money Bunny.
Just see some articles from people challenging, for example,
did he say
McDowell's evidence that demands a verdict and things like that. Also, the Index to Creationist Claims, which is at talkorigins.org. All of those sites go through. They're written by a variety of experts in those fields, and they cross-reference stuff. You can do your research there, but they will give you the basics, and then some of them will go on to give you specifics.
This one coming in from Nostalgic Aberoth says, Cliff said if God can create a huge universe of galaxies, then he could easily resurrect Jesus. Then why can't God easily solve Earth's problems and suffering and easily prove himself to be real?
God will solve the Earth's problems totally when Jesus returns a second time in power and great glory. Before that time, he has given us a degree of freedom. And that freedom is very important. Why? Because you're not a robot. You're a human being, which partially means you have a free will, a conscience, a rational mind. And that's the way God created you, to love him, which demands freedom. But we don't have to love, we can hate instead.
The Rogue Apologist, if you guys can bear with me, I think I've got just two more here. They say, Cliff, just for your edification, Paul is the only New Testament writer who self-claims to be an eyewitness to the resurrected Jesus. The only.
Good.
Lee here says, do God ask Mary's permission before planting? See,
I'm pretty sure everybody, like 300 people at the day of Pentecost,
Mary
saw Jesus.
Did God get Mary's consent before he knocked her up?
Yeah, that's roughly what the question is.
48, Mary says, I am the Lord's servant. May it be to me as you have said. A tremendous example of humility, faith in God.
This one from, let me just double check. I think that might actually be all.
And
Sorry,
angel,
folks, I know there may
the
be
angel came and told her before it happened.
I do want to keep my promise to the guests in terms of getting them out of here. So I know that there was at least one where it came in and I was like, it was just after the time that I had announced.
That's
so
such a stupid argument.
God
R-worded Mary.
Folks, this is hopefully
he didn't
just
have her
the
consent
beginning for
to
you.
put a
If
baby
this
in
is
it. Shut
theoretically
up.
your first debate, or maybe it's your 50th, there are so many things that you can check out, such as the guest links below in the description box. Hey, what are you waiting for? And if you enjoyed this debate, which, hey, you must. You've been here. Some of you have probably been here for 2 hours. Consider sharing this debate with a friend or a group online, whatever it might be, as we do want to give everybody a fair shot, whether they be atheist, Christian, Muslim. We do want to have fair debates here, and we hope you feel welcome, whether you be Christian, atheist, Muslim, you name it. We're glad that you're here. We hope you feel welcome in Modern Day Debate. One last thank you to our guests, Cliff and Matt. It's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Matt, so much. I'm praying for your heart that it continues to beat well. Thank you.
It'll beat till it stops, and I won't pray for yours, but I hope you live a long damn time and we do this again.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, James.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys. And folks, stick around. I'll be doing a really short post-credit scene, a little after show, letting you know about upcoming events. So stick around, and I'll be back in just a moment. But one last thanks, Cliff and Matt. It's been a true pleasure.
Thanks,
James.
I don't like when you use this guy to mine. He doesn't give you as much stuff. Anyway, here's a cave. We're gonna do some cave exploring. Oh, I think that's what happens is you damage the...
Amazing! My dear friends, I want to say thanks so much for being with us. I've got some cool stuff to share. As I mentioned at the very start of the debate, you guys have to know about this. I'm really excited about it. And I spent... Let me turn my little camera on here. 2 moments. Bear with me.
Hardy Truffles.
Say, if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate does have a Patreon. And we do have channel memberships. I think some people maybe didn't know that. We've never really talked about it much. It's usually just one of the things that's kind of like, hey, yeah, it's there. I've put some serious effort into making our channel memberships and Patreon epic. In other words, we have some serious perks I've got to show you guys, which I'm just really excited that, like, we really put in a lot of effort. Where we're just like, hey, let's do something that people are like,
is that
hey,
all this cave
yeah,
is?
that's actually something I'd sign
Stone?
up. So let me show you this. So as you can see at the bottom right of the screen, it says, if you click that join button at the bottom of the video, or if you go to Patreon, which is linked in the description box, it also has a link. In case you don't know where the join button is, it's usually near the subscribe button.
Frog.
In case you don't know where that is and you're like, jeez, I don't know where that is, there is a button where you can actually, or a link in the description box where you can actually click and join that way. It's at the very top of the description box. I want to share some of the perks.
Whoa, there's a talent. Oh, crap.
What are the perks then?
There's a stone
You say that
talus.
You've like
I didn't even
upped
see
the
it.
ante. We have gone all out. So in other words, you have a lot of the same levels, but we've added perks to those,
Oh my
and then
God.
we've added different levels. So the first one is extra juicy. For $1.99 a month, you can see you have loyalty badges showing how long you've been a member, which we appreciate. Thank you guys. We have a lot of members.
Why
in
can't
chat
I hit
tonight.
this
We wanna say
stupid
thank you for your
frog?
support, as well as the emojis. You can use these epic emojis, such as the soy boy one to call your friends soy boy, as well as amazing, and the juicy emoticons as well. Also, the members only photos and status updates that you can see at the community tab. But not only that, also members only polls. As I'm rolling those out, that's something brand new that I'm like, hey, you really do need to do that. The next level up, so much soy at $7.99, is you'll have your name and the ticker at the bottom of the screen. So for example, you can see at the bottom of the screen right now, you're seeing where your name would be. That's what we're talking about there.
Well,
and
crap.
you might be like, well, James, tell me more. What other perks, though? Because that one, I know that one was there before. Also, an exclusive Discord hangout. So, in other words, this is one where I'll just occasionally be jumping in at least once a month, maybe more than that, although, because I definitely want to learn how to use Discord more. And just kind of, hey, what's up? How's it going? Just kind of shoot the poo, as some people say. And not only that, the amazing level on the far right there. You can see that one. That's one that we've totally jacked up. In other words, we've added a lot of perks. It used to be member shout-outs only. So we do have that. That's why I'm saying right now. Corey Clark, Oliver Catwell, and Scott Mitchell, thanks for your amazing channel level support. If you get value out of the channel and you're like, hey, I do love this channel. This is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. Hey, I would say, hey, that's a great way to support the channel. I really appreciate it. Now, not only that, there is going to be a monthly 30-minute live stream where it says, as you can see on screen, here, secret channel info. And what I mean by that is it's going to be me doing that live stream personally, and I'm going to be sharing some of the debates that we're trying to set up. The more speculative ones where it's kind of like, hey, you know, we're trying to do this. We're going to see how it pans out. Kind of the insider knowledge that we don't, like, it's not public, but it's stuff that we're kind of like, hey, like, we're setting it up. So, for example, Abdullah Andalusi, I think I'm saying it right, he debated Matt Dillahunty last year. We're trying to set him up.
Come on.
I've reached out to him to see if he wants to debate Aaron. So it's not confirmed on either side yet, but that's kind of like some of the like juicy like little bit of info where I'll be sharing kind of like what we're trying to set up. And that's another perk that you can see there. This is a brand new perk, so we just added that one. Not only that, so you might be thinking like, well, James, like what other perks are you talking about? In addition to that 30-minute members only or Patreon, you can check out Patreon too. Which, by the way, if you're looking at these perks and you're like, man, I don't know, I don't want to spend $8 a month or $30 a month, you can find these same perks on Patreon for cheaper. And you're like, wait, why, James? Why is it so expensive on YouTube? It's because we started with Patreon, and then to match the value, we actually had to increase it on YouTube because YouTube takes 30%. So, frankly, my preference is, you know, if you like the channel and you want to support it, check out Patreon, which is linked in the description box below. But maybe you're like, I just like YouTube. I don't care about, I don't need Patreon. It's just too much trouble.
Come on.
That's fine too. So the last perk, an exclusive Discord channel for members only. That's something that's new and just created as well. So there are different perks. You could say, yeah, perks added to these levels that already existed. But you might be like, well, James, what are there other levels, like new levels? Yes, there are. So here's where it gets more intense. So these are like, hey, if you're really all in and you're like, hey man, I love the vision, modern day debate, a neutral channel hosting debates so that everybody can have their chance to make their case on a level playing field. I love the vision and I love a neutral debate channel. I think this is a cool thing. Hey, here's a way that you can support us in some of the ways that we are wanting to say thank you for that support. So as you can see on screen right now, the next level up is the strategy level. So $39.99. This is where there's a monthly Zoom planning and feedback meeting with James. So this is personal. Like, it's usually a group of 4 or 5 of us. This is where you're like, hey, I'm really committed to this, and like I want to be there in terms of giving feedback on the strategy for modern day debate, what topics I'd really like to have be more often on modern day debate, or maybe some that you don't want to see as often. That little Zoom personal meeting, sometimes it's just 2. Like sometimes it's just me and like Brian, let's say. And then sometimes it's like, oh, hey, so we've got Chris, we've got Brian, you know, we've got Bob, we got like
Stone Palace is not supposed to be this
difficult. I don't know, sometimes it's as much as 6 or 7, but pretty small.
Really?
Next, modern day debate backstage. I think this is one of the coolest things is that 5 backstage passes each month, and you're like, wait, I don't understand. What's backstage? Like, I'm confused about this. What we're gonna do
Are you freaking kidding me?
We will send the Zoom link to the speakers and you 10 minutes before the start time of the debate. So for example, if we had this perk earlier and let's say somebody was like, oh, okay, cool. Matt and Cliff are gonna debate tonight. I've never talked to Matt. I'd love to talk to him over Zoom. Like, that'd be kind of cool.
What the fuck?
So let's say you signed up and you got the backstage passes, MDD backstage level. And you're like, yeah, that's one of the debates that I want to do. So you would log in at the same time as Matt and Cliff, and it'd be a chance to say, hey, like, how's it going, guys? And like, I've never gotten to talk to you before, but just want to say hi. And that's a time that, of course, I know that you guys will be your regular friendly selves. We just want to say, hey, we don't want anybody that's going to like debate them or be like, like, you know, you're an idiot. Like, we don't want that. We just want to kind of like greeting and like, hey, I want to meet you. I haven't gotten to. So it would also give you 10 minutes at the tail end of the debate where you could just chat with the guests there as well. So that's over Zoom, like I said. And so basically you just come in 10 minutes before the debate starts, which is when I would send the link. And then when I have to start the debate, I'd say, hey, already I got to start the debate up. But tune in once you see us stop streaming the debate, like jump back into the Zoom meeting, use the same link I gave you, and then you can talk to the speakers more. Next, modern day debate VIP. So this is the big one. This is where it's like, hey, you're a huge, monstrous supporter of modern day debate. This has got a lot of perks, and what I think are like where it's like, hey, this is the for me more of the time commitment where I'm like, hey, like if you do this, like we're saying like, hey, thank you so much. And this is, by the way, like I said, it's appreciably cheaper on Patreon. So if you're like, James, $150 a month, give me a break. Let me talk about the perks first, and then I'll mention that Patreon, it is appreciably cheaper. So the reason, like I said, is YouTube takes 30%. But hey, if you don't have Patreon, like, hey, we're happy to have you as a member. So we have no complaints. We're glad to have your support either way. So 30-minute Zoom chat with James each month. So that's where anything you want to talk about, it's fair game. If you want to ask me tough questions, if you want to say, hey, James, why have you hosted these controversial people? Whatever it is, that's fair. Also, anytime and unlimited backstage passes. So I just explained the idea of the backstage passes, where if you do it at the MDD backstage level, you get 5 per month. We usually do about 12 debates a month. So it'd be less than half. So, you know, you probably get your best ones in, but if you wanted to be there and you're like, hey, I want to go to absolutely as many as I want, hey, this is the one for you because it's unlimited. So if you want to do it every debate and meet every speaker, you want to say, hey, Vosh, how's it going? Like, hey, I never got to meet you before. Hey, Destiny, how are you? That's a possibility. Next up, anytime, we could talk about that. So that's the second perk. And then option to co-host a debate 1 time a month. So that's where you'd be on screen with me, where you'd actually be co-hosting the debate with me. So like you'd be there and you could kind of usher us into the Q&A, and you'd be on the right side. So this side where I'm pointing my finger right now, where it says check out our new epic perks from channel memberships and Patreon below, that would be where your camera feed would be showing, and we would just not have that. You could say, I don't know, promotion. It would instead show you. So that's something that's cool too. If you're like, yeah, I would love to, like, I just feel like these debates, like, you know, to be there like in person and get to watch it like live, and be there, kind of be a part of it that way. So like, let's say Matt versus Cliff or something like that. It's like a big one. By the way, tonight was a big one. So I do want to say thank you guys for your support. It means more than you know. Jeremy Nolan, thanks for your kind words, says, Dr. James Tour would be awesome to have on Modern Day Debate. I agree. We are working on it. I have reached out to him once, and I will reach out to him again. So, but yeah, I'm pumped about this. We do have these new perks, and I do want to encourage you, like, hey, consider it. And that's the thing, too, is let's say you're like, I don't know, James, like, you know, I don't know if I'd want to, you know, $150 a month. It's like, maybe you want to do it once. You're like, well, I know that you're going to have this debater on this month. Like, I see the debate is already up because we have our upcoming debates list, or our feed, I should say, what's our playlist on our page. You might say, hey, that's the month I want to do it. I want to jump for the MDD backstage level. I want to say thank you guys for considering it, because it really does help us support the channel. It means more than you know. We hope you get a kick out of it. We hope you give feedback. If you're like, James, here's something that would be cool if you could add this as a perk. That'd be cool. Let me know. I'm at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. I want to say thank you guys for your support. Everything New Testament says, yo, what up? It's Hunter Bailey. Hunter, how you doing? I hope you're doing well, buddy. Want to say thank you guys for your support. Flat Sabbath, thanks for being a channel supporter, a member. Fenton Molly says, I'd love to see Pine Creek on MDD. That's right. We haven't had him on for like 3 years, so we should. Let me write that down. You know, the funny thing is it's pretty tough to find Christian debaters. Like, even though they're numerically, they're just way more. Christians just aren't as interested in debates. They're just kind of like, hey, I don't know, like, I'm just going to go, you know, like I'm just like living it, and I'm not worried about debating it. And I'm not judging or anything like that. Like, but it's interesting that, yeah, like there's just not nearly as many Christian or atheist debaters, or Christian or Muslim debaters, even though Christians and Muslims obviously outnumber
Barbarian armor, let's go.
Margin on the planet. So I don't know, but I actually suggest, what's the word I'm looking for? Not suggest. I suspect that there's a reason. Part of it is a personality profile type thing, but we'll talk about that more later. First, I want to tell you guys about some cool stuff.
It could also be because the Bible kind of says you're not supposed to debate.
My dear friends,
debaters are one of the things on the list, but I don't know what the translation of the word that they're using in Hebrew means.
This debate will be seen by more people. I'm dead serious. If you thought, like, man, I
but
thought,
it does say debaters,
the person representing my position,
idolaters, adulterers,
they did fantastic,
effeminate, drunkards,
like in a very practical, real way. Like, it's a very direct way.
So that could be why less Christians debate.
Hitting like really will make the difference. It won't make it be over, oh, it's not seen by 1 million, but it will be seen by more people, just in terms of like a smaller magnitude.
And that's why you explore caves.
I really believe that YouTube likes do make a difference based on channel shorts. I've noticed that if I have a short that I release on Modern Day Debate and it gets a ton of likes really early and it doesn't have a ton of views, it's a really good predictor that it's going to get a ton of views.
Look at all these
I think
caves.
The algorithm, it just kind of registers where
now,
it's like,
does the light go away once I clear the cave? Yes.
And they start showing it to many more people. So want to say thank you for your support that way. In addition, if you look in the description box, I had mentioned already that the links for our channel memberships and Patreon are at the top. But you might be wondering, well, James, what else is there in the old description box? Our new Discord is in the description box. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. Do you use Discord? I'm putting yes. No. I'm
can't
curious.
swim.
I'm guessing a lot of you do. Last time we did a poll, it was 48% of people in the Modern Day Debate live chat saying, yes, I use Discord. So that's pretty interesting. It is a really popular app, and our Discord is linked in the description box below. So, want to mention that. I'll throw that in the old live chat as well. So, if you haven't checked out our new Discord, do check it out. What are you waiting for? So, thank you guys for your support, though. Seriously, I want to say hello and thank you. I want to say hi and thank you, those of you in the live chat right now. The reason is because I know that you're subscribed because I turned on subscribers only chat mode earlier. So I want to say thank you guys for being a subscriber. Debunking Ignorance, thanks for being here. Thanks for subbing. Christian Metalhead, thanks for being a subscriber. Lion Jr., thanks for being a subscriber. KV, thank you so much for your support. Subatomics, glad that you're with us. Pagan Beef, glad you're here. Nadia, Yvette Chambers, glad to have you here. Thanks for your support of Modern Day Debate. T. Davis, thanks for coming by. Da Freak, good to see you again. Long-time viewer. Lion, let's see. We got you. Lion Jr., good to see you. The Sordid Singer, thanks for coming by. Glad you're with us. Fenton Molly, another long-time viewer. Thanks for your support. Matt Rocks. They make a username just for that, just for these Matt debates. Thanks for your support. We appreciate you being here. And I appreciate your positivity because rather than tearing another person down, like rather than, this could go either direction too. I don't want to say it's like any particular group, but you know, let's say instead of saying, oh, you know, Matt is negative term X or Cliff is negative term Y, rather than doing that, I'm more in favor of you lifting someone up. Even if it's someone I don't agree with, even if it's a flat earther making the case for flat earth, instead of calling the globe earther a dirty, what's like the common, what do people say nowadays?
Globetard.
I don't know, a whore. Instead of saying, oh man, Austin Whitsit's a whore, I'm much more, or no, let's say it's, because like I said, it was the glober. That's the whore. Is if you say, oh, that glober's a whore, I'm like, well, I was like, I'm not a flat earther. But I'd rather you say, like, Whitsit is cool rather than call the other person a whore. I like positivity. You know what I mean? It's contagious. Vera, Bear Adventures, thanks for coming by. I see you there in the old live chat.
Otherwise, Bear stare my adventures.
Now, 62% of you have said, hey, I use Discord, which is amazing. That's a huge percent. So I'm going to throw that link to our Discord in the live chat again. And now I'm even going to pin it just so you guys can check that out. So I do want to say, hey, a lot of cool stuff here. In addition, CD, thanks for your kind words, says nice beard. I appreciate that, CD. 60% use Discord. It's pretty huge. As well as Simos Funk, longtime viewer, thanks for coming by. Western Spy, good to have you with us. As well as, go to the very top, Kent Speak. Thanks for coming by, Kent. Hope you're doing well. As well as, thanks for your support and being with us, David Skywalker. Glad you are here. I think that's it. We're caught up. Hey, Biogenesis Failures since 1952. Thanks for coming by. As well as Matt Peters. Thanks for being here. We love you, man. Thanks for being with us. Charles Lehner, thanks for your support. Says, any efforts to get Ruslan? I don't know who that is. For real, I don't know. I feel like I'm supposed to know that, but I don't know who it is. And Hunter Bailey, good to see you there in the live chat. Thanks for all your support of the channel. We want to say, but yeah, Dennis Hyde, thanks for coming by. I see you there in the live chat. Now I want to address something. I don't usually address stuff like this, but I do just because it's a brutal thing. Always Blues, thanks for coming by. James Smith, thanks for coming here. Glad that you are with us. And what I wanted to mention was, I hope, and I know that some of you guys might not be fans of Hunter Avalon, but I want to say, I know that some of you probably are fans of Hunter Avalon too, by the way. I want to say, I hope, hopefully you're not, I don't think any of you would be. We're cool, we're tight, but I hope nobody, if you were considering it, I don't think you were, but just in case, if there was a 1% of you out there, which 1% of 1,000 viewers, 1,100 viewers is 11 people, is if there's 1% that was considering it, I would say it's good to not be nasty toward Hunter Avalon. or Carissa. You know, like it doesn't. So I don't know. You guys have probably heard, they're divorced. And the reason I bring this up is just, it's just a painful thing. You know what I mean? Like it's something that like some people, they try to use it, like they try to leverage it on Twitter to like put someone down. And I'm like, that's really gross. Like I don't think that's good. The world has got so much negativity. It can use a lot of positivity. It really can. And I can tell you, in my field of research and getting the doctorate in psychology, the cross-cultural preference in leaders, in other words, it doesn't matter if you're China, the US, Saudi Arabia, it doesn't matter, anywhere on the planet, people like leaders who are positive. So be a leader, be positive, and the thought for me is just I have no positions on like the divorce or anything. I'm not.
Dean, why are you saying stuff and then retracting it? Just don't say anything.
And from what I've heard and read from Hunter himself,
what the heck?
That they've been so.
My whole chat is message retracted, message retracted, message retracted, message retracted.
It's a type of grief to go through a divorce. Like you're losing someone that you love and that was important to you. So the reason that I say this is just that I don't think any of you would, but I just see some people on Twitter, and like I'm actually very sincere that I don't think any of you would, but I see some people on Twitter that are just nasty, and it's just like, bro, it's practically like in a way, like it's like almost like a death. It's almost like experiencing a death. It's not in the most real way because it's not like the person that you can't speak to them at all. In the same way that, depending on your theology, because I'm not trying to push any particular view. I know that some people, maybe the theology would be different, or maybe they don't have a theology and they say you can't talk to somebody when they die. They're like it's just done. Whatever it is, so it's not exactly the same, obviously, but it is in a very real way. It is grief. And you are losing someone. It's just kind of a different type of loss. And so anyway, I just, my heart goes out to Hunter. Because even though I don't agree with Hunter on a lot of stuff, like, and I'm not trying to say that he's wrong by the fact that I disagree with him. I'm just saying, like, there are plenty of things we disagree on, but I'm just like, oh man, that's got to be painful.
Stop!
And so I hope the best for Hunter and Carissa, and hopefully there's just no drama. Like I said, I don't think any of you guys would, so I probably don't need to say that. But it's something on my heart because it's just like such a painful thing. And then the internet can bring out the worst in people potentially, especially Twitter. And I'm not joking. Twitter can be nasty. It's just. But I want to say thanks for your support. Subatomics, thanks for your kind words. Says, thanks for streaming, James. Bernie, thanks for your support. James Smith, thanks for your support. Tanner McLaughlin, thanks for coming by. Thanks for your support. Kevin Howe, thanks for your channel membership support, man. And thanks to Charles Lehner, says great job policing the debate tonight. Man, those are the ones where I'm like, it's like I'm trying so hard not to take a side when the debaters are both speaking over each other, like they're just basically like trying to talk over each other.
Let's watch the debate.
Actively, they're just not.
Died on a cross forgiving his enemies, and 3 days later, he rose from the dead. Now, is that scientific evidence? No. Scientific evidence does not tell me anything about George Washington being first president of the United States. Scientific evidence tells us nothing about whether Matt's wife really loves him or whether my wife really loves me. There are different types of evidence. There's scientific evidence, but there's also historical evidence, and there's also relational evidence. And you and I, as thinking human beings, must be open to philosophy and logic and reason. You and I, as human beings, have rational minds. And part of reason includes science. It also includes logic, mathematics, but it also includes the relational. And I can promise you my relationship with my wife and my sons and my grandchildren, my daughters-in-law, is far more important than any scientific postulate. Jesus Christ addresses this powerfully when he points out,
left or right?
The purpose of life is to love God with your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. It has the ring of truth. It has the ring of reality. So, truth is that which is real. Evidence are facts that point to what is real. Can I prove anything in life? No, I can't prove anything in life. To prove means to show that there cannot be another way. So no, I can't prove anything beyond the shadow of a doubt. But as a thinking human being, I'm not a cynic. I don't use the fact that I can't prove anything to say, well, therefore I can't know anything. No, I can know things scientifically. I can know things mathematically. I can know things logically and rationally. I can know things scientifically. Shortly after World War II, General Dwight David Eisenhower asked for journalists from around the world to come to Nazi Germany. Why? To record Dachau,
I can
Auschwitz,
ride the
Buchenwald.
the robot.
Why? Because Eisenhower wanted to make it very clear.
I can ride on this guy,
Auschwitz and
this
Buchenwald,
robot guy.
the horrible prison camps of the Nazi Germans,
And then I can
was
control
not
him.
propaganda. It was the truth. There's a difference between propaganda and truth. And the fascinating thing about faith in Christ is, if he rose from the dead, he's the truth. If he didn't rise from the dead, he's a liar. In other words, Christ gives us a way to verify him or falsify him. That's tremendously appealing to me as a thinking human being who is interested in truth. Now, if I say that I believe something is true, but I find that I can't live it out, then I better go back to my initial assumptions about what I believe and question them and ask, what is a more accurate view of reality? Jesus Christ presents a profoundly accurate view of reality. Read the Gospels, examine them for yourself, and you'll see that the evidence is he's not a quack, he's not a liar, he's not a lunatic, he's not a legend, he's the truth. So, that is why I'm convinced that faith in Christ is very wise. Provable? No. Evidence pointing to it? Absolutely yes.
Thank you very much for that opening, Cliff. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And folks, I've got to call attention to this. We very rarely mention it. At the bottom right of our screen, it says check out our channel membership perks and Patreon. They're linked in the description. The reason I'm plugging it is I was up super late last night trying to give all sorts of new perks. You have to check them out. Consider being a channel member. If you didn't know about it, we have those memberships and those Patreon perks, including things like being able to get backstage passes, meeting the debaters before and after the debate, things like that over Zoom. You got to check it out. So with that, we're going to kick it over to Matt. I want to say thank you, Matt, as well. The floor is all yours for your opening statement as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me, and thanks, Cliff, for, I guess, for the prayers as well. I'm sure there were plenty of people praying for my heart, and all of them will give credit to God for saving me from dying a year and a half ago, but I'll credit the doctors and science because that's what actually did it. So the subject of tonight's debate is supposed to be, is Christianity
without
true?
the robot
and for me, when we look at whether or not something's true, we need to, or any debate topic, we should probably define terms. And
then you don't get them.
I think I heard Cliff say truth is that which comports with reality in some version or another. So I think we're on the same page with regard to whether or not something should count as true. It just seems to be, how are we going to define the key elements of Christianity, and how are we going to verify that those things are actually true? And if the criteria that we use to verify
why would I not want 5 extra
things,
people helping me
bears
kill
those
stuff
out as well, and they are in conflict, then our methodology is horribly flawed. Because if the foundation that we use to say, the guiding or the principal foundations of Christianity are true, if those are claimed to be true on the same criteria that would also prove Islam or Scientology, then we don't have any methodology at all, because we've now confirmed competing ideas using the same methods. So if for example, to go to fantasy for a moment, Narnia, I think we would all agree, is not a real place. And yet the concept of Narnia exists in minds, and it exists in writing. And in addition to the books about Narnia, there is a map of Narnia. And one key principle in logic when we're discussing fallacies is not to confuse the map for the place. It is very tempting to look at and say, oh, we seem to know so much about this, or there's so much information here that this must be real. That's not the exact pathway to the fallacy, but it's what I think of when I start talking about the concept versus
all right, how do I capture these dang fairies?
Now, within Christianity,
I need one.
How would we go about understanding what the foundational ideas are. I would tend to go to what the Bible says and what has been traditionally identified within Orthodox Christianity, going to Paul and Romans and talking about if Christ be not raised, our faith is in vain. The resurrection of Jesus Christ must be the cornerstone of Christianity, and other factors like there is a God, that Jesus is either God incarnate or a representative of God, however you might end up looking at it.
Okay.
But those elements are the bedrock. How would we demonstrate those? Well, we only know that they exist because of a book. And we can't use the book on its own. The book on its own is insufficient to verify the claims, just as the Quran on its own would be insufficient to verify the claims of Islam, and Dianetics on its own is insufficient to verify the claims of Scientology. So that method is insufficient. So we need something beyond that. Now, if we don't have empirical evidence for a physical claim, the broadest position we can have is we don't know whether or not that claim is true. So if someone tells me, hey, this individual rose from the dead, and we have nothing but the claim and a bunch of people who believed it and no physical evidence of that to verify it, I can't believe the claim. If you were to say, is this statement true, and insert a statement, you could get a yes answer for statements that tie to things that are not demonstrable. For example, there may be a diamond the size of my fist, 10 feet below the soil at a particular location on Mars. That may be true, but if someone were to come in and say it is true in a debate, they would need to be able to demonstrate it. Anything that you can't demonstrate is merely identical from a logical perspective to something that isn't true. From our perspective, it's not true until it's demonstrated or demonstrable. And so if that item were to exist on Mars, it may be in fact true that the item exists, but it would be wrong for us to say it is true, because to make a claim that something is true carries with it this notion that you can demonstrate it in some way. Now, what way do we have to demonstrate anything supernatural? As far as I can tell, we don't. There are plenty of claims that something is supernatural, and when you drill down, what you're getting is I've experienced something, or it has been reported to me that something occurred for which I am not aware of a natural explanation. Therefore, the explanation, or the most plausible explanation, is one that is supernatural. That is a fallacious line of reasoning that is predicated on the notion that you would need to know everything in order to know that there was no natural explanation, just because you don't have one now. And so I don't know of any other way I don't know of any way anybody has ever demonstrated that the supernatural is real, exists, is true, can in fact interact with anything. And yet those are the foundations behind Christianity and other claims, because God exists supposedly outside of space-time. God's ontology is supernatural, beyond nature. How do we demonstrate that? We still don't have any way to demonstrate that any such thing exists, let alone a specific thing exists. And yet somehow there are people who seem to know, or think they know, a great deal about the specifics of the supernatural and God. For example, and I promise I'm not just doing this for fun, and I'm not trying to saddle Cliff with somebody else's views on God. But this week, because it amused me and it confused me, I'm going to share a tweet from someone who may in fact be watching. The tweet reads, "My Christian beliefs point to the 5 generals running hell: Baal, impurity; Lilith, female lesbianism; Asmodeus, sodomy; Baphomet, child sacrifice worship, abortion, killing innocent offspring; and Leviathan, female homosexuality." Now, this individual, despite the fact that this is not expressly covered in the Bible in any way,
that's all.
Believes that they understand that hell is real, that hell has an organizational structure, that organizational structure has 5 generals, which are somehow responsible for various sins. And this individual seems to think that female lesbianism and perhaps female homosexuality are 2 different sins. And I don't know what female lesbianism is versus male lesbianism, but the 5 ones that they go through tell us much more about this individual's psyche and what they think than anything about a real hell. And yet there are countless people sitting in churches Once again, not saddling Cliff with this. What we need to do is figure out how is it that this person thinks they know the specifics of hell and hell's structure and sin, and what makes them right or wrong
why would you
compared to Cliff's model? Does Cliff think that these are the 5
exactly
of hell and
exactly?
If not,
Flat
how does this become a part of Christianity for a person? Because
why would you say I don't want to debate something with you, but here's what I think about it?
I also disagree with the individual who made that tweet about the makeup of hell, and I would have disagreed with that person even when I was still a Bible-believing Christian. And I would think that many of my debate opponents would also disagree with this person. I remember a time when I stood in front of 4 Christian apologists just before a debate having a discussion about what the Bible has to say about slavery. Not only could they not agree on what it says, they couldn't agree on what it meant. And so my position was, you guys get together and tell me what the actual position is, and then we'll dig into it after that. And I never heard back from them. So what specific, empirically verifiable, non-mundane facts can we verify with regard to Jesus? Now, I'm not a mythicist. I'm not going to say Jesus never existed. But the fact is, there isn't scientific evidence to confirm his existence or any of the elements of his life, right up to the most important aspect, which is crucifixion, and I think, or his resurrection, which is, I think, something that Cliff just noted, that you can't provide scientific evidence. You can't provide scientific evidence on this. And Cliff would like to use examples like love. We can't scientifically prove love. Well, we can, in fact, investigate the human brain and the feelings of love scientifically.
He didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Where we are barred from investigating things like love is in the mind itself. I don't have access to your mind and your thoughts, but a resurrection is not a mind encapsulated thing. A resurrection is an occurrence in space-time of someone being dead and then raised from the dead. To pretend that this somehow puts it in the same fuzzy, unable to touch criteria as love is a misrepresentation of the facts. What we need is a way to demonstrate the truth of the foundational claims of Christianity, and I have yet to hear one.
Thank you very much for that opening as well, Matt. We are going to jump into the open conversation, folks. Couple of quick things. If you happen to have a question for the Q&A session at the end, feel free to tag me with that Modern Day Debate. Otherwise, super chats are read first. You can put your question in that way as well. And also want to mention a couple of things. One, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. We have plenty more debates coming up. You don't want to miss them. With that, we're going to kick it into the open discussion. Thank you very much, Cliff. And Matt, the floor is all yours.
How do you want to run this, guys?
I'll let you start however you want.
Already?
All right, I think I'll do one more.
If someone makes a statement, truth
do that
is
cave
only
over there.
that
We got to get the
which
cork
can
there,
be
and we'll do that
scientifically
cave over there.
verified. They're committing intellectual suicide. They're self-contradictory. Because the statement, truth is only that which can be scientifically verified, is not scientifically provable. Instead,
I didn't say that.
It's a
I didn't say that.
Why?
Anything even remotely like it.
It's not his introduction, so I guess.
There are some things I fully acknowledge. You don't have access to what's going on in my mind or anybody else's mind. And so it may in fact be true that I'm thinking of a white elephant, and you have no way of knowing that. So that's a particular category of a truth. Are you suggesting that the resurrection of Jesus, instead of being an actual event in space-time for which there would and could be physical evidence, is roughly equivalent to a thought?
In my opening comments, Matt, I stated very clearly that there are different forms of evidence, different forms of knowledge. Scientific, historical, mathematical, logical, personal, relational. I referred to your love for your wife and her love for you. You cannot prove she loves you. She cannot prove that you love her. And yet you know that the overwhelming evidence is that she really does love you. And I think you know
I've
the
heard this
evidence is that
argument
you
before.
love
It's
her.
a good argument.
That is certainly true between my wife and me.
I don't see how that's an answer to the question.
Scientific statement. It has nothing to do with science. It has to do with the trustworthiness of an individual based on evidence of trustworthiness.
Is the resurrection of an individual more in the category of a physical event that could and should have empirical evidence, or more in the category of someone loves someone?
I cannot empirically prove to you that George
No, he's
Washington
saying
was
you're
the first
guilty,
president of the
Dean.
United States. I have to historically prove that to you.
You brought it up.
I cannot prove to you scientifically that Jesus rose from the dead. That's an historical question. So the question then becomes for me as a thinking human being, what is the historical evidence? Not what's the scientific evidence,
Sure.
not what's the philosophical evidence. What is the historical evidence that the dead Christ rose from the dead? That is the question, Matt.
So, well, no, the question is there sufficient reason to believe that Jesus rose from the dead? We can present, there is empirical evidence of George Washington. And yes, it is historic as well.
Empirical evidence. Did you ever see him, smell him, taste him,
There's
touch him?
historical
Do you think
evidence.
empirical
There's
evidence
writings.
requires a person
There's
now to
same
see,
sort of
smell, taste, or
evidence that
touch
there
a
is.
thing?
Yes.
Wait, I've
Empiricism
already done
is
this
an
cave,
emphasis
haven't I?
on sight, smell,
I've already done
taste,
this cave.
hearing, and touch.
Yeah, see, the problem is what you're doing there is you would, if that were the model, eliminate everything everywhere because everything takes place in the past. You don't have any present. All you would have is your own. All you would have is your own direct experience, and then as soon as you try to corroborate it with somebody else, you're now getting secondhand information, and all of it is in the past. There's a difference between saying something happened in the past, and we have claims and reports and physical evidence. See, when you talk about something like George Washington,
what's the difference between George Washington and Jesus?
Not of my direct experience or yours or anybody else's, but to where we have a robust chain of evidence from a number of different competing sources
chain
to say
of
that
evidence.
These things happened.
The
none
most
of them are
scrutinized book in the world, the most translated book in the world,
and this is how
the most well-known book in the world,
while George Washington
isn't robust
the first
enough
president
evidence.
of the United States,
But
he
somebody
probably did
write a
tell
history
lie,
book about George
and the
Washington.
cherry tree
That's so
story probably
robust.
didn't happen.
That's some robust evidence up in there.
There is so much extra biblical evidence that Jesus really lived, died, and rose from the dead. It's incredible. The early church fathers, Clement, Bishop of Rome, Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, Justin Martyr, the first apologist,
Tacitus, Josephus.
They all knew the contemporaries. They talked with the contemporaries.
Well, how would a contemporary historian write about Jesus?
Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, and Clement, Bishop of Rome.
All he can do is take writings from the not contemporaries.
Phlegon knew some of those people as well. So did Thallus. So did Celsus. So did Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny the Younger. These were Roman historians who did not
were not
believe
Christian,
in Christ, but who at least had the intellectual honesty to say, yes,
that he was a real guy.
Jesus really lived and supposedly rose from the
Was
dead.
crucified.
I don't believe that's what they said. I believe they're reporting that people believed it.
They reported that he lived and that he was crucified. And they reported that there were people who believed he was crucified, who saw him and claimed that they saw him crucified.
I'm sorry, Matt. The evidence is Jesus was a real historical person. Now, I find it interesting that you agree with
Court
me.
of law,
Yes,
if you
he was
have
a real
3
historical
witnesses,
person. He just
you
didn't rise
have
from the dead. Well, why would you do that?
eyewitness
Because the
testimony
only
is
thing
usually
nobody-
not
Because there's absolutely
admissible
nothing
in court. But if
extraordinary.
you have 3 witnesses saying the same thing,
Because there's
that
absolutely
will be
nothing
admissible.
extraordinary about the notion that there was an itinerant Jewish rabbi or a collection of them or stories about a person. There's something incredibly extraordinary about someone rising from the dead. Those 2 claims are not remotely in the same category and are not remotely establishable by the same sort of evidence. And certainly not second or third hand evidence, hearsay, decades later, just because they may have known someone who knew someone.
Thank you so much for your honesty, Matt. So
I'm always honest. Why do you act like you're surprised?
This has nothing to do with history.
Where have I ever been
The
dishonest?
supernatural does not exist. Therefore, I can accept Jesus historically, but I cannot accept his resurrection.
No, sir. No, sir. Now who's not being dishonest? Not only did I not say, not only have I never said, not only have I never said that the supernatural.
Hold on, I think
if you're
what we
just gonna
might have,
lie about
there might
this
be a
and get
little
on
bit
me
of.
about being honest, am I going to get to talk or what?
You get to talk whenever you want to.
There might have. I think there. Hold
I'm
on
gonna do it
one
right
sec.
now.
What happens sometimes is when the connection's not great, which I think tonight. I think
That
Cliff,
may
not
be.
to pick on you, but sometimes
forget-
when the connection's
I
not
forget
great,
how you do those
it'll be
ones.
delayed a little bit. So I think that's maybe what's happening. So I do just want to be sure that we get to hear from each of you. And
all right, this is
Hey,
the
you got
last.
the floor. Go ahead.
Never have I said the supernatural does not exist, not in this debate nor anywhere else, and it's dishonest of you to suggest that I have. What I have pointed out, as I have tonight, is that I don't know of any way to confirm the supernatural. I'm not saying Jesus did not rise from the dead. I'm not saying I know Jesus did not rise from the dead because the supernatural is real. I'm saying you cannot demonstrate, as far as I can tell, that Jesus rose from the dead, and the claim that someone rose from the dead, whether it was by supernatural means or natural means, is far more extraordinary than that there was an itinerant Jewish rabbi. Those 2 claims cannot be established on the same standards of evidence. Why
Wow,
would
I
you
shocked
ever think
myself.
that the existence of a person and the resurrection of a person could be established merely on someone's word?
Keep going.
That was a question.
Do you have any more?
I have lots of them. Are you going to answer that one?
Sure. When I study history, I can't have different ways of determining what is historical or not. I've got to be consistent. Otherwise, I'm not intellectually consistent. So I have to have tests that I use to determine whether a document is historically reliable or not. And the Quran is very reliable historically. The New Testament is very reliable historically. So I read them as history. And I take them seriously, both the Quran and the New Testament. And based on the fact that the New Testament has tremendous internal
Bean's
consistency,
instigated.
is archaeologically verifiable, is
Instigate.
supported by an amazing number of Greek manuscripts, I am convinced that the New Testament is historically reliable, but so is the Quran. The Quran's historically reliable. There really was a dude named Muhammad who lived from about 570 to 632. And historically, that's a fact.
Did he ascend to heaven and was the moon split in 2?
I don't have the faintest idea. I don't think so.
And yet, you're talking about how the Quran is historically accurate and the Bible is historically accurate. And because you think that the Bible is historically accurate, that's good enough to justify a resurrection. But when it comes to the Quran, you don't seem to know whether or not it's enough to justify
he doesn't study the Quran.
Muhammad ascending to heaven. Why is that?
Because there's so many internal contradictions in the Quran that I cannot accept it as totally reliable. When I read the Gospels, there's a tremendous internal consistency, internal harmony that is mind-boggling.
What about it? What about consistency with the facts of reality?
Christ really did die on a cross. He was buried in the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. His disciples dispersed in disillusionment. They were totally blown out of the water by his death. They were not expecting to see him again, but 3 days later, he first appears to some grief-torn women, and then over a period of 40 days, he appears to over 500 people who see him at different times, in different places, risen from the dead. The Apostle Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 15 that Christ appeared risen from the dead to over 500 people.
Where are their stories?
They have Pentecost.
And you can go out and talk to these people, Paul is saying. Some of them are dead, but some of them are alive.
I can't talk to them, and we have no records of anyone ever talking to them or any of them ever getting a story.
That's not a good argument.
Has this incredibly important message for humanity and comes down and presents himself in human form and sacrifices himself to himself and wants to preserve this narrative. Why didn't God make sure that the Bible includes eyewitness accounts from those individuals?
We do have eyewitness accounts. Matthew was an eyewitness.
The book of Matthew was not written by Matthew, nor was it written by an eyewitness. But I was specifically referring. But I was specifically referring to the 500.
No, Matthew wrote Matthew.
No, he didn't.
Wrote that, but there's evidence supporting that. You just go to Papias. You go to the early church fathers, and they wrote about Matthew writing Matthew, Mark writing Mark, Luke writing Luke, and John writing John. It's very clear.
So here, I have my Bible here. If I go to the book of Matthew, on the cover sheet,
soldier, spear, halberd.
What's it going to say? The very first line.
Why don't you read it for me?
Sure. Although the first gospel is anonymous, the early church fathers were unanimous in holding that Matthew, one of the 12 apostles, was its author. So the early church fathers say that it's Matthew, but the gospel itself. There we go.
Regardless of what his name was, the man is the man who wrote it.
In Bible colleges, do they hold that Matthew, the apostle, wrote the book of Matthew?
Who is a more reliable source of information about who wrote a book? A person who lived 50 to 100 years after the writing, or a person who lived 2,000 years after the writing?
In this case, the person who lived 2,000 years after the writing, because the individual 50 to 100 years later, 100 to 200 years later, doesn't have information to the full expanse of Christendom of what we've discovered about the writings in order to compare them. Just like the early historians who were not contemporaries, but were potentially talking to contemporaries, were writing about what they heard. They don't have the investigative ability to do it. They don't have the understanding of analyzing writing. Nothing I'm saying here is remotely controversial among New Testament scholars. But
yes, it is very controversial.
No, it's controversial for people like you, not for New Testament scholars.
Study Daniel Wallace down in Orleans.
You can cite one or two if you want to, but if you go to earlychristianwritings.com, if you go...
Writings of John Lennox, Professor Emeritus in Mathematics at Oxford University. Sure. Read about the first woman president of MIT.
Okay.
Susan Hawkwood. She's a follower of Christ. These are brilliant
even if...
people. So for you to minimize Christians as being a bunch of narrow-minded fundamentalists who can't study, that's really, really...
Sir, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, sir, I did not. That's a blatant lie. I did not care. If you're just going to try and trash everything I say, because I'm pointing out what New Testament scholars say, and that you don't agree with them, and if you're going to try and... Shut up.
Hold on one second.
If you're going to try and characterize that as me painting Christians as credulous rubes, that is dishonest and not true. I have fought against that repeatedly, and you of all people should know that.
Why did you quote the Twitter message that you
got? The ladder's broke.
Why did you quote that, Matt? If you're such an open-minded, thinking human being, why did you quote that very, very questionable Twitter?
Because you want me to answer it, or you're going to ask me 4 times? Because that happened this week. It is someone making claims about Christianity. It is someone who participates.
Somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about.
And I specifically said that you may not agree with it. But what you have to acknowledge is that Christianity, at the individual level, is made up of a bunch of different claims that you guys don't all agree on. That has nothing to do with who's credulous, who's
that was some crazy guy.
Like me. I don't have Christians disagree on a lot of things. So what on earth does that have to do with Jesus Christ? Nothing. Muslims disagree. That has nothing to do with Muhammad. They're Shiites and Sunnis. It tells you nothing about Muhammad. Sure, there are disagreements among Christians. Sure, there are disagreements among Muslims. Sure, there are disagreements among atheists. It tells you nothing about truth and reality. It tells you that there are people who disagree. So what? What's your point?
The point is, the fact that people disagree about foundational things within Christianity mean that we need to get to a definition of what is true and what isn't true. Because 2 different Christians will tell you 2 different things and say that they're true.
I agree.
And they will disagree on those things.
But he doesn't believe any of it.
If we're going to say Christianity is true, why are those things different? I didn't bring this And I repeatedly pointed it out. First of all, I find it ridiculous and amusing, and I figured that you would very easily say, no, I don't buy into the notion that there's 5 generals of hell and 2 of them are responsible for lesbian sex. But what criteria are you going to use to determine the truth of what you call Christianity that would exclude what she thinks it is?
That Twitter that you used was a sad commentary on the stuff that you like to dabble in, Matt. That's scary. That is really scary. You know very well that they're not 5 generals in hell. You've read the Bible. So what on earth? Why would you stoop to that?
Yeah,
Matt,
he's picking something that he knows is false, that some
So
random
now you're
person
saying
on
that
Twitter
this
said.
tweet is about something that I dabble in. I have nothing to do with this.
You read it.
Yes.
It's forth in our debate. You're using it. And it's embarrassing, Matt. Totally embarrassing.
It doesn't embarrass me. The reason you're embarrassed is because I just asked you for what criteria would exclude that, and you have none.
So I think
because you
I don't know. I don't really think about
the Bible doesn't say there's 5 generals in hell.
It doesn't say there's none.
I don't really think about 2 people who I've never met, never seen in real life, and don't know anything about.
Talks about hell.
You don't have.
Kind
What
of
is
a
your
waste of
methodology? What is your methodology that explains
brain
that?
power.
Very simple. Whenever I read any book, to interpret accurately means to read in context and to respect literary style. And by reading in context and by respecting literary style, there is no way that you can come away from reading the New Testament saying the New Testament teaches there are 5 generals in hell.
Okay.
Preposterous. And if you even stoop to that level, Matt, is a sad
Stoop to what level? I'm really confused.
You did stoop to a level. You picked a random horrible take from some Twitter user.
My example of an
just going to be a
Hold on, just to be sure that we're not
every
interrupting
time
each
you
other.
try to slander me because you won't defend your beliefs.
Oh, I'm defending them all the time, Matt.
No, you're not. You're asserting them. You're preaching. You haven't provided a single bit of evidence or methodology, and all you've done every time I raise an issue is say that I'm stooping or I'm dabbling or I'm misrepresenting Christians as stupid. I'm sorry that you don't have a robust methodology that would shine and show the truth of Christianity while demonstrating that Islam is not true. But you don't. If you did, you would have presented it.
I already have presented it to you. The resurrection of Christ
is not a fact.
Evidence.
I'm about to get struck by lightning. I'm gonna die.
The resurrection of Jesus Christ is overwhelming evidence that Christ is reliable. The evidence of a sinless life that he lived. He could look his enemies in the face in John chapter 8 and say, which one of you can prove me guilty of sin? And his enemies were silent. The Apostle John, who knew him intimately for 3 years, could write, in him is no sin. When you read the Sermon on the Mount, those are the teachings of an ethical genius. Jesus was an ethical genius.
Jesus was an ethical genius.
He died on a cross, loving and forgiving his enemies. You're confronted by a guy who taught an amazingly high ethical standard and lived up to that standard. The evidence for Christ is so robust, it's embarrassing. There is no one who comes even close to Christ in credibility, in trustworthiness. And you know it, if you think about it.
No, sir, I don't. And you can stop claiming what I know, because that's also dishonest. What I find...
If you'll open with an open mind, look at it.
All my bows are electric.
So now your explanation is that I'm just not doing it with an open mind. Will you ever stop addressing me and what you think of me and actually present evidence for a resurrection?
Fine. The evidence for the resurrection is he really died. And a Roman soldier took a spear and jammed into the side of Christ, and an issue of watery serum flowed out separated from the side of Christ. We read in the Gospel of John. He was dead. They took his body off the cross. They anointed it with perfume, wrapped it in burial cloth, and laid it in the tomb, not a secret hideout tomb, a very well-known tomb, the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. His disciples dispersed in disillusionment. There was no Passover plot. And 3 days later, he appeared risen from the dead to a group of women. And then over a period of 40 days, he appeared to over 500 people. And those people, many of whom were willing to die for what they claimed to have seen. The dead Christ.
The 500?
And for the past 2,000 years, people have claimed to have met this Jesus Christ and that he has changed their lives. Preeminent among them would be the Saul of Tarsus, who met Christ on the road to Damascus and had an incredible conversion experience and followed Christ. So there's overwhelming evidence that Christ was dead, historically, and historically he rose from the dead.
Is any of that overwhelming evidence that you think you just cited not from the Bible?
Yes, I mean, I listed, you're not listening. I listed.
They listed a whole long list of names.
None of those people are attesting to the truth of anything that you just said. Those people are attesting to the fact that people believed those things.
They're attesting to the historicity of it.
No, sir,
and if the historicity is true, then you can take the testimony of the witnesses as probably true.
Let's go ahead and assume that Matthew was an eyewitness. How do we know that Matthew is an accurate reporter of the facts that he supposedly witnessed?
First of all, you explore his document that he wrote carefully, checking such things as Greek manuscripts, checking such things as internal consistency, checking such things as archaeological support of the place names listed in the document.
Of the place names?
You go to other documents.
The names of the places.
Archaeological evidence of the place names is corroborating evidence?
Yes.
So is the existence of New York corroborating evidence for Spider-Man?
No, but it is corroborating evidence.
Matt got bodied by an archaeologist.
No, it's actually
Archaeologist.
the existence of New York is not corroborating evidence that you were born there. And just like the existence of New York is not corroborating evidence that I was born there.
It supports the claim that I make that I was born at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital in New York City. The fact that New York City is archaeologically...
The existence of a hospital does not corroborate the claim that you were born there.
Statement that I was born in New York City. If there was no New York City, then you'd have good reason to question.
Correct, but you are committing a particular fallacy where you are reversing something. The fact that if there was not a Presbyterian hospital in New York City, then your claim that you were born there would clearly not be the case. But the existence of that hospital does not in any way demonstrate that you were born there. Just like the existence of Mars doesn't demonstrate that I was born there.
Then the fallacy is pointless. It doesn't prove anything. The fact that it's a fallacy doesn't mean that it disproves anything either. So what's the point of you calling out a fallacy?
Evidence that anybody has traveled to Mars and back? But the beginning point is Mars real? So, is Bethlehem, Nazareth, Jerusalem, Rome real, or are they fictitious places?
As far as I know, they are real places, and as far as I know, they are contemporary places with the time of the story. So what?
So
then you keep on going and ask, get more specific. Okay, what is the evidence that what this eyewitness wrote back in the 1st century has been carefully preserved today?
No. Whether or not what they wrote in the 1st century has been carefully preserved is irrelevant to whether or not what they wrote is accurate.
I first need to know, do I have what they wrote? If it's been totally perverted and changed, that affects the issue very profoundly.
Well, considering we have no originals, you can't know how much it has changed. You can know that the copies intermixed. This is where the modern experts will know more than someone did in the 1st or 2nd century because they have more texts to compare to try to get back to determine what our oldest and best manuscripts are in comparison to what could have or likely was the original. But we don't know. But in any case, even if we were to assume that the version we have is almost identical or close enough to what it originally said, that in no way demonstrates the truth of those original claims.
I need to know regarding the Quran, the teachings of Buddha, the writings of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Do we have the manuscript evidence today that gives us any degree of certainty that we really have what they wrote? Today, the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
That cave is clear.
We have over 5,000 Greek manuscripts or pieces of manuscript dated from the 2nd through the 10th century AD, all agreeing to an infinitesimal degree. Before Gutenberg's printing press, we have 25,000 manuscripts, early manuscripts, handwritten manuscripts, 25,000. And the study of those manuscripts show that we have an amazingly accurate Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those are in Latin Vulgate, in Ethiopic, Coptic, Armenian, as well as Greek. So the evidence is we have a very accurate presentation of what Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote. Now read it and ask yourself, does the evidence of the way he lived, taught, died, and rose from the dead point to Jesus being a fraud? If it does, reject him. Or does he...
Do you think I have it? I have read it. I have read it. I have read it.
Point to him being reliable.
I have read it. I think you are convinced that I've read it. I have not reached the same conclusion you did, in part because the number of manuscripts or copies that we have is a testament to their popularity and how strongly people believed. It is not in any way a testament to how accurate they recorded events.
I mean, when you have different manuscripts from different languages agreeing and telling the same story from different places before they had the internet, that does vouch for its authenticity.
No, sir. No, sir, it's not. And if you'd let me finish instead of trying to fucking run over me
like that. You most recently, Matt, so don't...
All right, just to be sure.
No, sir, I sat here quietly while you went on a long spiel. I can take every copy of Harry Potter, and they will agree to an infinitesimal degree. Does that mean that what they say is true?
No, yeah, but Harry Potter's written as a fictional story.
Your argument is the fact that we have many manuscripts that agree to an infinitesimal degree.
You wouldn't take multiple translations of the Gettysburg Address and say, well, this is fiction, even though we have a lot of different translations of it.
Simply fallacious.
Because it wasn't written as a fictional story. It's just about knowing how to read.
I can't hear you if I'm still talking.
Hold on one sec, just to be sure that I think it is.
If you know the context of how the story is written.
Just to be sure we heard the last part from that, and then we'll kick it right over you, Cliff, because like I said, I do think there's a connection.
It's like it's a difference between the dragons in Game of Thrones and the dragons in ancient lore and mythology.
No matter how much the Harry Potter books agree, or how many copies.
One is not written as fiction. One is written specifically as fiction.
In any way demonstrate the truth of what's in those books. And yet he wants to, for Christianity, talk about the various manuscripts and how closely they agree and say that this is strong evidence that what they say is true. That is a fallacious line of reasoning by his own admission.
You know my apartment complex?
That the Bible is somehow reliable because of its agreement on its copies, while saying that other books that agree on their copies don't.
You know my apartment number?
ready for you, Cliff, if you're able to.
Whenever I read an historical book, I have 4 tests that I use to determine historical reliability. The first test is literary style. Is it once upon a time in the land of Nod, Wicked and Nod took a boat to Christ?
Yeah,
or is
that's
it
what I
at
was
this
just
time,
talking
in this
about.
place, with these people around, Jesus said this and did that?
You can
The
tell
second
if you
test
know how
is,
to read if something's
what is the
written
manuscript evidence?
as fiction,
And the manuscript
or
evidence
a
for the New Testament
testimony,
is
or a
overwhelmingly
song,
clear that we
or
have
a
an
poem,
accurate presentation
or a metaphor,
of what Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote.
or
Doesn't mean it's the
allegory,
truth, but we have an
allegory,
accurate
or
representation of what they wrote.
you can
Third
just tell
test,
by knowing how to
archaeology.
read, bruh.
Does archaeology support and verify the place names, the names of the rulers?
Okay,
like
I think
Pontius
this cave
Pilate,
will be the last
Herod
cave.
Agrippa? Yes, archaeology verifies the New Testament, like the Pool of Siloam in the Gospel of John. And then fourth test is, are there contradictions within the text that point to massive confusion on the part of the authors? No, there are no contradictions in the Gospels. There's a tremendous internal harmony and consistency. That does not mean the Bible's a word of God. It doesn't mean anything other than these Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are historically reliable. Simply read them as history and ask yourself, does the historical evidence point to Christ being credible, or does it not?
Okay, so first of all, I'm glad that we have 4 crisp criteria by which you're going to evaluate historical texts. Whether or not something fits in a historical text, I'm assuming is just that it's old. You know, it's something we can't go back and investigate.
Oh
We don't have a time machine, so it's a text about a period of time. So the first one you look at is the literary style. Once upon a time, those sorts of things, to see what kind of style is. When I look at the Bible, I, like many Christians,
okay, maybe this will be the last cave I go
taking
to.
Genesis as a literal account. It is factually incompatible in its order of events with what we know from the scientific investigation of order. It is absolutely storybook-wise about a fall and a talking serpent who leads someone astray and leads somebody else astray. I find the character of God to be comical throughout, at least throughout the Old Testament, of constantly trying to get humanity to love him and do right, and he has to keep starting over. He puts them in the garden, it fails, he kicks them out of the garden. He then has to confuse everybody's languages and flood the whole earth except for a handful of people to start over again. And then he has to select his chosen people from all of the various peoples after starting over again. And then he takes a big long vacation until he supposedly comes down in human form. I find that to be more characteristic of mythicism and storytelling in the literary style example. It does the miraculous claims.
Some of it is storytelling.
Raising people from
Some
the
of
dead,
it is
walking on water and turning water to wine, demons and all these other things. These things to me read more like storybooks. Doesn't mean they're not true, but they read
like
more like
Job.
Your second one of manuscript evidence that
was not
leads you
written
to conclude that we have an accurate
as
presentation
a
of what the
true
author said
story.
Is irrelevant to the truth. We
Job
can,
is a
I could just say,
mysticism
hey, we have
story.
100%
It's a
accuracy
story
on
that
what the
somebody's
author said,
telling about
and
something that
doesn't
happened
in
a
any
long
way
time
tell us whether or
ago.
not it's true, which even you acknowledge when going through the criteria. On archaeology, you're like, does archaeology support things with like the place names? Well, first of all, I don't find it remotely surprising that books written in a certain time period and in a certain area might reference real places and real events. We do that in our fiction all the time. And most other stories that you might not accept as true from other religions also support place names. But there isn't archaeological evidence to support a resurrection. There isn't archaeological evidence to support the sun standing still. There isn't archaeological evidence to support a global flood. There isn't archaeological evidence of demons or any of the things like that. And then the last one is a really intriguing one
that's
about contradictions. And we can have a discussion sometime about whether or not there are contradictions. Trying to reconcile the Easter accounts is something that I haven't seen anybody successfully recount who was there when, what happened when, and in what order. Depending on which of the Gospels you go to for that particular narrative, there's a different order of events and different people involved. And what tends to happen is that apologists say, yes, the specifics may be wrong because you have different people telling the story, or they might be viewed from a different perspective, but it tells the consistent narrative. And
that's how
there's
testimony
no
works.
But here's a question. Is it possible for a story to have no contradictions and still not be true?
That's why I asked you to take both 4 tests together. Now,
no, sir.
Fantastic job.
No,
Stepping into a classic.
I asked a question. I have more questions.
I already answered your question.
No, sir, you didn't. You replied with, that's why I had to look at all 4. Why are you so upset, Cliff? It's a simple question.
You're cutting me off.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
I let you speak. Now you won't let me speak.
Is it? I'm still going. Is it possible for there to be no contradictions and the story still not be true? Yes.
Yes.
Right. Is it possible?
Yes, it is possible.
Hang on. Is it possible for there to be manuscript evidence that the authors were correct, or authors are being accurately reported, and yet their claims are still not true? You've already said that, yes to that when you were there. Yes. Is it possible for archaeological evidence to support place names, and yet the events still aren't true?
Yes, it's called historical fiction.
Sure. Is it possible?
Style.
Is it possible for you to look at a literary style?
Come on, Bud. Let's be honest here.
I'm trying to cover your 4 points, Cliff. Are you so dense that you can't see that? I'm going through your 4 points as a rebuttal to your position. It's possible. I won't even ask the question. Here we go. It's possible for it's possible for there to be no contradictions and the story's still not true. It's possible that archaeology could support place names and the story's still not true. It's possible that the manuscript could
bunny rabbit, money bunny always comes out of the weird.
It is possible that the literary style could be misunderstood, story-wise or accurate, and the story is still not true. So the 4 criteria that you gave for determining the accuracy of a historical text are incapable.
I keep saying one more cave and then I do another cave. So
you have a failed methodology.
The last cave.
Then give me a better one. How do you test the historical reliability of any document?
I don't need to give you a better one. I'm not here defending historical claims.
Baloney. If you're tearing my 4 points down, which you have every right to do, you had better give me a more intellectually acceptable.
Baloney.
That's not the way. That's not the way any of this works. Now you presented a case. I debunked it. Now you have to go back to the drawing board.
Heated.
You are the word that
just
got exposed as irrational.
Just jump in really quick before. So. Quick heads up, folks, that we'll go into the Q&A shortly. By that I mean 5 to 10 minutes tops. But I do want to let you guys continue, as I know you might have some final threads you want to draw together before we do go into the Q&A.
Yeah, when your methodology gets debunked, it's not up to the opponent to present a methodology that would confirm the supernatural. I have no methodology that would confirm the supernatural. Neither does anybody else. You presented your case for why you find these texts reliable. I exposed where the problem is. You don't then get to say, well, have you got a better one? Because that suggests that you're willing to stick with a flawed methodology until somebody comes along with a better one. It's not my job or anybody else's job to fix the foundation of your beliefs. That's your job.
To be a skeptic is good. A skeptic is someone who questions. But to be a cynic is horrendous. Because cynicism gets us nowhere. And Matt, you have just displayed tremendous cynicism.
Slept with
because
dogs.
What you've done
he was the original cynic.
These are the problems with your methodology, and I agree with you. There are problems to my methodology. But Matt, none of us has exhaustive knowledge in any area of life.
Where did it
we
go?
As human beings cannot prove anything. Instead, we as thinking human beings take the evidence that we have and then make the most reasonable, the most plausible conclusions. So, my point was simply, the evidence is the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John give us accurate historical information. My point was not that they're perfect. My point was not that they're without error. I never said that. Instead, I gave 4 pieces of evidence that I use whenever trying to determine whether any document is historically accurate or not. Now, the mistake that you're making, sir, is very clear. If I say that a interpretation that I have of the Quran is contradicted by science, in order to be intellectually honest, I have to go back and study. Is my interpretation of the Quran correct?
All right.
Because if my interpretation of the Quran is
good
incorrect,
for now.
then it is intellectually dishonest for me to say the Quran contradicts science. Similarly, if you have a wrong interpretation of the book of Genesis, and then you say science contradicts my interpretation of creation and of a serpent in a garden, but if your interpretation is incorrect, you're committing intellectual suicide because you are showing that science contradicts a false interpretation. Well, so what? I agree with you. The question is, what is an accurate interpretation of Genesis, and does science contradict that accurate interpretation of Genesis? And my point is rather simple. There is absolutely no science in Genesis to contradict. There's no biology, no zoology, no astronomy, no science anywhere in the Genesis account. That is why, for anybody to say, "Oh, I can't
we've
believe
done
Genesis
all
because
the sages.
is intellectually
Next
dishonest,
time we
because
play,
there's no
we're beating
science
Ganon.
in Genesis for modern science or ancient science to contradict. It's that simple.
Okay, so in Genesis, when it lists the order of events that God created, supposedly,
normally
is that order accurate to the order that things were actually created?
Augustine answers your question back in the 400s.
I'm not debating Augustine.
He points out, I'm
really
using
worried about my friends. Great Deku tree back home in the forest. Do you think they're okay?
In light of the fact that the sun was not created until the 4th day, what on earth do the first 3 days mean if you don't have a sun? And Augustine's point was, Genesis is not seeking to answer the question, precisely how long did God take to create?
I didn't say about
Augustine. I think an accurate interpretation of the text.
Okay. When you tell me to listen carefully, it'd be really good if you did too. I didn't ask anything about how long it took. I asked about the order that it took.
The order, the length are not precisely given.
Okay. So basically you're saying that the order of events in Genesis 1 not only does not match the order of events as we actually understand it from science, but doesn't match the order of events that a god would have. God did create the events.
No, I'm not saying that, Matt. What I am saying is Genesis does not answer the question. Genesis does not address the scientific question.
Right.
There is no science in Genesis. Are we clear now, Matt?
Well, there are.
That's it. We got all the sages. All the temples are done. All that we have left now is to kill Ganondorf. We'll do that in the next stream, or actually, the next stream we might just do a work on more of these caves, because I have quite a few caves I have to explore. Maybe we'll do some cave exploring next stream, and then the following stream, because this is number 18, so number 19 we'll do just cave exploring, and then number 20 we'll do actually one thing I want to do before I go. Stream 20 we'll kill Ganondorf. And then we still got plenty of extra stuff to do in this game. We gotta find all these light roots. Dean is an open book. I'm not even reading what all y'all are talking about. It's a mess. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. So next time we'll do more caves. Oops, no. Do this. And then we will do this. I didn't take pictures of any of the bosses. Hit the like button before the stream ends. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Like it up, heathens. Damn heathenites, heathenistics. I'm gonna go give this guy my stones so he can give me some battery power. Get to producing. Alright, one more thing on my battery. Not much, but it's something. Ta-da! I don't know. Also don't know how many blessings. Sage's blessings. We could do that. There's 20 sage blessings for our 5 sages here. We can level up each one. 1, 2. We can level each one up 4 times if we find all 20 sage blessings, which makes them very powerful. The gang's all here. Alright. But I'm gonna go, guys. See these things? Sage's Will, we have 3. Once we get 4, we can level up our sage. There's 20 total. So each sage can be leveled up once, I guess. Maybe we'll work on sages, wills, and caves in the next stream. And then the following stream, we'll kill Ganondorf. But that's it. I'm going to head out, guys. Have a good night. God bless. I'll catch you later. Peace.